He immediately transferred her mother, who was in the hospital, to the First People's Hospital, the best hospital in Shanghai. Meanwhile, he also arranged for her father to be treated at the hospital, to see the best orthopedic surgeon. Perhaps there was a chance of a cure. Yi Liuli didn't want to trouble Su Liang. But given her parents' illness, she bit her lip and ultimately didn't refuse Su Liang's kindness. Feeling indebted, Yi Liuli approached Su Liang that evening. Your kindness is immeasurable, I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself to you. That was roughly the gist of it. However, Su Liang noticed that her favorability rating hadn't reached the required level. She was only doing this out of gratitude. Without reaching the required favorability rating, he couldn't unlock gold coins. Coincidentally, he was currently pursuing another female lead and needed to have a deeper interaction with her, so he temporarily let Yi Liuli go. As he left, he proposed a solution. He would lend Yi Liuli money to open a milk tea shop, and she could repay it when she made money. This way, not only would it put the female lead at ease, but it would also increase her favorability. The rest is history. The plot unfolds, the protagonist appears, and has been too busy to comfort the young heroine. As the saying goes, raise a girl for 1,000 days, use her for a lifetime. It's time for her to help him cultivate. Chapter 194. Everything is under control. Giving the protagonist a hard time. First encounter with the milk tea shop. This is the name Yi Liuli gave to her milk tea shop. Meaning, if only life were like our first meeting. Because of her first encounter with Su Liang, the gears of fate began to turn. And that led to her current wonderful life. A long queue stretched outside the milk tea shop. Not many were genuinely there to drink the milk tea, most were there to see the milk tea sister. Meanwhile, Yi Liuli, known as the milk tea sister, was busy inside. Logically, as the owner of the milk tea shop, she shouldn't have to do everything herself. But she just couldn't sit still. After finishing her classes at school, she would come to the milk tea shop to help. Although busy, she was happy and immersed in her work. This life was so much better than it had been 2 months ago. And all of this was thanks to Su Liang. Thinking of Su Liang, Yi Liuli's eyebrows curved into crescent moons, her heart filled with joy. Suddenly, she paused, and Su Liang's figure appeared in her sight. What you wish for, you get. Su Liang walked into the milk tea shop and waved to her. Liuli, stop what you're doing, come eat with me. Yi Liuli smiled wryly. Knowing he didn't want her to tire herself out, she was touched, but also somewhat helpless. She really didn't feel tired, on the contrary, she was full of energy. She agreed, quickly stopped what she was doing, washed and tidied herself up, and hurried out. She never refused any of Su Liang's requests. Then, amidst shocked, bitter, envious, and jealous gazes, the milk tea girl was taken away. Everyone, including those who knew Yi Liuli and those who didn't, was dumbfounded. Their goddess, who had traveled a long way just to see her for a cup of milk tea, now saw a man appear, greet her, and snatch their goddess away. They couldn't accept it. Holy crap? Who's he? Why did he call our goddess away? Exactly. I fought my way from the south of the city to the north just to see the milk tea sister. They were so close, could he be her boyfriend? I've never heard of him before. He's the milk tea sister's boyfriend? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, no one is worthy of her. Yi Liuli and Su Liang left, leaving behind only the sound of heartbreak. What's wrong? Little Liuli, it's been a few days, are you being distant with your brother Liang? Looking at Yi Liuli, dressed simply but with an undeniable purity, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, Su Liang asked with a smile. No. Yi Liuli quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Su Liang used to come see her every day or two. Suddenly being apart for so long, she was afraid Su Liang wouldn't talk to her anymore. In front of Su Liang, Yi Liuli felt somewhat inferior. Even if she wanted to see him, she didn't dare to contact him, afraid of bothering him. So little Liuli didn't miss me. Seeing her anxious little face, Su Liang felt like teasing her and said with a wistful expression, Ha! Yi Liuli was stunned for a long time, her little head filled with great confusion. She was trying to figure out what the connection was between her answer and Su Liang's question. Unable to understand, she said anxiously. I miss you, I miss brother Liang every day. Hess, silly girl, you miss me but didn't know to contact me. Su Liang chuckled, reaching out to stroke her head like petting a cat. Yi Liuli, who had been somewhat flustered, gradually calmed down under this affectionate gesture. She understood that Su Liang was teasing her. She couldn't help but pout. I've been busy lately and haven't been able to come see you. How have you been these days? Have you encountered any trouble? Su Liang asked casually. Yi Liuli had a female bodyguard he had arranged, and her every move was under his control. I'm fine, and I haven't encountered any trouble. A genuine smile appeared on Yi Liuli's face. Compared to her previous life, this was paradise. But she couldn't slack off, she had to work even harder to repay brother Liang as soon as possible. Then, their conversation became pleasant and harmonious. In front of Su Liang, Yi Liuli let down her guard, and her personality became much more lively. The conversation turned to school. A transfer student arrived from the capital this year. Because of her arrival, the original school beauty ranking was invalidated. Several people were originally on the list, and she was one of them, even given the title of commoner school beauty. Now, only the name Su Qingga remains. Yi Liuli spoke eloquently. She didn't know that Su Qingga was the younger sister of the person in front of her. Su Liang found it quite amusing. Thinking about his plans later, he steered the conversation towards his elderly parents. Yi Liuli became even more enthusiastic. Her mother's illness had long since been cured, and she had found a job, no longer as strenuous as before. Her father's disability had hope of recovery, and he was recuperating at home. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Su Liang took the opportunity to suggest visiting the two elderly people. Yi Liuli was touched. Su Liang's concern for her parents was clearly because of her. It was indeed true. If she knew that Su Liang had arranged a scene for her family, who knows how she would feel. The two had a meal at a private restaurant. Just as they were leaving to go back to Yi Liuli's house, they encountered an unexpected person. After Jiang Hao transmigrated, he had the best of everything. Where was the best food? Many people would think of 5-star hotels or Michelin-starred chefs. None of that. The upper class only recognized certain private restaurants. Among them were apprentices or descendants of ancient imperial chefs. Today's plot was ruined by Su Liang. Not only did he not receive the system reward, but he also had a cuckold's horns, making him extremely unhappy. He went to a familiar private restaurant, intending to have a big meal to calm his nerves. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Liang coming out chatting and laughing with a beautiful girl. He was stunned. Su Liang had just been flirting with his fiancée, and now he was with another beautiful girl. And this girl, aside from her shabby clothes and lack of class, her looks and figure are actually no less than Long Bingshue's. 2 women in one day. Who said he's a simp? This girl seems familiar. Where have I seen her before? The thought flashed through Jiang Hao's mind, but a surge of resentment welled up inside him. Damn it! He transmigrated here as the main villain, yet he's worse off than an NPC. Clenching his fist, considering Su Liang's status, he could only suppress his displeasure. Just you wait, I'll crush you under my feet. Jiang Hao brushed past Su Liang expressionlessly. He couldn't afford to offend Su Liang, nor did he need to fawn over him. After all, Su Liang was the young master of one of the 4 great families. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. Su Liang hasn't chosen to take action against this villainous protagonist yet. Mainly, he's more interested in his system's cheat system. It's kind of like getting stronger through being abused. Let's observe a bit more. Looking for a beating, huh? Then I'll grant your wish and give you another push. Chapter 195. Life is like a play. It's just a script arranged by Su Liang. After finishing his meal, Jiang Hao rushed home and immediately summoned the subordinate who had gathered the information. I entrusted you with such an important task, and this is how you handle things? If you don't want to work here, get out. The subordinate looked bewildered and asked cautiously. Young Master Jiang, what happened? You still have the nerve to ask what happened? Who said that Su Liang was a simp? He's clearly surrounded by women. It infuriated him. He was the villainous protagonist, he hadn't even touched a woman, and this NPC was surrounded by women. It was all this guy's fault for the flawed information, which led him to misjudge Su Liang. However, upon hearing his words, the subordinate was startled. He hadn't said that young Master Su was a simp. Wouldn't that be suicide? Even he wouldn't say that. Besides, according to his investigation, the eldest son of the Su family had quite a few women around him. He'd investigated 7 or 8, but dared not investigate further to determine the exact number. So, the simp label didn't exist. He couldn't help but recall a few days ago, when he'd reported to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had stopped him before he'd finished explaining the information about the eldest son of the Su family. Su Liang's status was undeniable, he couldn't be careless, the information had to be detailed. He'd started by discussing Su Liang's identity, but when he got to the part about his fervent pursuit of Lu Roland, Jiang Hao stopped him from continuing. Assuming he already knew the rest, he didn't say anything more. It seemed the problem lay there. With this thought, he quickly shook his head in denial. Young Master Jiang, you must have misunderstood. I never said young Master Su was a simp. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If this reached young Master Su's ears, even the Jiang family wouldn't be able to protect him. You didn't say that. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed. He couldn't help but recall his subordinate's report, which only mentioned Su Liang's relentless pursuit of a woman named Lu Roland. The simp label was his own invention. This was incredibly awkward. Ahem. Jiang Hao coughed, abruptly changing the subject. Tell me all about Su Liang in detail. The subordinate didn't dare delay and quickly began recounting everything from the beginning. Jiang Hao listened while sipping his coffee to ease the awkwardness. Su Liang was no different from those rich second-generation heirs. He spent his time eating, drinking, and having fun, and would stop at nothing to pursue women. That's where he couldn't take it anymore. What the hell is this if not a simp? Starting 6 months ago, Su Liang changed, he began dating other women. Soon after, he was a womanizer. He seemed to have given up entirely. Since he couldn't be a pure love warrior, he'd be a complete scumbag. But why did Lu Roland end up with Su Liang? She wouldn't agree when he pursued her. Could it be that she only agreed now that Su Liang was surrounded by beautiful women? Jiang Hao felt something was amiss. Of course there was something amiss, but Su Liang had concealed it all. Others couldn't find out, and dared not. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. When he heard that some people who offended him had bankrupted a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in a single day, he suddenly realized what had happened. Su Liang had changed, he'd gone from a sycophant to a scumbag. Turning him into darkness would be a more accurate description. Lu Roland's agreement to become his woman was definitely not voluntary. What methods she used behind the scenes was unknown. He thought of even more. Perhaps the women who followed Su Liang were the same. This made him glad he hadn't acted impulsively that afternoon. If he had clashed with Su Liang, even with the Jiang family's billions in assets, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Su Liang's wrath. What happened next was relatively simple. Su Liang was either playing around with women, or on his way to doing so, completely degenerating. This information was deliberately released by Su Liang, the 4 major families could access it. After all, appearing too perfect would only arouse suspicion. Ordinary people didn't even know this. In their eyes, Su Liang was a gentle and refined man, building Hope primary schools and making all sorts of donations, a truly good person. After learning all the details about Su Liang, Jiang Hao knew what to do. It was nothing special. There was nothing to be afraid of. At worst, he could just avoid provoking him until he had the strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Liang offered to take Yi Liuli home and visit her parents. They drove together to a shantytown in Shanghai. The car stopped near Yi Liuli's house. As soon as they got out, they heard an argument. "You two old bastards, don't push your luck. I'm telling you, this house is going to be demolished, whether you like it or not." The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. It sounded like the voice of a bad person. "Is there no law? Is there no justice? Do you believe I'll call the police? Arrest you?" A middle-aged man in a wheelchair said angrily, his face flushed. "Ha ha ha." As if they had heard the funniest joke, a group of people burst into laughter. Then, the bald man at the head of the group stopped laughing and sneered. "Call the police? Go ahead and try. I'm telling you, I have connections. Calling the police will only get me locked up for a couple of days. When I get out, let's see if I don't make you all pay. Be smart, take your compensation and get out." After hearing his words, the woman next to the middle-aged man was filled with grief and indignation. "Is that compensation? That's like giving beggars a free meal. I'd rather die than agree to it." These people did admit to giving them compensation. But that little bit of compensation, let alone buying a house in Shanghai, wouldn't even be enough to rent a place for long. Where would the family live after moving out? This was driving them to despair. It was outrageous. They definitely wouldn't agree. These people were from a small gang, claiming to be backed by the Star Moon Society, the largest power in Shanghai. They usually cause trouble in this area, you can't afford to mess with them. They're all old enough not to fear retaliation, but they're afraid these people might harm their youngest daughter. It's Mom and Dad. Hearing this conversation, Yi Liuli immediately realized something had happened at home. She greeted Su Liang and quickly ran home. A confident smile spread across Su Liang's face as he slowly followed. Turning the corner, Yi Liuli saw a group of people blocking her doorway. Some were tattooed, others sported outlandish hairstyles, their hair dyed in various colors, clearly the kind of delinquents you'd find in the streets. A large bulldozer was parked nearby, capable of easily flattening their house. Her parents were blocked at the door, their faces flushed, clearly furious. Yi Liuli walked around the crowd to her parents' side. "Mom and Dad, what's going on? Why did you come back?" Ye's father was somewhat annoyed. He'd been so angry earlier that he'd forgotten to tell his daughter not to come back for the time being. They knew very well how beautiful their daughter was. If these people saw her, it might cause trouble. Ye's mother, worried, shielded her daughter behind her, warily eyeing the group of thugs, her grip on her broom tightening. Meanwhile, after work, Yi Qin didn't return to his rented apartment. After much thought, he decided to reunite with his parents. He walked home excitedly, and happened to run into Su Liang around the corner. Chapter 196: The Protagonist's Inexplicable Confidence. Murder to silence witnesses. Harassing the female lead. On his way home, Yi Qin imagined many ways to reunite with his family, his usually calm heart stirring with excitement. The annoyance caused by Su Liang that afternoon had lessened considerably. Just as he reached his doorstep, Yi Qin paused, rubbing his eyes. Su Liang? Thinking it was a hallucination born of anger, he quickly confirmed he wasn't mistaken, and a surge of rage welled up within him. Damn it! He dared to touch the woman he had his eye on. Finally, he could teach this guy a lesson. Before, with Liang Bingxue watching, he hadn't had a chance to act. Now that it was just the two of them nearby, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. A chilling smile curved his lips as he walked step by step towards Su Liang. Su Liang noticed Yi Qin the moment he appeared, slightly surprised. Today's scene was specially prepared for Yi Liuli. Not far from reaching maximum favorability and earning gold coins. Yi Qin's appearance at this moment was purely coincidental. After pondering his plan, he realized the group inside was a weakness. Following the trail. Although he wouldn't find out it was him who arranged it, it would cause trouble for the Star Moon Society. After all, Xia Qingqiu, the leader of the Star Moon Society, was his woman. To avoid implicating her, the only option was to kill her to silence her. Actually, without the protagonist's unexpected appearance, there would have been no need to do this. The Yi Liuli family wouldn't have thought of it, nor would they have investigated who was behind it. The protagonist is different. So it's not that I'm not giving you a way out, blamed the bastard protagonist. He silently mourned for the group of thugs inside for 2.5 seconds. At this moment, Yi Chen had already arrived in front of him. Su Liang, right? I don't care how rich or powerful your family is, don't mess with me. He had specifically investigated Su Liang after Liang Bingxue got him out of the dark room. The eldest son of the most powerful family in Shanghai, with an extremely strong background. But he didn't care. Whoever you are, if you provoke him, he'll kill you without hesitation. However, considering that Kyushu isn't a foreign country, and his family lives here, he restrained his urge to attack. Yi Chen changed his mind at the last minute, thinking of his family's stable life, and decided to let him go for the time being. Death is spared, but punishment is inevitable. This can't be let off so easily, he must be given a warning. Oh. Su Liang said oh, raising an eyebrow. He crossed his arms leisurely. What are you? Veins throbbed on Yi Chen's forehead, and his fists hardened. He barely managed to suppress his anger. He glanced down and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. With a gentle squeeze, it shattered into countless pieces. He continued to knead the stone with his hands, the immense force gradually grinding it into powder. Having finished, his murderous gaze fell upon Su Liang. If you want to be like it, you can try. He paused, then continued. Liang Bingxue is the woman I've set my sights on. Don't bother her anymore, otherwise. At this point, he opened his hand, and the stone powder scattered in the wind. Su Liang. The protagonist's series of actions left him speechless. Such trivial tricks, yet he dares to show off his skills before an expert? He'd seen it all. This kind of method could be achieved even by those at the inner strength level. To threaten someone, shouldn't one at least use some transformation strength? Although it's still no match for him. Where did he get this confidence? Did he think there were no masters in the city, that he was invincible? Thinking about it, Su Liang understood. That's how protagonists in Gu Chao's novels are, all sorts of mindless boasting. Protagonists like this, without their protagonist halo, usually don't survive more than 3 chapters. Luckily, the protagonist halo didn't work on him. If it weren't for the villain points, the story would have ended right after their first meeting. However, he wouldn't tolerate this kind of protagonist, and smiled contemptuously. So what if I harass Liang Bingxue? Not only harass her, I'm going to have an in-depth conversation with her. Yi Chen trembled with anger, finally unable to hold back any longer. Enough is enough. He clenched his fist and swung it at Su Liang. But just then, a commotion erupted from inside the house, and his expression changed. Don't let me see this again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. He glared fiercely at Su Liang, withdrew his fist, and dashed home. He thought he was letting Su Liang go, but little did he know he had just narrowly escaped death. At the doorstep. After hearing her parents' story, Yi Liuli understood what had happened. A developer had taken a liking to their area and wanted to demolish their house. The compensation offered was less than 100,000 yuan, which her parents refused. Now this group of people had brought bulldozers and intended to forcibly demolish it. Yi Liuli was also furious after hearing this. Where would they live if their house was demolished? However, she was rather timid. The group of people in front of her looked menacing, so she just bit her lip and glared at them. Wow, I never knew those 2 old geezers had such a beautiful daughter. A young man with a dragon tattoo whistled, his eyes lewd. His words immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Brother Long is absolutely right. I've never seen such a hot chick before. Her looks and figure are undeniable, it's just that her clothes hold her back. If she wore something more fashionable, wow. Stop fantasizing. Do we even dare dream of a beauty like that? It all depends on Brother Chang's decision. Swish swish swish. The group of henchmen turned their expectant gazes to the bald leader. The bald young man, known as Brother Chang, stepped forward as expected. "Grandpa, don't get so angry. Everything can be discussed. Just let your daughter have a meal with me, and I'll talk to the boss. Doubling your compensation for the demolition isn't out of the question." The two elderly people trembled with anger upon hearing this. They had 2 children. Their eldest son, who wasn't mentally challenged, was abducted at a young age. They didn't even know if he was alive or dead. So they pinned all their hopes on their younger daughter, Yilioli. Their daughter was their Achilles heel. "Dream on. We'd rather die than let you succeed. This is outrageous. Call the police now. I want to see if they have any respect for the law." The old man in the wheelchair took out his phone to call the police. Although he knew calling the police would completely offend these people, he couldn't care less now. He needed to get through this crisis first, then have Liuli go find his benefactor, Su Liang. He had so much influence, he must have a way to punish these people. "Old man, you're asking for death." The young man's expression changed. He rushed forward, snatched the phone, and raised his hand, ready to teach him a lesson he would never forget. However, the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his chest, followed by numbness, and he vaguely heard the sound of bones cracking. With a whoosh, as if hit by a truck, he was sent flying uncontrollably. Chapter 197: The Little Heroine's Self-Conquest. The protagonist becomes Su Liang's bodyguard? It all happened so fast, catching everyone off guard. Only after the young man, who had crossed the river, was sent flying several meters and crashed to the ground did the crowd react. Looking closely, they saw an ordinary-looking young man beside Ye's father. It was Yi Chen, who had rushed over. He was furious. Just a few days late in returning to acknowledge his family, and they were being bullied like this. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. His gaze towards the group of thugs was as if he were looking at dead men. A moment of silence followed, then an uproar erupted. "Damn it, what happened? I saw Brother Long suddenly take off. That kid. He sent Brother Long flying with one punch. Looks like a pro. So what if he's a pro? Don't you know we have connections in the Star Moon Society? Brother Chang's cousin is a high-ranking member. That's right, daring to interfere in our business? He's got a death wish." Hearing his underlings' discussion, the bald-headed Brother Chang, the leader, looked grim. They were used to being arrogant. They were the ones who bullied others. This was the first time someone had dared to provoke them. Baldy Chang's expression was serious. He was arrogant, not stupid. He hadn't even seen how this guy appeared. He was definitely a pro. But he was unwilling to back down. If he backed down, how could he lead his men? What about the boss's authority? "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Yi Chen laughed in anger. They've already bullied his family, and he's telling him not to meddle? Thump, thump, thump. He walked towards Bald Chang step by step, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. A wave of oppressive force washed over him. Bald Chang couldn't help but take a step back. "Don't come any closer. Do you know who my cousin is?" The leader of the Star Moon Society. He wasn't joking. He did indeed have a cousin who was a leader in the Star Moon Society. His relationship with his cousin used to be so-so, but through his constant spending of money, their relationship gradually improved. Whenever he encountered trouble, a single phone call from him could easily resolve it. This fostered his arrogant and domineering personality. Seeing Yi Chen pause, Bald Chang's eyes lit up, thinking he was frightened. His tense mood calmed down, and he regained some of his usual arrogance. "Do you know what kind of power the Star Moon Society is?" They swallowed up the Wolf Alliance, which had dominated for many years, and are the undisputed overlord of Shanghai. The Star Moon Society. Yi Chen remembered this power. If he knew this matter was related to the Star Moon Society. No matter what power you are, you can't escape the fate of destruction. Bald Chang felt that Yi Chen had been intimidated by his words and was completely at ease. He has connections, what is he afraid of? How about it? Scared now? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my brothers, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll have my cousin wipe out your whole family. To impress his underlings, Bald Chang's tone was extremely arrogant, constantly threatening to wipe out entire families. Everyone knows the protagonist is the kind of person who would rather die than see their family suffer the slightest harm. Sure enough, Yi Chen was completely enraged. He flashed in front of Bald Chang, raised his hand, and slapped him. He had just seen that young man from out of town try to hit his father like that. He had to get revenge. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Bald Chang was sent spinning several times, his head spinning, his face quickly swelling and turning red. He felt like he was seeing stars, shook his head to regain his senses, and he was furious too. Go! All of you, go get him. Beat him to death. A group of henchmen, stunned to see their leader get hit, rushed forward upon hearing the order. What followed was the protagonist's moment of showing off, single-handedly taking on a dozen or so. Su Liang had already arrived beside Yi Liuli, quietly watching the farce unfold. Brother Liang. Yi Liuli withdrew her gaze and looked at Su Liang beside her, calling out obediently. Hearing their daughter's voice, the elderly couple snapped out of their shock and beamed with joy upon seeing Su Liang. They quickly greeted him warmly. Xiao Liang, you're here. What happened? Su Liang asked, feigning confusion. Ye's parents explained the whole situation again. Su Liang's face was grim, looking very angry. Outrageous. Such forced buying and selling in broad daylight. Don't worry, I'm here. Those people won't dare do anything to you. I'll make them give you an explanation. Hearing this, the two elders' faces lit up with joy. Su Liang really could resolve this matter, that was wonderful. Then we'll trouble you, Xiao Liang. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable. We really don't know how to thank you enough. Ye's mother grasped Su Liang's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. Sitting in his wheelchair, Mr. Yi looked at him with the same grateful gaze. Su Liang had changed their family. If it weren't for Su Liang, Mrs. Yi would still be hospitalized due to overwork. Yi Liuli might be working odd jobs under immense pressure to raise money, following in her mother's footsteps. If it weren't for Su Liang, Mr. Yi wouldn't have had any hope, expecting his disabled leg to heal. Now he was helping them solve another major problem. Su Liang was truly a great benefactor to their family. Su Liang's smile was gentle, his voice like a spring breeze. Don't mention it, Liuli and I are friends, helping is only right. Yi Liuli smiled broadly beside him. Being by Su Liang's side always gave her a strong sense of security, as if there was no difficulty he couldn't solve. Is this what dependence is? The feeling only you get when you like someone. Yi Liuli thought to herself, her pretty face slightly flushed. Then, remembering something, a look of sadness crossed her face. She liked Liang Gu, but he didn't seem to like her back. She remembered 2 months ago, when she offered herself to him, Su Liang rejected her. Could it really be like those people said, that there was something wrong with her outfit? She wondered if Liang Gu would like her if she wore something more revealing. Su Liang glanced at Yi Liuli, who was busy with her self-conquest. His affection for her was steadily rising. It wouldn't be long before she got a huge gold coin reward. While they were chatting, Yi Chen finished his fight. A group of thugs lay on the ground, groaning in pain. After showing off, Yi Chen turned around casually, but didn't see the expected shocked looks. Instead, he saw Su Liang appear, chatting and laughing with his parents. Yi Chen was stunned. He knew his family's background. How did they get involved with the young master of the Su family? Now wasn't the time to think about that. Su Liang wasn't a good person in his eyes, he had to find out what was going on. Rich kids were all spoiled brats, not a single one of them was any good. Seeing Yi Chen approach, Ye's father looked him over with surprise and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiao Liang, your bodyguard is amazing. He took on more than 10 people by himself. Is he a former soldier? Yi Chen. He was dumbfounded. How did he become Su Liang's bodyguard? The Yi family had all seen Su Liang with bodyguards before. After Yi Chen appeared, Su Liang followed closely behind. It was only natural to assume that Su Liang had sent his bodyguards to handle the situation. Chapter 198, Severing Ties to Force an Apology from the Protagonist. Brother? I'd rather not have him. Being mistaken by his family for Su Liang's bodyguard, Yi Chen was extremely annoyed and felt he had to clarify. What a joke! Who was he? The king of hell, the supreme ruler of the underworld. Who would be worthy of having him as a bodyguard? Dad, you've misunderstood. He's not qualified to have me as his bodyguard. Ye's father looked completely bewildered. Thinking he'd misheard, he asked quizzically. What did you call me? Ye's mother and Yi Lioli, standing nearby, also looked at him with surprise. Su Liang, on the other hand, watched all of this with great interest. TSK, a classic family reunion, truly touching. Seeing his parents and relatives again, Yi Chen's nose tingled. Even though he knew this wasn't the time to use his inner energy, with outsiders present, he couldn't hold back. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen choked out. Mom and Dad, don't you remember me? I'm Xiao Chen. Boom. Mr. and Mrs. Ye's minds went blank, their faces filled with disbelief. After carefully examining Yi Chen for a while, distant memories surfaced, and they vaguely sought his appearance from 10 years ago. You really are Xiao Chen. Mr. Yi was overwhelmed with emotion, and Mrs. Yi burst into tears. After a brief moment of empathy, the two elderly people accepted the fact that their eldest son had returned. Yi Chen turned to look at Yi Lioli, wiped away his tears, and said with a smile. Little sister, don't you remember me? Yi Lioli looked blankly at him. She wasn't used to this suddenly appearing brother. After all, 10 years had passed, and her memory of her brother was very vague. Feeling uncomfortable under Yi Chen's gaze, she unconsciously moved closer to Su Liang, almost pressed against him. Yi Chen's face turned green upon seeing this. Staring at Su Liang with hostility, he barely suppressed the urge to attack. What are you doing in my house? Get out of here right now, or I'll make you fight. The two elderly people's joyful expressions froze upon hearing this, their excitement seemingly doused with cold water. Father Ye's face turned serious. Xiao Chen, how can you speak to Xiao Liang like that? Xiao Liang is a great benefactor to our family, apologize to him immediately. Mother Yi chimed in, speaking up for Su Liang. Xiao Chen, you don't know, our family was going through a tough time recently, and it was Xiao Liang who helped us through it. Xiao Liang is a very good person, apologize to him quickly. Su Liang had helped their family a lot, and they wouldn't allow Yi Chen to be disrespectful. Yi Lioli, leaning against Su Liang, frowned. She hadn't seen her parents so happy in a long time, and she was even planning to acknowledge this brother as her own. She never expected him to speak to brother Liang like that. The word brother that was about to come out of her mouth was swallowed back, her mood instantly soured, and she angrily turned her face away. After scolding Yi Chen, the two elders turned to look at Su Liang apologetically, afraid that he would be upset. Xiao Liang, don't take it to heart. Xiao Chen doesn't know how much you've helped our family. We'll have him apologize to you. Yes, that child hasn't been very bright since he was little. He was trafficked overseas 10 years ago. Xiao Liang, you're a magnanimous person, don't hold it against him. Su Liang smiled, knowing it was his turn to step in. It's all right. There might be some misunderstanding that's causing this brother to have such a bad impression of me. If I've offended him in any way, I apologize. A strategic retreat. He wanted to see how the protagonist would handle this. Being forced to submit to him by his family was truly interesting. Seeing his family so protective of Su Liang, Yi Chen's mind went blank. He had considered many ways for his family to reunite, but this was the last one. They had just recognized each other, and his parents and sister were actually making him apologize to a stranger. Who was Su Liang? The spoiled brat he despised the most. Thinking about his conversation with Su Liang earlier, Yi Chen now wanted nothing more than to kill him. How could he apologize to him? I won't apologize to him. Mom and Dad, don't be fooled by him, it's all an act. Ye's parents were stunned by his words, their faces turning extremely pale. They had underestimated Yi Chen's hostility towards Su Liang. He stubbornly refused to apologize. They even accused Su Liang of deceiving them. What could they possibly have to deceive them about? On the contrary, they spent money on their treatment, used their connections to hire the best doctors, and helped Liuli open a milk tea shop. They never mentioned any reward. The two elderly people were simple and honest, and knew how to be grateful. Now they were both angry. Apologize or not? If you don't apologize, get out of here. I'll pretend I don't have a son like you. Hearing Mr. Yi say this, Mrs. Yi was startled and quickly gave Yi Chen a meaningful look. The signal was for him to obey and apologize to Su Liang immediately. Yi Liuli glared at Yi Chen. Her impression of this brother she hadn't seen for 10 years was extremely poor. How could he slander such a good brother like Liang? Didn't his conscience hurt? Brother? She didn't need him. Yi Chen was almost dumbfounded, completely stunned. His father was willing to sever ties with him just to make him apologize to Su Liang. Looking at his mother and sister's eyes, he knew if he didn't apologize soon, they might disown him. Damn it, what kind of spell did Su Liang cast on them? Having said all that, Yi Chen had no choice but to apologize. He came back to be filial to his parents, not to have a falling out with them so soon after their reunion. It was all Su Liang's fault, his family had been bewitched. His angry gaze fell on Su Liang, and seeing the mockery in his eyes, Yi Chen almost broke down on the spot. Endure. Endure some more. Endure some more. Compromise first, then cause him trouble later. So, Yi Chen reluctantly uttered 3 words. I'm sorry. What kind of attitude is that? Is that how you apologize? Show me your sincerity. Hearing his perfunctory attitude, Ye's father was so angry he wanted to stand up and beat this unfilial son to death. Su Liang remained composed, a slight smile playing on his lips, showing no intention of stopping them. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in anger, and said, I'm sorry, I was blind just now. I shouldn't have been so narrow-minded and malicious in my assumptions about you. Misunderstandings can be cleared up, there's no need for apologies. Su Liang stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. Seeing this, Yi Chen was furious, his eyes blazing with rage. No need? Why didn't you say so earlier? You were obviously toying with him. And yet, everyone in his family protects him, he can't even lay a hand on them. This feeling is incredibly frustrating. Ding Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Yi Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a venomous voice rang out. You dare hit me? I've already notified my cousin, he's coming right now to cripple you. Chapter 199. A family should be all together. The mastermind behind the scenes emerges. It was Bald Chang who spoke. His face was swollen, and he had multiple bruises on his body. He was being helped up by 2 henchmen. He hadn't dared to utter a sound until he called his cousin. Upon learning that his cousin would send men immediately, he became arrogant again. His cold eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. You're dead. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut your flesh into pieces and feed it to the dogs. He paused, then shifted his gaze to Ye's parents. You're his family, right? I'll make sure you die together. A family should be together. Yi Chen's face darkened. He was seething with anger. Threatened like this, he charged forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The 2 elderly people looked worried. They knew these gangsters were dangerous, but they hadn't expected them to be this ruthless. From what the man said, he had called for reinforcements. Even if Yi Chen was incredibly skilled in combat, he was alone, and he would be finished once he was exhausted. Thinking of the consequences of falling into those people's hands, a sudden fear gripped him. Yi Liuli leaned against Su Liang, her body trembling slightly. Su Liang put his arm around her shoulder, his warm, soft body drawing her into his embrace. He smiled gently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Feeling the warmth of Su Liang's embrace and hearing her beloved's comforting words, Yi Liuli was indeed less afraid. The two elderly people exchanged a glance, both revealing maternal smiles. Their anxious hearts eased considerably. Their daughter was already in university, at the age to have a boyfriend. After spending time together, they had approved of Su Liang's character. They not only wouldn't stop the two from dating, but they were even happy to see it happen, intentionally or unintentionally playing matchmaker. On the other side, having taught the group of thugs another lesson, Yi Chen had vented his anger and felt a little better. However, turning back to see his younger sister nestled in Su Liang's arms, he immediately felt depressed again. Time passed slowly. The roar of cars grew louder as they approached. A moment later, two vehicles came into view. A Mercedes-Benz sedan and a large truck. The two vehicles pulled up and slowly came to a stop. The truck's back door opened. One after another, men in black got out, each carrying a weapon, all machetes. These men were clearly well-trained, not ordinary thugs. At this moment, the man in the Mercedes-Benz also emerged. It was a burly man, wearing a vest and sunglasses, exuding the aura of a mafia boss. Several knife scars on his exposed skin gave him a fierce air. Lei Ming, a peak-level Ming gene expert, was a hall master in the Star Moon Society. He was the cousin that Bald Chang had mentioned. He and his brothers were eating nearby when they received a call from Bald Chang. They found him nearby and quickly arrived with his men. Bald Chang was a smooth talker, he gave him a large sum of money every month and was always willing to help with small things. Looking at the thugs lying haphazardly on the ground, Lei Ming frowned. Bald Chang shakily approached him, sobbing. "Cousin, you have to stand up for me. That kid was brutal. He beat me so badly I don't even recognize my own mother." His nose was sunken, blood streaming down his face was swollen, and his eyes were black and blue. He looked like a pig's head. Lei Ming looked disgusted. "Tell me who did this. I need to go back to dinner with the brothers after this." "It was him. I want him dead." Bald Chang pointed a trembling finger. Following his finger, Lei Ming saw Yi Chen, unremarkable. He hadn't realized Yi Chen had single-handedly taken on over a dozen thugs. Soon, his gaze was drawn to the people behind Yi Chen. Both Yi Liuli and Su Liang were the center of attention, it was impossible not to notice them. But Lei Ming didn't look at the beautiful Yi Liuli, instead, he stared intently at Su Liang. His sunglasses fell to the ground with a clatter, but he seemed oblivious, his mind reeling. Young Master Su? As a high-ranking member of the Star Moon Society, he had met Su Liang several times. Each time, their leader had accompanied him. It was this man who had orchestrated Xia Qingqiu's successful takeover of the Wolf Alliance and his rise to become the underworld boss of Shanghai. Suddenly, he shuddered. Could Bald Chang have offended young Master Su? Would coming here be courting death? Noticing his gaze, Bald Chang spoke up at the opportune moment. "Those are this kid's family members, cousin, I took care of them too. That pretty girl is quite attractive, she's the daughter of those two old guys." "If cousin, you..." Before he could finish, Lei Ming slapped him across the face, knocking Bald Chang to the ground. "What? You're asking for it and you're dragging me down with you, you son of a bitch." Still not satisfied, he kicked him a few more times. Then, trembling, he approached Su Liang and knelt down without any restraint, his voice trembling with tears. "Young Master Su, I don't know these people, I'm just here to observe. Face and dignity are worthless in the face of death." Ye's parents and Yi Liuli were stunned. They had been terrified when they saw this gang leader approaching, but in the blink of an eye, he knelt down. While shocked, they breathed a sigh of relief. This trouble was over. A high-ranking member of a gang kneeling down gave them a clearer understanding of Su Liang's powerful background. "Tell your guild leader about this, how she handles it is up to her." Glancing at him, Su Liang spoke calmly. Lei Ming nodded frantically. "Get lost." Su Liang waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. Just as Lei Ming was about to leave with his underlings, Su Liang called him back, nearly scaring him to death on the spot. "Take this trash away. In no time, the scene was completely cleared. As if nothing had ever happened. Only a few traces of blood remained, telling the story of a battle that had taken place. The Yi family was, of course, extremely grateful to Su Liang. They invited him inside and offered to cook for him, but Su Liang declined. "I've already eaten with Lioli. I just dropped her off and thought I'd stop by to check on things. I'm relieved that you two are alright." After reciting a few lines from the script, Su Liang said he was leaving. "Today is a day for your family reunion, so I won't disturb you any longer." Seeing they couldn't persuade him to stay, his parents had no choice but to give up and let their daughter see Su Liang off. Yi Chen stood to the side, deep in thought. 10 years of experience as an assassin told him that something was wrong. Everything had happened too coincidentally. It was as if a dark hand was manipulating things behind the scenes. Swish! A flash of lightning struck his mind. Seeing his family's gratitude towards Su Liang, he understood. It was all an act. It was all arranged by Su Liang to gain favor with his family. This was the truth behind his parents' admiration for Su Liang. Yi Chen knew the truth, but what could he do? Who would believe him if he told the truth? Before long, the witnesses will be erased, and the truth will be buried in the annals of history. Chapter 200: Unexpected Intimacy. Driving a divide between the protagonist's siblings. Seeing Su Liang and Yi Lioli disappear around the corner, Yi Chen, worried, decided to follow them to check on his sister, fearing she might be bullied. Meanwhile, Yi Lioli escorted Su Liang to the parking spot. "Brother Liang, thank you so much for solving such a big problem for my family again." She stared intently at Su Liang, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Given our relationship, thanking me would be too formal." Su Liang chuckled, reaching out to pinch her fair, flawless cheek. Su Liang's gentle gesture warmed Yi Lioli's heart. Then, remembering something, she mustered her courage and asked, "So what's our relationship?" She blinked her bright, watery eyes, her face showing a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. "What do you think?" Su Liang's hand slid down her cheek, lifting her delicate chin, and he said lightly. Meeting those piercing eyes, Yi Lioli felt as if all her thoughts had been laid bare, and a blush crept onto her pretty face. But that wasn't all. Su Liang's handsome face gradually enlarged in her vision. Soon he was inches away. A strong masculine scent wafted over her. Yi Lioli's heart pounded wildly, her mind racing. "Oh my God, what is Brother Liang going to? What should I do?" Out of shyness, she instinctively closed her eyes, her heart filled with trepidation and anticipation. However, instead of a kiss from Su Liang, she was met with a thunderous roar. "Shut up!" It was Yi Chen, who had rushed over, worried that his sister was being bullied. As expected, he was astounded. Upon arriving, he saw Su Liang harassing his sister and about to kiss her, and he immediately intervened. Yi Chen's eyes widened in fury. Although he knew Su Liang had ill intentions, he hadn't expected him to act so quickly. He secretly rejoiced, thankful he hadn't worried about his sister and had come to check on her, otherwise she would have been taken advantage of. But a scene that enraged him even more unfolded. Su Liang showed no sign of stopping. Yi Lioli's large, bright eyes widened. She was startled awake by the roar, thinking Su Liang would stop, but her expectations were dashed. Unexpectedly, she got what she wanted in the end. Happiness came too fast, like a tornado. Just as Yi Lioli was about to savor her moment of bliss, she saw Yi Chen rushing over in a fit of rage, fists clenched, ready to strike. Yi Lioli was startled, and in a moment of panic, she separated from Su Liang and stood in front of Yi Chen. "What are you doing?" Yi Lioli hadn't forgotten Yi Chen's attitude towards Su Liang, she hadn't yet accepted him as her brother, and couldn't bring herself to call him brother. Yi Chen's sudden appearance caught her off guard, leaving her feeling a pang of disappointment. This was followed by resentment towards her brother, it was all his fault for interrupting her in Liangji. Therefore, her tone was anything but polite. Yi Chen was furious. Su Liang, even after being exposed, continued to take advantage of his sister. He deserved to die. He was filled with murderous intent, rushed over, and punched Su Liang in the back. If this punch landed, the internal force would explode, making him wish he were dead. Just then, his younger sister suddenly stepped in front of him, forcing Yi Chen to stop. "Little sister, get out of the way. He dared to take advantage of you, I'll beat him to death." Yi Chen, panting heavily, stared at Su Liang with bloodshot eyes, his gaze murderous. Thinking of the wet touch from earlier, Yi Liuli's heart fluttered, and her pretty face flushed again. Realizing that now was not the time to reminisce, she took a deep breath, calming herself, and explained. "It was voluntary just now. Yi Chen." He was completely numb. This was all Su Liang's script, to gain favor with his family so he could take advantage of his sister. He knew the truth, but his parents and sister didn't, they'd been completely fooled. Looking at his sister, who had been sold out and was still counting the money for him, Yi Chen was both angry and anxious. "Little sister, don't be fooled by him. It was all an act, his purpose was to get back at you." Yi Liuli's mind went blank. The amount of information was overwhelming, she couldn't process it all. After processing Yi Chen's words, she looked at Su Liang, whose face was completely innocent and shocked, then glared angrily at Yi Chen. "Are you out of your mind? Brother Liang is such a good person, how could he be the kind of person you're describing?" She had unwavering faith in Su Liang's character. Brother Liang was the president of a corporation, so busy all the time, why would he be so bored as to put on an act? Saying Brother Liang wanted to get back at her? That was ridiculous. She didn't doubt her charm, many people pursued her at school. But when she offered herself to him, Su Liang rejected her without hesitation. If Su Liang wanted her, he would have done it then. Why wait until now? Hearing his sister's words, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. His sister didn't believe him, even saying he was sick? Seeing his sister's resolute defense of Su Liang, he knew she was deeply poisoned by his lies. She wouldn't believe him without evidence. Getting evidence was simple. He'd start investigating those thugs from earlier. If Su Liang had arranged it, he'd definitely find evidence. At this moment, Su Liang stepped forward, smiling broadly. "I just saw how cute Liuli was, and I couldn't help myself." He first explained the reason to Yi Liuli. Hearing this, Yi Liuli felt shy and couldn't help but think happily. It seems Brother Liang still cares about her. However, these words sounded very harsh to Yi Chen. He felt like his sister had been kidnapped and was now showing off in front of him. He felt a lump in his throat, unable to hold back his anger. Then, Su Liang looked at Yi Chen, his tone melancholy. "I don't know where I offended you to make you so upset with me. Out of respect for Yi Liuli, I've let it slide after you've attacked me several times. Next time you yell at me like that, don't blame me for being rude." This one sentence clearly conveys 3 layers of meaning. It portrays his innocence, implying that Yi Liuli is only letting him off the hook because of her unreasonable behavior. It's also a preemptive strike against Yi Liuli later on. After speaking, Su Liang smiled at Yi Liuli. "Liuli, there must be some misunderstanding between your brother and me. Don't blame him. I'll head back now. Remember to contact me if you need anything." With that, he got into his car without looking back, started the engine, and sped away. Such a good opportunity, of course, he had to sow discord between the main siblings. Brother Liang. Yi Liuli pursed her lips, reaching out to chase after Su Liang, but only caught a glimpse of a car. "Still acting even now? Wait until I find the evidence, then let's see how you keep up the act." Yi Chen's voice, filled with gritted teeth, rang out from beside her. Yi Liuli looked in the direction of the voice, her eyes filled with hostility. Chapter 201 Bloodthirsty, Yandere Demon or Gentle, Caring Little Sister. What happened? Hearing the commotion, Ye's parents rushed over to check. Yi Liuli pointed at Yi Chen, angrily saying, "He made Liang leave in anger." Actually, she had only come to see Su Liang off and was already leaving. Because of Su Liang's last words, she subconsciously assumed that Yi Chen had angered him and caused him to leave. "Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? What did Xiao Liang do to you?" Even if Xiao Liang did something wrong, he apologized. You're an adult now, why are you still acting like a petty child? Hearing his parents defend Su Liang, Yi-chen felt like he was about to vomit blood. Mom and Dad, were you really fooled by that Su Liang? The demolition and compensation thing was all staged by him to gain your favor. His target is my little sister. I saw him touching her when I came over. Swish. Mother and Father Ye's gazes immediately fell on Yi. Holding this story in front of her parents, Yi blushed deeply, shyly lowering her head, too embarrassed to face them. However, fearing her parents' misunderstanding, and to protect Su Liang's reputation, she mustered her courage again. It was me who initiated it. Yi-chen. He was speechless. She clearly saw Su Liang lift her sister's chin, and she told him it was voluntary, but now she's making it up as if it was initiated. Isn't this too much of a defense of Su Liang? Mother and Father Yi exchanged a glance, saying nothing more. Yi thought her parents didn't believe her, so she dropped another bombshell. Mom and Dad, don't believe him. Liang Ji isn't that kind of person. Last time when you were in the hospital, I went to find Liang Ji and offered myself to him. She recounted how she had tried to seduce him, only to be rejected, and how he had even invested in her bubble tea shop. The elderly couple knew Su Liang had invested in their daughter's bubble tea shop, but they hadn't expected such a story behind it. The information their daughter revealed gave them a clearer understanding of Su Liang's character. They couldn't help but laugh, their last trace of worry vanishing. Yi-chen, however, was dumbfounded. His sister had actually offered herself to him and been rejected by Su Liang? How could that be? He couldn't help but doubt his judgment. It was all just a coincidence. Su Liang genuinely liked his sister. No. Yi-chen shook his head. What was he thinking? Su Liang was sincere? What a joke. Leaving aside his public display of affection with Liang Bingxue, he was also seen having dinner with another woman before heading into the opera house. Su Liang is a complete and utter scumbag who plays with women's feelings. But why did he refuse his sister's advances? The reasonable answer Yi-chen could think of was that his sister's initial reaction was gratitude, which has an expiration date. And after refusing, Su Liang offered to invest in a shop for his sister, further winning her favor. This was to make his sister devoted to him for life. Su Liang's actions are even more despicable than those playboys who toy with women's feelings. The ancients were right. The one who understands you best is always your enemy. Yi-chen's guess was close to the truth. Taking in the expressions of his parents and sister, Yi-chen sighed helplessly. Without evidence, they wouldn't see Su Liang's true colors. His gaze deepened. Late at night, Yi-chen finished catching up with his parents and went to their rooms to sleep. Yi-chen didn't sleep. He rolled over and jumped from the second floor of his bedroom, gradually disappearing into the night. Through the underworld's network of connections, he found information about the group of thugs from the evening. Now he needed to gather evidence. The dozen or so thugs were all unemployed, birds of a feather flocking together, barely forming a small gang. Usually arrogant, this was the first time they'd been beaten like dogs. Now they were all gathered at Bald Chang's house discussing their future. Bald Chang no longer dared to covet that pretty girl, Yi. His cousin Lei Ming had warned him that if he messed with that family again, he'd better find a hole to bury himself in. No one could save him. His life was the most important thing. He planned to abandon the 1 million yuan mission. It was true that they were helping the real estate developer negotiate demolition compensation. But not at this time. The night before, a man in black approached him, ordering him to cause trouble for that family that evening. The reward for completing the mission was 1 million yuan. Who would have thought he'd almost lost his life? At this moment, Bald Chang was at home healing his wounds, rubbing medicinal wine on each other with his brothers. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind and shivered. When he looked up again, there was a man in black in front of him. 10 minutes later, Yi-chen appeared there, startled to see a group of lifeless thugs. A word flashed through his mind. Murder to silence witnesses. After examining their causes of death, Yi-chen's expression turned extremely grave. These people had all died from fatal acupuncture points. Modern medicine couldn't determine the cause of death. This was a method used only by top assassins in the underworld. There were even his kind in Shanghai. Suddenly, his nose twitched slightly. There was a faint smell of gas. He abruptly turned his head towards the kitchen. Out of instinct for danger, without thinking, he practically leaped out of the window in an instant. Then, a series of explosions rang out, the bodies destroyed to cover their tracks. He glanced deeply at the epicenter of the explosion, then turned and quickly disappeared from the scene. He didn't go home, but went to his rented apartment. He thought a lot along the way. His intuition told him that Su Liang was behind it all. Yi Chen rummaged through his suitcase and took out a mask from a hidden compartment. The mask was sinister and menacing. Anyone who had died once knew it was the king of hell. He put on the mask, raised his phone, and scanned his face to access a website. He had seen Su Liang's assassination mission long ago. Although shocked by the billion-dollar bounty, he ignored it. He always acted on his impulses. Today, Su Liang's actions had thoroughly enraged him, and he was determined to kill. Since he was going to kill anyway, why not accept the mission? He could make a fortune. Seeing the bounty pinned to the top, Yi Chen clicked accept without hesitation. Then, he considered when to deal with Su Liang. He had just clashed with Su Liang today. It would be best to wait a while to clear his name. Just as he accepted the task, the entire underworld website exploded. Oh my god, Yama has appeared. Yama has reappeared after a year. Awesome. He immediately accepted the number 1 task. Is this the prestige of the 10 kings of hell? That guy named Su Liang is finished. Yama has never failed a task he accepted. His 100% completion rate is terrifying. Sigh, what a pity. I just accepted a task and was preparing to go to Kyushu. Now I have no chance. Forget about the 1 billion bounty. We can make a bet on how long it will take Yama to complete this task. The discussion below the task continued. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold eyes were watching them. Su family compound. Su Chinga's room. Su Chinga, wearing the mangpa mask, silently stared at the King Yama accepts a mission notification on the underworld website. King Yama? Another one courting death. Her grip on her phone tightened, and an aura of mid-stage transformation realm power surged from her. Having taken the marrow cleansing pill Su Liang had given her that morning, and after an afternoon of consolidation, she had broken through to the mid-stage transformation realm. Even if the King Yama, who claimed no mission is unachievable, came, she was confident she could keep him here forever. Her brother was her Achilles heel. Anyone who wanted to harm him deserved to die. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the window, illuminating Su Chinga's mask and reflecting a crimson glint in her eyes. Screech. Hearing the sound of brakes in the courtyard, Su Chinga knew her brother had returned, and her expression instantly changed. A bloodthirsty, Yandere female demon transforms into a sweet yet sassy, gentle, and caring younger sister. Chapter 202 Su Liang's True Strength. 1,000-mile marriage connected by a single thread. Ding Yi Chen feels anger towards you, villain value plus 1,000. Ding Yi Chen feels hatred towards you, villain value plus 1,000. Ding. On the way home. Su Liang propped his head up with one hand, his mind absorbed in the system, checking his gains for the day. Unconsciously, his villain value had accumulated to over 40,000. It was really satisfying to harvest, a metaphor for exploiting others, with those main characters. It was time for another lottery draw. Su Liang gave the order without hesitation. Draw 4 times in a row. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, luck plus 2. Great stuff. This kind of buff reward is better than a god-level skill. The last time I drew this thing was. Since luck plus 1, my lottery luck has clearly increased, and I've even encountered more female leads. This lucky critical hit, I wonder what good things await him later. I'm inexplicably a little excited. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, spirit plus 2. The system voice finished speaking. Su Liang felt his mental sea expand slightly, and his perception of the surrounding environment became increasingly clear. This was the effect of increased mental power. This was quite a reward. After a brief assessment, Su Liang felt that with his current mental power, lifting objects weighing over 1,000 pounds wouldn't be a problem. Su Liang's strength had once again achieved a small breakthrough. Imagine. During a battle, he suddenly activated his mental power, and a 1,000-pound boulder crashed down. Or 1,000 throwing knives faster than bullets launched a sneak attack. The scene was violent and bloody just to think about. Su Liang himself didn't even know his own strength. It could only be described as terrifying. He didn't need to elaborate on his various divine skills. His most formidable asset was his physical body. With the blessing of the ancient kidney body, he grows stronger even while sleeping. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for him to slap a peerless expert to death now. After transformation realm comes core realm. Swallow a golden pill, and your fate is in your own hands, not in the heavens. While core realm isn't quite as dramatic, it is indeed a transformation for a martial artist, a leap in strength. Throughout history, countless people have been stuck at this level. But Su Liang felt that even if a core realm expert appeared before him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, piano, god level. Whoosh. A powerful aura surged into his mind. Su Liang was already used to this and felt no discomfort. He only glanced at this information before dismissing it. Drawing such a musical skill, is he supposed to play the piano for others to amuse them? Please, what is his status? It's always others who fawn over him, okay? It wasn't entirely without merit, this knowledge improved his taste in music. His musical literacy has increased. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, a thread of fate. A 1,000-mile journey begins with a single thread. Once the host binds themselves to another person, no matter how deep the hatred, that person will gradually fall in love with them without changing their personality, remaining devoted until death. Meanwhile, Su Liang felt something in his hand. Looking up, he saw a bright red silk thread, extremely eye-catching. It was also a good thing. This thing was too overpowered, it belonged to the category of rule-based items. He looked at the system's explanation of a thread of fate. The male party had already actively bound himself. By binding another person of the opposite sex, he could make that person slowly fall in love with him. And it wasn't the kind that forcibly twisted wills and turned people into puppets, it was very humane. Su Liang immediately thought of Liang Bingshui. This female lead was the most difficult one he had encountered to subdue so far. If he used a thread of fate on her, everything would be solved. After a moment's thought, Su Liang abandoned this plan. Firstly, he wanted to try persuading her using his own methods, giving up so early wasn't his style. Secondly, what if he encountered an even more difficult female lead to win over later? This strategic asset was best saved for when needed. If he truly couldn't win over Liang Bingshui, then using a thread of connection wouldn't be too late. At this moment, the car had arrived at the Su family compound. After parking the car, the woman in red opened the door for him. Su Liang got out. He played with the red thread in his hand, it was neither cotton nor linen, its material extremely unusual. Brother! A cry of surprise rang out, and a figure rushed over. Who else could it be but his Yandere younger sister? Su Chinga blinked her star-like, dazzling eyes, a mischievous glint in them. Brother, you went to see your future wives again, didn't you? When are you going to introduce them to me? I need to teach them the proper etiquette. The etiquette of first come, first served. You're overthinking it. Su Liang had no idea what his sister was thinking. After all, he wasn't sick. Is that so? Su Chinga's gaze was leisurely, her nose twitching slightly. Why do I smell more than one person's scent? Are you a dog? Su Liang was surprised and blurted out. He had only held hands with the woman today. His sister had even smelled that? Do all women have this talent? You're the one who's a dog, your whole family. Su Chinga snorted coldly, then stopped talking after realizing something was wrong. and opened her mouth to bite Su Liang's shoulder. "Didn't you say I was a dog? Then let me show you." Of course, she didn't use force, just leaving a shallow tooth mark as punishment. What she didn't know was that if Su Liang hadn't quickly restrained himself, her teeth would have shattered. "Alright, you're a grown woman now, still acting like a child." Su Liang put his octopus-like sister down. Su Qingge reluctantly noticed a red thread in Su Liang's hand and curiously reached for it. "What's this?" Quickly, Su Liang flicked his wrist, storing the thread of connection into his personal space. "This thing is completely unreadable. What's with binding my sister?" Su Qingge grabbed his hand and searched frantically. Where did the red thread go? Red thread? What red thread? You must be mistaken. Su Liang asked 3 questions in quick succession, then walked into the house. Mistaken. Su Qingge tilted her head, thinking. She was sure she wasn't mistaken, but she couldn't understand why it had disappeared. Seeing her brother's back disappear, she shook her head and quickly followed. In Su Liang's bedroom. It's time to sleep. What are you still doing standing here? Looking at his sister in her pajamas, Su Liang was puzzled. I'm a little scared being alone. Su Qingge finished speaking, hugging her arms and trembling, looking very frightened. Su Liang was silent. Looking at his sister's mid-stage transformation realm strength. Do you want to say it again? Sure. Su Qingge's eyes lit up, and Su Liang's voice rang out. Sleep on the sofa. Ha! Su Qingge was taken aback, then her fingers twirled around the hem of her skirt as she said somewhat awkwardly. Isn't that a bit unnecessary? This is your room. It's awkward for me to sleep on the bed while you sleep on the sofa. Actually. What I meant was, you sleep on the sofa. Chapter 203 Protecting Brother. Su Qingge's punishment. Hearing Su Liang tell her to sleep on the sofa, Su Qingge was momentarily stunned, taking a while to react. She said in a pitiful voice. Brother, how can you bear to let your lovely little sister sleep on the sofa? I can't bear it. Su Qingge was secretly pleased, but Su Liang continued. So you should hurry back to your room. Su Qingge's gaze turned resentful, she snorted coldly, picked up the bedsheet, and went to the sofa. Actually, her reason for staying with Su Liang wasn't just out of affection. It was also to protect her brother. This mission was to kill Yama, the king of hell, who claimed a 100% success rate. Although she felt she was no weaker than him, the enemy was in the shadows while they were in the open, so she had to be constantly vigilant. With her there, that Yama wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on her brother's head. Late at night, Su Qingge lay on the sofa, unable to sleep, and saw Su Liang, her eyes darting around. The next morning. Screech. A Lamborghini drove into the shantytown and stopped in front of a house. A young man quickly stepped out. Who else could it be but Jiang Hao? Looking at the house of the protagonist, Yi Chen, a smile crept onto his lips. Based on information provided by his subordinates, he had arrived early that morning to check on the protagonist's family beforehand. According to the plot, Yi Chen hadn't returned to reunite with his family yet. The explanation given was that he wasn't ready for a formal reunion. In reality, he felt his family hadn't suffered enough and wanted to show off when danger struck. Jiang Hao didn't miss this opportunity while the protagonist was away. The system required following the plot, that's true. But he only needed to follow his own plot, the rest of the time was free to arrange. So, he came to the Yi family to see how the protagonist's sister was doing. So you're only allowed to flirt with my fiancé? Don't blame me for sneaking into your house and targeting your sister. To avoid disrupting the plot, he wouldn't take advantage of the situation to attack illegally, he decided to wait until he had the strength to do so. Right now, building goodwill is essential. Arriving at the Yi family's door, just as Jiang Hao was thinking about how to approach her, someone emerged from the house. Seeing Yi Chen appear before him, Jiang Hao's eyes widened, 1,000 curses running through his mind. Holy crap? What the hell? Shouldn't the protagonist, Yi Chen, be in his rented apartment at this time? Looks like he's reunited with his family? The plot is messed up. He was shocked, but when he saw Yi Liuli emerge, he completely questioned his existence. Seeing Jiang Hao lurking suspiciously in front of the house as soon as he stepped outside, Yi Chen felt a surge of annoyance. Just as he was about to kick him out, seeing his sister come out, he immediately put on a fawning smile. "Good morning, little sister." After a night's rest, Yi Chen gradually calmed down. His sister was at an age where she was going through a rebellious phase and easily deceived. So he decided to first build a good relationship with her and strengthen their sibling bond. Yi Chen didn't remind her again about Su Liang's deception. After all, Su Liang was on his kill list, he was already a dead man. However, Yi Liuli didn't even glance at his greeting and walked straight out. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you Yi Liuli?" Hearing this, Yi Liuli paused, her gaze turning to Jiang Hao with surprise. Seeing her response, Jiang Hao's expression shifted rapidly. It was confirmed. She was Yi Chen's sister, Yi Liuli. The girl he saw yesterday at the private restaurant, walking with Su Liang. Jiang Hao finally understood why she seemed familiar back then. He had seen Yi Liuli's photo, but due to the inertia of the plot, he hadn't considered the connection. He had even planned to make a move on the protagonist's sister, but someone else had beaten him to it. "It's Su Liang again, ruining my plans time and time again." Jiang Hao gritted his teeth in hatred. Beside him, a pair of eyes gradually turned dangerous. Yi Chen had disliked him for a long time. Because his younger sister was deceived by Su Liang and was therefore sensitive, Yi Chen exploded upon hearing Jiang Hao mention her. Instinctively, he assumed Jiang Hao, this rich second generation, had come to see his sister. What? Everyone thinks his sister is easily fooled, huh? Yi Chen punched the handsome man in the face. Caught off guard, Jiang Hao's nose collapsed, disfiguring him again. Yi Chen didn't let him off the hook, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. "Are you fucking crazy?" Jiang Hao clutched his head, enduring the beating, feeling incredibly aggrieved. Although he had indeed come here to pursue Yi Liuli, he hadn't even exchanged a single word with her. This was an undeserved disaster. Damn it, just you wait. When I have the power, neither Su Liang nor Yi Chen will get away unscathed. Yi Liuli, witnessing this, quietly moved away, her gaze towards Yi Chen changing. Yesterday, he felt that his brother, who had suddenly returned, was acting strangely. He had paranoia. Would Liang Gu, such a good person, harm their family? Impossible. Now, seeing Yi Chen beat someone up without a word, he was even more certain of this. She didn't try to stop him. She didn't know Jiang Hao. What did Yi Chen's imprisonment have to do with her? After beating Jiang Hao up, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger. Turning around, he saw his sister about to leave. Knowing she was going to the milk tea shop, he quickly said, "Little sister, wait a minute. I'm going to work too, we can go together." Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Yi Liuli's pace suddenly quickened. "Yi Chen. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Yi Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Su family compound." Su Liang sat on the sofa, looking at the message his subordinate had sent him on his phone. It was about what had happened at the Yi family's gate. Tisk interesting, the two protagonists are fighting like dogs. He put down his phone, and his younger sister emerged from the house, then began to dance gracefully. Strange. In his memory, this younger sister disliked singing and dancing the most. Little did she know, Su Qingge felt that no one else was worthy to watch her dance, except for Su Liang. Chapter 204. Surrounded by beauties on both sides. The protagonist is furious. Su Liang sipped his tea, enjoying a massage from his maid, Zhuke, preparing to see his younger sister make a fool of herself. However, what he saw next left him utterly stunned. His sister began to dance without hesitation, her movements light and ethereal. Combined with her peerless beauty and ethereal grace, she was like a fairy descended from heaven. Seeing the amazement in her brother's eyes, Su Qingde blinked, a secret joy welling up inside her. Su Liang admitted he had been hasty. Next time, he would definitely use a more severe punishment, or even family discipline. Why did he feel there would be a next time? He could tell from his sister's defiant gaze. Ring 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 ring. Just as Su Liang was lost in thought, a cell phone rang. Zhu Kei stopped what she was doing and handed him the phone from the table beside her. Su Liang picked it up and saw it was a call from the superstar, Dongfang Xianyan. He raised an eyebrow. It had been a while since he'd seen this female lead after winning her over last time. After a moment's thought, Su Liang suddenly realized. The last tour came to Shanghai, and after meeting her mother, they started their national tour. It should be almost over by now. Sure enough, as soon as he answered the phone, Dongfang Xuanyan's cheerful voice came through. Brother Liang, I'm going back to Shanghai. Where are you? I'll come find you as soon as I get off the plane. Su Liang glanced at his sister and said calmly. When are you arriving? I'll come pick you up. His sister was acting strangely, seemingly particularly interested in his future sister-in-law. He couldn't let her succeed. Dongfang Xianyan misunderstood. She thought Su Liang missed her and couldn't wait to see her, and she was deeply moved. Afternoon. Su Liang picked up Dongfang Xianyan at the airport. To avoid being recognized, she wore a trench coat and sunglasses. Walking down the street, she exuded a cool and aloof aura, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Until she got into Su Liang's car, she completely let loose, taking off her sunglasses and hugging Su Liang tightly. Naturally, a bit of gritted teeth ensued. It didn't end until Dongfang Xianyan was almost suffocating. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, the two of them would have definitely shaken the car. Dongfang Xianyan straightened her clothes, rolling her eyes at Su Liang, who was practically crumpled. Su Liang smiled slightly. With the aura of a top global star, the feeling was indeed extraordinary. He couldn't help but think of Yu Shuang. What would it feel like to have two big stars, one on each side? Therefore, when Dongfang Xianyan asked where they were going, Su Liang didn't hesitate to take her to the entertainment branch. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the entrance of the entertainment branch. It was a haggard, disheveled young man. Zhao Qing was on the verge of collapse. His tragedy began the moment he arrived in Shanghai. Not a single day was easy. At school, his classmates looked down on him, and he was targeted by his teachers. Forget about showing off or picking up girls, it's a miracle he even managed to keep going. Staying in his rented room without going to school would only bring more trouble. He was being driven crazy by this kind of life. Today, Zhao Qing came here to ask his cousin, Yu Shuang, for help. Before, he was too proud to ask his goddess-like cousin for help. Now that he was being tormented, he didn't care about saving face anymore. That's right, someone was deliberately messing with him. Otherwise, what a coincidence. He was unlucky every day. This was truly a curse. Hey, didn't you see this is a company? This isn't a place for beggars. Get lost. Seeing the man's disheveled appearance, the security guard mistook him for a beggar and waved him away. I'm here to find someone, please be lenient, security guard. Zhao Qing forced an ugly smile. You come to our company to find someone. The security guard looked at him with disdain. Don't underestimate their company just because it's a branch of the Su Group. In the entertainment industry, if they're second, nobody dares to claim first. Celebrities are everywhere in the company. Even a cleaning lady earns tens of thousands a month, a beggar trying to scam them? Who are you looking for? The security guard pulled out his baton, weighed it in his hand, and asked casually. Yu Shuang. Zhao Cheng answered without hesitation. The security guard almost dropped his baton, looking at him in astonishment. Who are you looking for? Say it again. Yu Shuang, she's my cousin. Put. The security guard burst out laughing, waving his hand. Sorry, we're professionally trained, we don't usually laugh unless we can't help it. After laughing, his expression turned cold. Kid, don't cause trouble. I'll let you off the hook since you've provided me with a year's worth of laughs. Get lost. What do you mean? Zhao Qing was confused, his eyes revealing the innocent naivete of a college student. The security guard was impatient, his tone utterly rude. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to see President Yu? Zhao Qing looked at himself. He'd been swindled out of all his money as soon as he arrived in Shanghai, his clothes were all cheap street vendor items, and now he was suffering mentally. With dark circles under his eyes, he hadn't dressed up much, looking only slightly better than a beggar on the street. Seeing the security guard's firm attitude, Zhao Qing had no choice. He had to take out his phone and find his cousin Yu Shuaying's number. He really wouldn't dare call his goddess for help unless absolutely necessary. Yu Shuaying answered his call, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't refuse his request. She let the security guard let him into the company. After all, they were relatives, and he was already at the door, it wouldn't be right for her to refuse. However, this should be the last time she saw him. Yu Shuaying had already told her mother about Zhao Chang, it wouldn't be long before the two families became estranged. Zhao Chang walked into the company smoothly, prompting a chorus of curses from the security guard. What the hell are you pretending for? Why didn't you just call earlier? Why all the fuss? Just then, he saw a luxury car pull up, its conspicuous license plate making him feel a surge of respect. He bowed and scraped as he opened the door to let the car through. Zhao Chang, who hadn't gone far, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had clearly seen the security guard's attitude earlier, and now it had completely changed. Even towards his cousin, he wouldn't be this respectful, would he? Who was in the car? He soon found out. The car stopped in front of a building, and a stunningly beautiful woman got out of the driver's seat and opened the back door. Seeing a man get out of the car, his gaze sharpened. It was the guy who had taken his cousin away. Soon, he saw another woman get out of the car. The woman was no less beautiful or well-proportioned than his cousin. Wait, why does she seem so familiar? Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Qing recognized the woman. Isn't this his idol, the superstar Dongfang Shenyan, the one who stands out from the crowd? Then, Dongfang Shenyan, without any hesitation, intimately took Su Liang's arm, and they walked into the company building together. Zhao Qing was struck dumb, his mind buzzing, his pupils contracting to their maximum. Chapter 205 is too small, its scope is too narrow. Watching Su Liang leave, arm in arm with the big star, chatting and laughing, Zhao Qing froze on the spot. Wasn't he her cousin's boyfriend? Now he's with another woman. Damn it, having his cousin wasn't enough, he's also cheating on her. My cousin must be completely in the dark. I have to tell her this, I can't let her be deceived in her feelings any longer. His expression kept changing, his pace quickening, wanting to find Yu Shuaying as soon as possible. Ding Zhao Qing has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Hearing the notification in his mind, Su Liang didn't stop, a smile playing on his lips. He recognized Zhao Chang when the car passed by earlier. Such a minor character no longer held his attention, he was just waiting to reap the rewards and send him on his way. General Manager's office. Yu Shuaying was working at her computer when she received a notification from her pretty secretary. She excitedly went to the door to greet her. Brother Liang, you didn't even tell me you were coming. I could have come out to meet you. Seeing Su Liang at the door, she gave him a coquettish look. Hey, Sister Shuaying, I'm still here. Mind your image. Dongfang Xuanyan's jealous voice rang out from the side. Of course, she was just saying it, she wasn't actually jealous. She knew about their relationship. Su Liang hadn't hidden it from her back then. Even so, she still rushed headlong into being with Su Liang. In other words, she was the one who came later. It wasn't going to be a complete mess, but a little grumbling was inevitable. Yu Shuaying was taken aback. Her attention had been entirely on Su Liang, she hadn't noticed Dongfang Shenyan yet. Dongfang Shenyan was her best friend. Both were famous superstars, but they chose different paths. Dongfang Shenyan, talented, chose to enter the global entertainment industry, eventually becoming a global superstar. She, on the other hand, chose to retire and help Su Liang manage his entertainment company. Shenyan, you're back. The two girls hugged happily. You're such a womanizer. You didn't even tell me you were coming back to see brother Liang. After the hug ended, Yu Shuang began to retaliate. You were at the company, and I finally got back from my tour. Brother Liang came to pick me up at the airport, and you didn't even help me. Dongfang Shenyan retorted, her tone sarcastic. The two girls were about to argue again when Su Liang, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted. Alright, stop arguing, or I'll have to resort to family discipline. The two girls finally stopped bickering, each giving a defiant snort. They each took one of Su Liang's arms. Su Liang smiled slightly. This was why he didn't stop the women from bickering over him. No matter how they fought, he was the one enjoying himself. As luck would have it. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Qing, who had finally found the manager's office after asking for directions. Zhao Qing's mind went blank. What did he see? My cousin was with pop diva Dongfang Shenyan, embracing two men. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Thinking she was seeing things, Zhao Qing rubbed her eyes and slapped herself. Looking again, the three of them had already entered the office. Inside the office, Dongfang Shenyan sat on the sofa, arm in arm with Su Liang, recounting amusing anecdotes from their tour. Yu Shuang also sat down beside Su Liang and began making tea. Knowing Su Liang liked tea, she had specially prepared premium tea leaves in the office. During the tour in the capital, I met a talented person. He has an amazing talent for songwriting and composition, but unfortunately, his character is questionable. Dongfang Shenyan mentioned a celebrity singer she met in the capital. That person's name, what was it again? I think it was Zhang Feng. He debuted with a song he wrote himself and became a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry within a month. Later, a landslide occurred, exposing his heinous act of raping a colleague, leading to his blacklisting in the entertainment industry. His songs were truly excellent, but unfortunately, he could no longer work in the entertainment industry. Dongfang Shenyan felt sorry for his talent. After hearing her words, Su Liang's brows furrowed slightly. He knew this person. To be precise, Zhang Feng's current predicament was caused by an order he gave. At the time, he received a message from his subordinate stationed near Dongfang Shenyan. That Zhang Feng, ungrateful, wanted to perform on stage with Dongfang Shenyan. Even after being rejected, he persisted, writing love songs for her. Su Liang felt this person was not simple. He could casually compose popular songs, he might be some time-traveling literary genius. Combined with Zhang Feng's name, which clearly sounded like a protagonist's. Following the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, Su Liang had someone use some means to frame him, resulting in his blacklisting. He was lucky, Su Liang had no plans to leave Shanghai yet, and he could reap the rewards in Beijing later. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Yu Shuang assumed it was her secretary. Knowing her relationship with Su Liang, she didn't try to hide it. Click. Zhao Qing pushed open the door. The scene of Yu Shuang and Dongfang Shenyan sitting side by side with Su Liang caught his eye. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. So what he had just seen wasn't an illusion. There were women with her boyfriend, and his cousin wasn't angry at all. Instead, they were sitting together chatting and laughing. Zhao Cheng was shocked. His cousin was his goddess, possessing both a stunning figure and beautiful face, and his idol, Dongfang Shenyan, was even more so. They actually disregarded their status and were willing to share her boyfriend with other women. No, he couldn't believe it. They're top-tier celebrities, goddesses in the eyes of countless people. How could they possibly share a husband with other women? I must expose this scumbag and let my cousin see his true colors. Zhao Qing's eyes reddened with emotion. Envy and jealousy drove him to the brink of madness. Seeing that it wasn't her secretary, Yu Shuang frowned. Only then did she remember that her distant cousin wanted to see her. Just as she was about to ask what it was about, Zhao Qing excitedly said, "Cousin, on my way here, I saw Su Liang and her walking intimately together." The tea was ready. Yu Shuang poured a cup and handed it to Su Liang before calmly looking at Zhao Cheng. And then. Chapter 206, Jealousy and Rivalry. The female lead's words are like knives to the heart. The protagonist is numb. Seeing his cousin's nonchalant attitude, Zhao Cheng was dumbfounded, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. A bad premonition welled up inside him. But he was still unwilling to give up. Su Liang is two-timing me, cousin, don't be fooled by him, he's a complete scumbag. After saying this, Zhao Cheng looked at Yu Shuang expectantly, hoping to see anger or resentment on her face. However, he was disappointed. Yu Shuang remained as calm as ever. Su Liang sipped his tea, a playful expression on his face. These words might work on the heroine he hadn't yet won over, and they might even cause some trouble for the women who had just won him over. But for the two women who were already devoted to him, the protagonist had miscalculated. Put. It was Dongfang Shenyan who couldn't help but laugh out loud. If only brother Liang were two-timing, so many sisters would be spared, and we wouldn't have to fight over him. As she spoke, her gaze towards Su Liang was filled with resentment. She knew Su Liang had many women. At least, she knew of her two senior sisters. She and her two senior sisters studied martial arts on the mountain, their bond like sisters. Perhaps they would have to serve each other together someday. Too shameful. The image was too vivid, she dared not think further. What do you mean? Zhao Qing was dumbfounded. Could it be that Su Liang not only had one or two women, but also 3 wives and 4 concubines? If Su Liang knew his thoughts, he would definitely scoff. Small-minded, narrow-minded. Now there are more than that many. How many female protagonists are there in this world? He didn't know, but there were many. They were all waiting for him to discover them. Noticing Su Liang looking at her with amusement, Dongfang Xuanyan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Liang Ji really has such thoughts? She quickly changed the subject. Sister Shuang, who is he? Is he one of your suitors? A distant relative. Yu Shuang was sparing with her words, even refusing to say he was her cousin. Seeing her serving tea and water to Su Liang, and then looking at her attitude towards him, Zhao Qing felt bitter. Damn it, the difference between people is greater than the difference between a person and a dog. Dongfang Shenyan said looked at Zhao Qing, and her brows gradually furrowed. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. You wouldn't happen to be that top scorer in the college entrance exam, Zhao Qing, would you? Dongfang Shenyan had been dominating the trending searches during her tour, and Zhao Qing was one of the few who made it into the top 10, she remembered him. Seeing Zhao Cheng remain silent, Dongfang Shenyan knew she had guessed correctly. It really is you. Her tone was filled with utter contempt. The news about Zhao Cheng was really bad: dining and dashing, soliciting prostitutes, molesting female classmates. She despised people like that the most. Zhao Qing felt like he'd been stabbed in the heart. He hadn't expected even his idol knew about his past. Judging from the tone, he knew how bad the impression was. He wished he could disappear into the ground. Sister Shuang, not to be rude, but why bother with someone like that? It's a good thing you retired, otherwise he would have dragged you down with him sooner or later. Dongfang Shenyan began to worry about her best friend, then suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. She'd almost forgotten to ask Yu Shuang about her pregnancy. She immediately asked excitedly. Shuang, you retired so decisively back then, did you know you were pregnant? Yu Shuang herself had told her, bragging about how good Liang Gu was to her and even gave her pregnancy-supporting medicine. Dongfang Shenyan was genuinely envious. So on the way back, before even boarding the plane, she called Su Liang to ask where he was. She wanted to have Liang Ji's baby too. Yu Shuang rolled her eyes at her. She was only a little over a month pregnant, how would she have known? Whether intentionally showing off to Dongfang Shenyan or not, she gently stroked her belly, feeling the slight bulge, her face full of happiness. Dongfang Xuanyan's face darkened, and she thought through gritted teeth. What's so great about it? There are advantages to not being pregnant. When I was with Liang, you could only push me from the sidelines. What? Zhao Qing was stunned. If he hadn't misheard, it seemed to be that his goddess cousin was pregnant? He had always considered this cousin his goddess. Although he knew she had a boyfriend, he hadn't given up. He was determined to win her back once he rose to power. But now, seeing his cousin happily touching her belly, Zhao Qing's composure crumbled. No. Only the background music of A Spray of Plum Blossoms could express his state of mind. Snowflakes fluttered, the north wind howled. The world was a vast expanse of desolation. Ding Zhao Qing's composure exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding Zhao Qing's mind collapsed, villain value plus 1000. What brings you here? Seeing Zhao Qing frozen in place, Yu Shuaing frowned and asked coldly. Zhao Qing snapped back to reality. His face was pale, devoid of color, and he finally managed to open his mouth. And nothing, it's nothing. He had come to his cousin for help because he couldn't bear the targeting from the person behind it all, but now he couldn't bring himself to ask for help. Dongfang Xianyan, seeing his state, curled her lip and said, Sister Shuaing, based on my experience, this kid definitely likes you. He has the potential to end up in orthopedics. Disgusting. Cut ties with this kind of person as soon as possible, otherwise Liang Ji might misunderstand. Do you need to tell me? Yu Shuaing gave her a disgruntled sideways glance, then her gentle gaze fell on Su Liang. You know Liang Ji. Today was the last time I saw him because of my mother. I've already told her about him. She paused, then turned to look at the stunned Zhao Qing. We both know why your family approached ours in the first place, and I don't want to make things too unpleasant. From this moment on, our two families are severing all ties. Don't come looking for me again. Boom. Yu Shuaing's words were like a bolt from the blue, each sentence a stab to the heart. Zhao Qing's mind went blank. Ding Zhao Qing's mentality has shattered, villain value plus 1000. I understand. Zhao Qing, utterly dejected, staggered out of the room. He didn't know how he had left the entertainment company. Today's blow was too much for him to bear. Ding. His phone beeped with a text message notification. Zhao Qing picked up his phone, and after reading the message, he shuddered. The message was from his class monitor. It told them to prepare for an entrance exam after military training, which would affect their academic credits. Zhao Qing's eyes blazed with a dazzling light. He was the protagonist, possessing a cheat system, but it could only be used for studying in exams. He couldn't even show off normally. He couldn't exactly discuss studies with everyone he met, could he? Now, the opportunity to show off had finally arrived. The entrance exam was his chance to change his destiny. He wanted to be number one, he wanted to be amazing. He had suppressed his emotions for too long, and he couldn't wait to impress everyone. Zhao Qing's fighting spirit was rekindled. Cousin, I've remembered your ruthlessness today, and those who look down on me, I'll make you regret it. Chapter 207 The Protagonist's Ups and Downs. Zhao Qing clenched his fist, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Even the glaring sunlight seemed radiant today. Suddenly, the world before him dimmed, and he was enveloped in shadow. He found himself surrounded by a group of tall, imposing young men. Yo, isn't this the top scorer in the college entrance exam? What a coincidence, we meet again. The speaker was a tall, slender young man with dyed green hair. His name was He Feng. He wore an expensive watch, designer clothes, and exuded an outstanding aura. The crowd subtly led him. Just one glance at him in the crowd, and he would never forget that green hair. Zhao Qing recognized these people. Not only did he recognize them, but they were students at the same university. Although Shanghai University was a top-tier institution, even in a large forest, there are all sorts of birds, and a few bad apples would inevitably slip in. He didn't know how he had offended this clique of wealthy second-generation students, and whenever he encountered them, they would harass him, subjecting him to torment. He usually avoided these people. I never expected to run into someone on the street today. What the hell is this bad luck? Life has its ups and downs, that's normal. But Zhao Qing felt his life was all ups and downs. Zhao Qing lowered his head and remained silent, trying to walk around the crowd. If he couldn't afford to offend them, couldn't he at least avoid them? However, he really had nowhere to hide. Just as he was about to pass by someone, he was pushed back a few steps and fell to the ground. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Feng talking to you? What do you want? Zhao Qing gritted his teeth, glaring at the people in front of him. What are you doing? We haven't even asked you anything yet. Brother Feng came over to say hello out of kindness. What do you mean by not appreciating it? Yeah, Brother Feng talking to you is giving you face. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Zhao Qing trembled with anger upon hearing this. Is there no law anymore? Is there no law anymore? We don't even know each other, why are you even greeting me? Besides, just because you greet me, am I obligated to respond? Is there no reasoning with you? He Feng might have some serious illness. Every time we meet, I always find some excuse to target him. He Feng stood at the front of the crowd, rubbed his spiky hair, and waved his hand, saying, Young man, don't get so worked up. Let us calm him down, help him cool off. Upon receiving the order, 5 or 6 men behind him grinned maliciously and rubbed their hands together, stepping forward. What are you doing, ah? Feeling the blows landing squarely on his body, Zhao Qing endured the pain, trying his best not to make a sound. Where there's a protagonist, there are bound to be villains. Leave the professional work to the professionals. Besides hiring a vice principal to harass Zhao Qing at school, Liang also hired people to bully him. Based on the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency. After enough mental torment, physical torment should follow, mind and body in sync. If Zhao Qing knew Liang's good intentions, he would probably be moved to tears, right? Feeling that it was enough, He Feng told his men to stop. He hadn't forgotten the expert's instructions. Do whatever you want, but don't kill or maim. Previously, it was out of consideration for Zhao Qing's cousin, Yu Shuang. Zhao Qing had no relatives in Shanghai, sending someone to the hospital would only cause her trouble. Now that Yu Shuang had proactively severed ties, it seemed that restriction no longer applied. Why? Zhao Qing, bruised and battered, got up from the ground, his eyes fixed on Yi Feng. We have no grudge against each other, why do you keep bullying and causing me trouble? He ultimately didn't utter the words bullying me. Causing you trouble. Yi Feng scoffed, sneering disdainfully. You really think you're something special? I just don't like you, ha ha ha. His group of cronies behind him laughed along. Their gazes towards Zhao Qing were as if they were looking at a clown. Put. Zhao Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is outrageous. This is fucking awful. His gaze swept over the mocking faces. He would remember their faces and repay them 100-fold in the future. Ding Zhao Qing's mentality is unstable, villain value plus 999. Ding Zhao Qing is so angry he's suffering a stroke, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Leaving aside the farce unfolding here, in Yu Shuang's office, they were having a lively chat. Having not seen each other for a long time, after catching up, they naturally wanted to strengthen their relationship. The two women chattered away, making quite a scene. Liang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His office was on the 30th floor. Looking down from that high place, he felt like he had the entire city beneath his feet. An unparalleled sense of conquest surged through her. She switched the smart floor-to-ceiling windows to a mode where they were invisible from the outside, yet clearly visible from the inside. As the saying goes, behind every successful woman, there's always a stab in the back. A staunch supporter. Dongfang Shenyan is world-renowned, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, undeniably successful. Behind her, of course, is Liang's unwavering support and unwavering principles. Yu Shuang chatted with her best friend while selecting a car on her computer. Yes, selecting a car. Liang rarely comes to her place, she had to treat him well, so she'd give him 2 cars to drive. Yu Shuang stared blankly at the 2 car photos on her computer. A Ferrari and a Lamborghini. Top-tier supercars, each with its own advantages. What they had in common was that they were both luxury brands, with long, sleek bodies and dazzling headlights. As a world-renowned top-tier luxury car, its exterior design is impeccable, and the interior is equally luxurious. The leather is incredibly smooth, offering unparalleled comfort and a superb feel. It has many advantages, but also a few disadvantages. One is the noise issue. The sound insulation isn't very good while driving. Secondly, it has low mileage and tends to stall after a short period of driving. That's why she wanted to prepare 2 cars for Su Liang. Yu Shuang, always decisive, placed her orders online immediately after selecting 2 cars. Later, after this initial test, the 3 of them went to a fancy restaurant for a lavish meal and then to a concert hall. Finally, they arrived at Yu Shuang's house. The 2 cars she had chosen online that afternoon had been delivered. Of course, she wanted to show them to Su Liang and her best friend immediately. Seeing the gifts she had prepared, Su Liang was quite surprised and accepted them with satisfaction. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, but what shone on his face wasn't necessarily sunlight. After getting ready, Su Liang remembered he had things to do that day and simply left. Chapter 208, sending the protagonist on his final journey. Expulsion from school. The female lead disdains. Time flies, unlike Su Liang and his readers who seem to have a long, drawn-out journey. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Dear passenger, hello, I am your flight attendant. Have a pleasant journey, and I look forward to serving you again. In a bedroom filled with girlish charm. Li Xiaoming, the airline manager, standing at least 1.78 meters tall with a flawless face, is explaining the disembarkation procedures. Su Liang, meanwhile, is scrolling through his phone with great interest. Shocking! Top scorer in the college entrance exam, Zhao Cheng, scores 0 on his entrance exam. Regarding Zhao Cheng's plagiarism that secured him the top score in the college entrance exam. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Someone like Zhao Cheng doesn't deserve to go to university. I strongly suggest that Shanghai University expel him. Zhao Cheng's entrance exam is over, and with Su Liang's intervention, he successfully achieved a 0 score. Under his covert influence, the incident quickly went viral, trending on social media. Zhao Cheng has once again become the laughingstock of the internet. His luck has probably been harvested enough, it's time to send him on his final journey. Su Liang put away his phone, patted Li Xiaoming's head, and told her to help him bathe and change. Ding Zhaoqing's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding Zhaoqing's mind was unstable, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Vice Principal's office. Principal Tang, you should know the truth about me. It's not that I got a 0. Every time I came to the exam, someone stopped me and prevented me from taking it. Zhao Qing looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the office chair, his face flushed. I believe you. Principal Tang nodded. This kid offended young Master Su, so it's normal for him to have people deliberately targeting him. He just didn't understand. Why did young Master Su make such a fuss over such an easily crushable ant? But that wasn't his concern, he just needed to obey orders. Hearing his words, a glimmer of hope rose in Zhao Qing's heart, filled with gratitude. It wasn't easy. Everyone online didn't believe him, yet Principal Tang did. The feeling of being trusted was wonderful. However, before he could even rejoice, Principal Tang's next words plunged him into despair. Our Shanghai University isn't worthy of such an outstanding student as you. Go and cause trouble at other schools. Your withdrawal procedures have been completed. Zhao Cheng, holding the withdrawal papers, walked dejectedly through the campus, drawing mocking glances wherever he went. Tsk tisk, this is what a top scorer in the college entrance exam is like? He got 0 on the entrance exam, who would believe he didn't cheat? Ugh, this kind of person is a disgrace to our school, when will he be expelled? The explanation is that someone prevented him from taking the exam, but they couldn't even come up with a more believable reason. It's utterly ridiculous, ridiculous beyond belief. Unbelievable, he single-handedly made our university a trending topic. He's famous now, but not for good reasons. I hope he gets out of our school soon." A series of vulgar comments followed. Zhao Qing didn't react, he was already numb. He meant it. When the exams arrived, he went to school full of confidence. But on the way, he encountered Hefeng and his gang, who tied him up and beat him. By the time they released him, the exams were over. This happened for 3 days straight. Zhao Qing finally understood, they were preventing him from taking the exams. They were preventing him from showing off and getting humiliated. What was their intention? Now he understood. They wanted to ruin his reputation. Zhao Qing wandered aimlessly through the campus. Sometimes later, he arrived at the counselor's office. Teacher Jiang. A glimmer of life returned to his eyes. He didn't care about being expelled from school at all. For a month since the start of the semester, he hadn't had a single peaceful day, he felt utterly lost. He even longed to leave the school as soon as possible. But this wasn't the way he wanted to leave. At the same time, he was reluctant to part with someone at the school, his goddess-like teacher, Jiang Yin. Looking at the withdrawal papers in his hand, Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and walked towards the office. Teacher Jiang knew the truth, he hoped she could talk to the school and give him a chance to retake the exam alone. With his superachiever system, he could achieve excellent grades in any exam, he just lacked an opportunity. Knock knock. He raised his hand and knocked on the office door. Hearing Teacher Jiang's come in, he pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a stunningly beautiful woman in a teacher's uniform, her figure perfectly accentuated. Beautiful things always lift one's spirits. Zhao Qing was no longer so despondent. Looking at the mature and sophisticated Teacher Jiang, he felt the distance between them growing ever wider. Teacher Jiang is becoming increasingly outstanding and beautiful, while he is ridiculed by everyone. Teacher Jiang. Jiang Yan was sitting in front of her computer, looking at news about Zhao Qing. She looked up from the screen and focused on Zhao Qing. She frowned slightly. "What do you want from me?" Zhao Qing's tardiness for exams was too coincidental, making her suspect he was deliberately avoiding it, knowing he wouldn't do well. Her subjective judgment was subtly changing under the weight of the numerous news reports criticizing Zhao Qing. "Teacher Jiang, it's like this, I want to apply for a retake, I'll accept whatever questions the school sets." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qing said confidently. Jiang Yan was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She couldn't believe that the spirited boy who almost got a perfect score on the college entrance exam had fallen so low. It was truly heartbreaking. Seeing the disappointment in his goddess teacher's eyes, Zhao Qing felt a pang of pain in his heart, a deep sorrow. With a bitter smile, he began to recount his expulsion from school. Jiang Yan nodded, unsurprised. The matter had escalated to this point, it was no longer just about grades, but about the school's reputation. Expulsion was inevitable. Then, Zhao Qing expressed his gratitude to her. For over a month, his classmates and teachers had all looked down on him, but Teacher Jiang hadn't, she had always treated everyone equally. Time passed slowly. Zhao Qing was still feeling sentimental, while Jiang Yan kept checking the time on her phone. Thinking of something, her pretty face involuntarily flushed, and she waved to Zhao Qing. "Okay, I know everything you said. You can go back now." Zhao Qing was dumbfounded. He was about to leave the school, couldn't she at least listen to him and offer him some comfort? He turned around, dumbfounded, and just as he was about to leave, someone walked into the office. Zhao Qing's pupils constricted sharply. Why was Su Liang here? Su Liang ignored him, brushing past him, and went to Jiang Yan. Chapter 209 Shattering Faith. The protagonist collapses. Jiang Yan glanced at the solemn office, her heart pounding involuntarily. At noon, she received a message from Su Liang saying he would come to the office that afternoon. Just as she was lost in thought, she saw the figure walk in, and Jiang Yan became even more nervous. Su Liang's smile was enigmatic. He knew what this female lead was afraid of. He knew the school's place in this teacher's heart. "Liang, brother Liang." In her nervousness, Jiang Yan called out. Then she realized there was another student in the office, and she quickly covered her mouth. What? Zhao Cheng heard her words and turned around incredulously, staring blankly at the mature teacher. Teacher Jiang called him Brother Liang? Such an intimate address, what was their relationship? A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Zhao Qing's heart. Su Liang walked over. Zhao Qing stood there dumbfounded. Watching the two flirt, the mature and sophisticated teacher revealing such a girlish side, he was utterly devastated. His last shred of hope vanished. Teacher Jiang had indeed become Su Liang's woman. No wonder she'd become increasingly beautiful lately, it turned out. When exactly did this happen? The goddess teacher had been at school for over a month. When did Su Liang make his move? Wait, now's not the time to dwell on this. His goddesses had all been taken by Su Liang. That beast. Zhao Qing trembled with rage. If I become the Green Emperor in the future, not the green of the green grassland, for crying out loud. Seeing Su Liang flirting with his goddess teacher, Zhao Qing's anger could no longer be contained, it erupted like a volcano. Teacher Jiang, how could you be with him? He's a scumbag. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, as if looking at a clown. Knowing the protagonist was there, he still showed up. Wasn't he afraid the protagonist would cause trouble? Please begin your performance. Seeing that he had attracted teacher John's attention, Zhao Qing continued to try and convince her. My cousin is dating him and is pregnant. Not only that, he's also involved with the pop diva Dongfang Xinyan. Jiang Yan was shocked by his revelation. Su Liang had always been a gentle and refined man in her mind. Was he really a playboy behind the scenes? Really? Looking at her with a probing gaze, Su Liang remained calm and asked indifferently. Who is he? His serious expression made Jiang Yan panic, and she quickly explained. He's one of my students, but he's been expelled from school. Brother Liang, please don't misunderstand. Put. Zhao Qing felt like he was spitting blood. Damn it, what the hell? It's clearly Su Liang who's been philandering, he's the one who wronged you. Why are you explaining this to him? Oh, okay. Let him get out of here, don't bother us. Su Liang suddenly smiled and reached out to pat her head. Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still standing here for? Zhao Qing. He was speechless. How badly has teacher Jiang been manipulated? Ha! You think I'd leave just because you tell me to? I'm not leaving today. He stared intently at Su Liang. The malice in someone's eyes is impossible to hide. Looks like you don't understand human language. Don't blame me for having you dragged out. The contemptuous tone and disdainful gaze deeply stung Zhao Qing. He glared, his face full of defiance. Suddenly, he felt his vision rise. Looking down, he realized his feet had left the ground, he was being lifted by the back of his collar. With all his might, he turned his head and saw a cold-blooded beauty in red. He couldn't believe her strength. Let me go. Zhao Qing struggled incessantly, but to no avail. The woman in red carried him out like a chick. Out of the office, the woman in red politely closed the door, then with a slight tightening of her grip. Whoosh! Zhao Qing was sent flying. It traced an arc in the air and landed precisely in a trash can 7 or 8 meters away. Alright, now no one's bothering me. Please teach me a foreign language, teacher. Jiang Yan wanted to ask Zhao Qing about what she had just said, but it was too late. Su Liang wasn't afraid of Zhao Qing causing trouble because he was confident he could make this female lead completely devoted to him today. She treated the school like a sacred place. Su Liang was going to shatter her faith. Outside. Zhao Qing struggled to climb out of the trash can, the stench made him vomit. He felt much better after vomiting. The office door was locked, and a woman in red stood in the doorway like a gatekeeper. Oh no. Only teacher Jiang and Su Liang were in the office now. He rushed to the door, wanting to rush in and cause trouble. The next moment, however, the woman in red kicked him, sending Zhao Qing flying into the trash can again. That kick was quite forceful, he felt like several of his ribs were broken, and it took him a long time to climb out. This time, he didn't recklessly charge in for love. With the woman in red there, he couldn't get in. He wanted to attract attention by shouting. He wanted everyone to see Su Liang's true colors. Before he could even speak, another kick came, sending him flying back into the trash can. Ding. Zhao Qing has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Chapter 210. A premature death before success. To die clearly. The female lead submits. More than an hour later. Zhao Qing had gone into the trash can countless times. When he came out yet again, he saw Su Liang with his teacher already walking away. His teacher's retreating figure broke his heart. Watching them disappear into the distance, Zhao Qing cried out anxiously. Teacher Jiang, you have to believe me. Su Liang is a scumbag. Don't let him fool you. A scumbag. Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Whether he's a scumbag or not doesn't matter anymore. Jiang Yan didn't turn around, but nestled in Su Liang's arms. Ding. Zhao Qing's mental state collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Swoosh. The woman in red drove up and got out to open the car door for Su Liang. Before leaving, Su Liang's gaze swept over Zhao Qing's head. His luck was almost gone, just enough to send him on his way. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with such a minor character personally, he could leave it to his subordinates. Even after the car had disappeared from sight, Zhao Qing stood there, dejected. Gone. Everything was gone. He arrived in Shanghai full of anticipation, thinking he was the protagonist bound to the system, embarking on a journey of showing off and slapping faces. Who knew he'd fail before even getting started? In just over a month, he not only became the laughingstock of the internet, but all his goddesses had left him for others. Although he had lost everything, he still had the system. Pa, don't mention that trash system to him, it's utterly useless. That night, Zhao Qing went to a bar alone. He was incredibly frustrated. If he didn't vent, something bad would happen sooner or later. So, he took his last 1,000 yuan to the bar, intending to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Handsome young man, what's the point of drinking alone? Want to join me? Zhao Qing sat alone in a corner booth, trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Just then, a scantily clad woman approached. She held a glass of red wine. As she slightly tilted her head back, the wine glass touched her red lips, the crimson liquid flowing down her lip to her collarbone, disappearing into her cleavage. The scene was undeniably alluring. Zhao Qing, a virgin, couldn't resist. His eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. He maintained a semblance of rationality. He wondered if she was a bar scammer, trying to trick him into buying drinks. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, the glamorous woman smiled and pulled out 3 bottles of wine from behind her back. Don't worry, handsome, you don't need to spend any money. I've already prepared the drinks. As she spoke, she sat down next to Zhao Qing, leaning closer to him in a suggestive manner. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Zhao Qing's heart fluttered. After thinking it over, he decided there was no problem and didn't refuse. Wasn't he at the bar to drink? With someone offering him drinks and a beautiful woman by his side, how could he refuse? After Zhao Qing finished his drink, the glamorous woman opened the 3 bottles she had brought and poured him a full glass. Handsome young man, don't rush, you won't have a chance if I don't get drunk. If you keep me company, you can have whatever you want. The girl's sweet, affected voice almost made Zhao Qing's ears melt. He boldly raised his glass, clinked it against the glamorous woman's, and downed it in one gulp. After drinking, he realized something was wrong. A burning sensation shot through him, and his stomach churned. It was too strong. Of course, he had already drunk a lot, so he was somewhat numb. The glamorous woman leaned closer, refilled his glass, and continued to urge him to drink. Zhao Qing shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. And so, he lost himself in the girl's affected voice, downing glass after glass. What he didn't notice was that the glamorous woman wasn't drinking the alcohol, instead, she quietly collapsed to the floor. Under the dim light, the name on the bottle was revealed, vodka. The extremely strong kind, capable of killing. Zhao Qing finally collapsed, unable to withstand the strain. The glamorous woman, seeing this, hurriedly fled. At that moment, an inconspicuous man dressed in black appeared. He knelt before Zhao Qing and checked his pulse. He wasn't dead, just suffering from alcohol poisoning. He picked up the half-finished bottle of vodka from the booth, pinched Zhao Qing's mouth shut, and forced it down his throat. Ugh! As if in a final burst of lucidity, Zhao Qing regained a sliver of consciousness. Seeing someone forcing alcohol into his throat, he struggled desperately. However, against the man in black's overwhelming strength, his struggles were futile. He could only watch as the alcohol was poured down his throat. Zhao Qing's strength gradually waned, he was clearly on the verge of death. The man in black leaned down and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Young Master Su wants you to die knowing the truth. You've suffered for over a month, now you can be free. Go in peace. He'll take good care of your cousin. Zhao Qing's eyes widened. He knew his misfortune was due to someone targeting him, Su Liang. Now everything made sense. Understanding brought endless rage. He believed he hadn't provoked Su Liang, on the contrary, Su Liang had stolen his cousin. Two goddesses had fallen into his hands. Not only had he taken what he loved, but he had also secretly plotted against him for over a month. Over a month. Does he know how he spent that month? He was right, Su Liang was a treacherous villain. Appearing gentle and refined on the surface, but so cunning and ruthless behind the scenes. He thought of his cousin again, now in the hands of the cruel Su Liang. What would become of her? Unfortunately, he would never see it. His hands slipped and he collapsed limply to the ground. After confirming he was completely dead, the man in black casually walked out of the bar and disappeared. Not long after, a commotion erupted in the bar. Ding Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Zhao Qing's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding absorbed unknown energy, system upgrade points plus 888. At Jiang Yan's home. After some comforting, she finally stopped pursuing the matter of how many women Su Liang had and fell into a deep sleep. Just as she was about to rest, a system notification sounded in her mind. Su Liang glanced at the message and lost interest. Time to sleep. Ring 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 ring. Jiang Yan was awakened by a phone ringing. She answered the phone groggily. What? The words on the other end instantly snapped her back to reality. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, she quickly got up and dressed. What happened? Su Liang asked, feigning confusion. Remember Zhao Qing from yesterday afternoon? Something happened to him. Although he's already dropped out of school, as his counselor, I have to go and handle it. Wait. Jiang Yan looked up in confusion, and Su Liang gave her a mocking smile. How can you go out if you're not feeling well? Chapter 211 Su Qingga fights the protagonist for her brother. Su Liang secretly manipulates the situation. Zhao Qing sent the letter, leaving without a trace. No one knew except his relatives and friends. Su Liang suppressed the news. He simply died of alcohol poisoning after going to a bar to drown his sorrows due to life's disappointments, that's all. After casually issuing an order, Su Liang ignored it. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time making babies with the female leads? Night fell. Su Qingga emerged from the bathroom in a bathrobe after a shower. The way she rubbed her hair as she walked out was like a lotus emerging from water, breathtakingly beautiful. Su Liang, sitting on the sofa, glanced at her. Ever since Su Qingga first came to his bedroom a month ago, she had brought all her belongings with her. She planned to settle there permanently. Su Qingga had her own explanation for this. The king of hell might assassinate her at any time, she needed to protect her brother closely. Su Liang, I really will thank you. Do you know who you're standing in front of? The mighty lord of the heavenly net, with countless experts under his command. Su Liang knew a little about his sister's thoughts, but not much. Besides knowing she wanted to protect him, he knew nothing else. Ever since learning his sister had joined the underworld, he had begun his operation, sending his men to infiltrate. The heavily net operated with secrecy, no one knew the true identities of its members, and each one was a master. Infiltrating as an undercover agent would be a piece of cake. At the same time, he also learned of the underworld's wanted poster. Su Liang's first thought was that he was quite valuable. Someone was actually willing to pay $10 billion for his life. He fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, given his status as the eldest son of the Su family, he shouldn't be worth that much money. He usually presented a gentle and refined, approachable image. A deeper look revealed he was a hypocrite. He's a lecherous man surrounded by beautiful women, and anyone who offends him will face retribution, a truly treacherous villain. Even so, no one would be willing to pay such a high price to kill him, right? He hasn't shown anything particularly special. At most, he's more skilled than other spoiled brats. So there's only one possibility. The person behind it all knows his true identity. Afraid to confront him personally, they've paid for an assassination mission, using someone else to do the dirty work. Su Liang considers himself extremely good at hiding his true identity. How was he exposed? There's another possibility, the reborn protagonist. Knowing he's no match for him, he's chosen to lie low. Now he's overwhelmingly dominant with all the protagonists he's encountered. If the true identity he's reached is that of a reborn protagonist, it must be extraordinary. Su Liang is intrigued by this. He's already mobilized the Skynet network to investigate. However, the person is very well hidden, leaving no trace. A month has passed without any news. Now that's what makes it challenging, isn't it? Finally, something to stir up his peaceful life. If you're so capable, hide and never show up again. Otherwise, if he finds you, you'll know that death is a luxury. Brother, my hair is so hard to style, can you blow dry it for me? Su Chinga took the hairdryer and came to Su Liang, casually lying down on the sofa, her head resting on Su Liang's lap. Her posture was relaxed, completely oblivious to who this stranger was. After the cleansing marrow pill, not only was her skin flawless, but her hair was also incredibly smooth. She seemed to love it so much. Su Liang casually played with it. Su Chinga's forehead creased with annoyance. What did he take her beautiful hair for? A toy? Watching her brother point the hairdryer at her face, she gritted her teeth. He's doing this on purpose. He's definitely doing it on purpose. He wants to pretend he doesn't know how to blow dry a girl's hair so she won't bother him anymore. Humph, no way. Her eyes lit up. You don't know how? I'll teach you. Immediately, Su Chinga took her brother's hand and patiently taught him how to blow dry a girl's hair. Blow dry like this from now on, got it? Ha? How? What did you teach me? Su Liang asked, his voice filled with confusion. Su Chinga gritted her teeth in frustration, baring her teeth repeatedly. So angry, I really want to bite her. A hint of a smile appeared in Su Liang's eyes. I love seeing you unhappy with me, yet helpless. Sometimes teasing this little sister is quite fun. Late at night. Both of them were asleep. Suddenly, Su Chinga opened her eyes, a flash of murderous intent crossing them. Just now, she had sensed a hidden killing intent. She knew it was probably the devil himself who had arrived, a cold, alluring smile curving her lips. In the blink of an eye, she got up and changed, and when she landed, she was already dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. A mask covered her face, ice silk gloves adorned her hands, and a short sword gripped her wrist. She was fully armed. With a flash, she appeared at the doorway, quietly opening and closing it again. The moment she stepped out, Su Liang, who had been sleeping soundly in bed, opened his eyes. His senses were incredibly sharp. He knew who had entered even before his sister, who had been feigning sleep. Judging by the aura, the newcomer was Yi Chen. I'll use you to test Chinga's strength. Su Liang got up, ready to watch the show. That's right, rather than Yi Chen coming to kill him, it was more like he had deliberately let him in. If it weren't for Su Liang's orders, Yi Chen would have been wiped out by the Skynet assassins hidden around the Su family compound before he even got close. His sister had already entered this circle, it was impossible for her to remain uninvolved. Improving her strength was crucial. Although he had the ability to protect her, what if an uncontrollable accident occurred? Like the protagonist's halo activating. So, Liang decided to test his younger sister's strength so he could improve accordingly. His sister was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, as was Yi Chen. A good test subject. He could test his sister's true strength without harming her. Not to mention he was watching, and with assassins from the Skynet guarding the area, it was impossible for Suchinga to get hurt. If anyone witnessed this, they would definitely tell the protagonist, Yi Chen. Stop, Su Liang's men are everywhere in the shadows. In the darkness, Yi Chen moved stealthily. He was dressed in all black, wearing a hood, blending seamlessly into the night. Based on his reconnaissance over the past few days, he had moved stealthily through pavilions and towers, quietly approaching the courtyard where Su Liang was. A month had passed, and his suspicion had almost dissipated. Now that he had killed Su Liang, the chances of the Su family tracing his movements back to him were extremely low. Suddenly, he stopped. A person blocked his way. Judging from their build, it was a woman. Could it be the driver who was with Su Liang? No, not this aura. That person wasn't this strong. The person before him gave him a faint sense of danger. Mid-stage transformation realm. Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he became secretly wary. While he was sizing up Suchinga was also sizing him up. Gradually, the killing intent emanating from her grew stronger, her gaze cold and bloodthirsty. Anyone who tries to harm my brother deserves to die. A great battle is about to erupt. Chapter 212. The waters are too deep to handle. Suchinga delivers a devastating strike. Whoosh! Suchinga kicked a pebble, sending it hurtling forward with the speed of a bullet. She had launched the first attack. Yi Chen was prepared. He tilted his head, quickly dodging the flying pebble. Just then, Suchinga appeared before him in a flash, her short sword aimed straight for his throat. Yi Chen was startled. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless, its angle tricky, locking onto all his possible escape routes. In other words, no matter how he dodged, the sword would land on him. To avoid this attack, he could only retreat. A humiliating disgrace. He, the mighty king of slaughter, undefeated in his life, was to be forced to retreat by a suddenly appearing figure. Of course, Yi Chen could also choose not to retreat. Having spent years navigating the underworld, without this basic crisis management skill, he would have died countless times over. He could launch an attack, confident that the person before him wouldn't be able to dodge his fatal blow. Admittedly, he couldn't dodge the opponent's sword, and taking a hit wouldn't be pleasant either. It was a mutually destructive counterattack. If the person before him didn't want to die, he would withdraw his sword. But what if he wasn't afraid? Wouldn't he be the one to take the blow? He couldn't afford to gamble on one of his henchmen being afraid to die. After weighing the options, Yi Chen reacted swiftly, his feet flying backward. He hadn't forgotten why he came here. To assassinate Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family. Now, without even meeting him, a mutually destructive outcome would be the greatest failure. In the blink of an eye, this scene unfolded. Yi Chen chickened out, retreating with great frustration. How many times had he carried out missions without crushing his opponents? This was the first time he'd encountered such a formidable opponent. Suchinga showed no sign of stopping, moving with lightning speed, her short sword flashing in a dazzling display. Brightened by the moonlight, she seemed like a fairy from a painting, dancing gracefully, breathtakingly beautiful. However, hidden beneath this exquisite beauty was boundless killing intent. Yi Chen saw no beauty in her movements, but was utterly shocked. Because the person before him was not only of equal strength, but also no less experienced in assassination. Every strike aimed straight for his vitals, a slight misstep would mean death. Under Suchinga's sharp attacks, Yi Chen was forced back step by step. In truth, even if he had encountered a stronger opponent, he wouldn't have been pushed to this point. He had been careless, he hadn't dodged. He had been caught completely off guard. By the time he reacted, Suchinga had pressed on relentlessly, giving him no chance to retaliate. Yi Chen began to question his very existence. He had killed so many people in the underworld, spent so many years there, and never encountered a worthy opponent. After reaching the transformation realm in his hands, he was utterly invincible. Unexpectedly, shortly after returning to the city, he encountered a powerhouse no weaker than himself. "Su Liang, the waters of the city are too deep, you can't handle it." In the darkness, Su Liang observed all this, his fingers stroking his chin, lost in thought. This younger sister is truly extraordinary. His assassination skills were superb. Of course, she couldn't compare to him, there was still room for improvement. Strange, where did my sister learn such killing techniques? This level isn't something that can be achieved simply through talent, it requires the accumulation of combat experience and the tempering of the battlefield. If Su Qingge knew his question, she would definitely say, "It was you." Her skills were all taught to her by the brother in her dreams. It was precisely because of Su Liang's kindness to her in her dreams that her filial piety gradually turned sour. The battle on the field continued. The protagonist is the protagonist, his passive defense had provoked his anger, leading to a small outburst. Now he could fight Su Qingge on equal terms. But this was not what Yi Chen wanted to see. He came to kill Su Liang, not to fight to the death and determine who was superior. Yi Chen was extremely agitated. He was well versed in assassination. If this dragged on, and Su Liang's other men arrived, he would be in danger. Gritting his teeth, knowing that things were hopeless today, he decided to retreat. Suddenly, an aura erupted, rapidly approaching them. The red-clad figure, appearing and disappearing intermittently, was naturally the one Su Liang had summoned. The red-clad figure's rapid approach caught the attention of Yi Chen and Su Qingge. Yi Chen considered escaping. He was unwilling, his 100% mission completion rate was about to be broken today. But there was no other way. His strength was equal to the person before him, if another Grandmaster-level expert joined the fray, he would be stuck here. Su Qingge was also in a hurry, she didn't want her identity to be discovered, especially by her brother. She needed to finish this quickly. Therefore, her attacks became even more ferocious. A flash of swordlight, and Su Qingge swung her short sword, aiming straight for Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen tried to dodge. The next moment, a powerful pressure enveloped him, and his body stiffened instantly. In a flash, Su Qingge's sword was already inches away. It was about to pierce his heart, killing him instantly. At the critical moment, Yi Chen's protagonist aura activated, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, only piercing his shoulder. In the shadows, Su Liang withdrew his aura with amusement. He wanted to watch the two protagonists fight like dogs, he had no intention of dealing with Yi Chen now. However, a lesson was inevitable. Coming and going as he pleased, what did he take this place for? Everything happened too suddenly, Yi Chen's heart pounded. There was a powerful figure lurking in the shadows. If it weren't for his keen senses, and the aura striking him, he would have thought it was an illusion. Yi Chen staggered backward, a spray of blood blooming on his shoulder. He quickly turned to flee. But Su Qingge wasn't about to let him go. Following the principle of the strike while the iron is hot, a sword slashed towards his head. This time, due to his injury, Yi Chen's reaction was slow, and he didn't completely dodge. The sharp short sword sliced open his hood, revealing an ordinary-looking face. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to run rapidly out of the courtyard. Su Qingge wanted to give chase, but found that the woman in red had already caught up with the man. After a moment's hesitation, she abandoned the pursuit. The short sword had just pierced the hood of the King of Hell, revealing his true face. Although Yi Chen reacted quickly, turning and running away, Su Qingge still remembered his face. Knowing what someone looks like, with the Su family's network of connections, finding them wouldn't be too difficult. The reason she was wary before, and why she protected her brother so closely, was because others were in the shadows while they were in the open. Knowing his true identity would make dealing with him much simpler. Between pursuit and concealing her identity, Su Qingge chose the latter. She didn't want her brother to know her identity. In her brother's eyes, she just wanted to always be a caring, cute, and mischievous little sister. Sensing the return of the woman in red, Suchinga vanished into the darkness in a flash. She needed to get back to her brother quickly. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. In the room, Suchinga, who had just changed her clothes, opened her eyes, feigning sleepiness. She mumbled lazily. "Who is it?" Liang also woke up at this moment, and smiled when he saw his sister's appearance. "She's acting quite convincingly." The one knocking was, of course, the woman in red, who told him about the assassination attempt. Before Liang could speak, Suchinga stepped forward, patted her imposing figure, and said with great confidence, "Brother, don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Chapter 213. Suchinga prepares a gift for her brother. Another female lead is pregnant. The next day. Based on her memory, Suchinga drew a portrait of Yi Chen and sent it directly to the police station. She didn't choose to post the message on the underworld website, as that would alert him. If he escaped abroad, things would get complicated. As long as he was in China, with the Su family's power, killing him would be a piece of cake. To make a good impression on Suchinga, the police station was very efficient and quickly identified Yi Chen through photo comparison. In the school classroom. Ignoring the teacher's passionate speech on the podium, Suchinga looked at the information about Yi Chen on her phone. Returned from abroad a month ago, works as a security guard at a corporation, has a younger sister. The information wasn't as comprehensive as the Skynet investigation, but it was enough. Suchinga's gaze fell on the information about Yi Chen's sister, Yi Liuli. At Shanghai University, also a junior, and a prominent figure. She used to have the title of commoner campus beauty, but because of her arrival, she was the only campus beauty in the school. School beauties can be divided into two categories, Suchinga and all the other school beauties. A cold, alluring smile curved Suchinga's lips. According to her original plan. After investigating Yan Wang, she would directly send a large army to surround him, or ask a powerful member of her family to intervene. However, after seeing Yi Chen's family information, she changed her mind. "If you want to kill my brother, how can you do it without paying a price? I'll use your sister as compensation first." Suchinga's thoughts raced, considering how to give Yi Chen's sister to her brother. Beside her, and Xiaoran, seeing her lost in thought, gently nudged her arm. After more than a month of getting along, she had already considered this young lady a close friend, and their relationship was very good. The naive girl didn't know that Suchinga might give her to her brother as a gift at any time. "Chinga, the teacher noticed you. He said the content of this lesson is very important." And Xiaoran whispered a reminder. Interrupted from her thoughts, Suchinga snapped out of it and ruffled her hair. She continued until her hair was completely disheveled, like playing with a pet. She couldn't help but recall the times her brother had messed up her hair. Could her brother be thinking the same thing? Shaking her head, Suchinga simply slumped onto the table, intending to take a beauty nap. Leaving in Xiaoran, her hair disheveled, standing there dumbfounded. No wonder she's the eldest daughter of the Su family, so willful. The teacher, however, noticed this scene and continued lecturing as if all the talk about paying attention before class was just empty words. Noon. Suchinga approached Yi Liuli. Yi Liuli was wearing a simple dress today, her hair tied in a ponytail, and canvas shoes. A smile frequently graced her pretty face, radiating youthful vitality, making one feel an irresistible urge to pull her into their arms and protect her. Looking at the pure and lovely girl before her, Suchinga felt satisfied. She was much prettier in person than in the photos, barely a match for her brother. How do I start a conversation? Suchinga wondered, but Yi Liuli spoke first. Suchinga. When a woman who looked like a fairy from a fairy tale appeared before her, Yi Liuli gasped in surprise, then quickly covered her mouth. Suchinga was incredibly famous at Shanghai University. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say everyone knew her. The reason was simple, she was simply too beautiful. Not only were boys attracted to her, but girls were too, she was universally admired. Because of Suchinga's status, countless suitors hesitated, feeling inferior. Yi Liuli was well aware of this. Not long ago, she heard news about Su Qingge and learned Su Liang's true identity. Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family. The #1 campus beauty before her was actually Liang's sister. Yi Liuli had always wanted to meet Su Qingge. After all, if she and Liang were to get together, she would be her sister-in-law. Today, Su Qingge suddenly appeared before her, and Yi Liuli exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Su Qingge's eyes flickered slightly. Just when she was wondering how to greet him, he showed up at her doorstep. She immediately asked in surprise. "You know me?" "Mum." Yi Liuli nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "You're Liang Ji's sister." "Hello, my name is Yi Liuli." Su Qingge noticed something interesting. Calling her brother Liang Ji, it seemed their relationship was quite special. Her brother was hiding a lot from her. So, Su Qingge asked indirectly. "You know my brother?" Yi Liuli nodded, her face showing gratitude, admiration, and a hint of something else. "Brother Liang is a benefactor to our family." She began to recount how Su Liang had helped them. Seeing her adoring expression, Su Qingge wondered if she was meddling. Her brother clearly had a crush on her too. Given the pretty girl's current state, it wouldn't be long before she was completely taken. "No, to avoid any accidents, I need to give brother a push." Given their relationship, a push would be too formal, several pushes would do. "Su Liang, no pushing, please." Through this common topic of conversation, the two girls quickly became close friends. And Su Liang, at the center of the conversation? He was on his way to the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. The reason was a call from a female radio host, informing him of her pregnancy. In other words, his fourth child was developing. Su Liang went to confirm. Shanghai First People's Hospital. A beautiful figure stood at the hospital entrance, holding a test report in her hand, examining it repeatedly. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with joy. She was Lin Liang, a radio host from Shanghai. A few days ago, she had been listless and frequently felt nauseous, especially when faced with greasy food. At first, she didn't realize anything was wrong, thinking she had caught a cold. Until today, while preparing a short story she needed to read aloud, she came across a description of symptoms related to pregnancy. Lin Liang froze on the spot, followed by overwhelming joy. She and Liang were finally expecting their child. After the initial excitement, anxiety washed over her. Her symptoms were identical to those of a newly pregnant woman. But what if she was just imagining things and it was all for nothing? She lost all interest in work and immediately went to the hospital for a checkup. When the test results confirmed she was indeed pregnant, Lin Liang was overjoyed. She immediately called Su Liang to share the good news. Seeing Su Liang rush over as soon as he heard the news, the last weight lifted from her heart. Su Liang wasn't angry, on the contrary, he seemed very concerned about the baby, which completely put her at ease. Carefully folding the test report, she tucked it into her pocket, waiting expectantly for Su Liang's arrival. Meanwhile, a luxury car departed from the Zhang family home, its route clearly heading towards Lin Liang's location. Zhang Hao drove while looking at photos of Lin Liang on his phone. That's right, his target was this radio host, one of the future leading ladies. He wanted to intercept her before Yi Chen met the female lead. Having learned his lesson from his previous encounter with Yi Liuli, he had repeatedly confirmed that Lin Liang didn't yet know the protagonist. Thinking of Lin Liang's glamorous identity as a radio host, the goddess in countless hearts. Winning her over would be incredibly satisfying. Zhang Hao smiled. Lin Liang suddenly went to the hospital, she must be sick. He started brainstorming how to make a warm and caring entrance. Chapter 214. The female lead throws herself into his arms. The protagonist is furious. When Zhang Hao arrived at the hospital, he saw Lin Liang standing at the entrance, glancing out frequently. His eyes lit up, and he licked his lips, his desire surging. Lin Liang had rushed to the hospital today, still wearing her work uniform, which revealed her alluring figure. Her figure was curvaceous, her face stunning, and the mature charm between her brows was captivating. Even with the most demanding scoring, her appearance alone would easily earn her a score of 95 or higher. As a radio host, her voice was her most captivating quality, sending shivers down one's spine. What kind of mouth could utter such a seductive voice? It aroused curiosity. The hospital entrance was already crowded, and a beautiful woman standing there naturally attracted a lot of attention. Look, what a beauty! I've never seen such a beautiful, mature woman before. That aura of "don't mess with her, she's so sophisticated. I'm in love." Why is she at the hospital alone? Is she sick? Why is no one with her? Hey, doesn't that mean she's single? If she's sick, maybe if you go up and comfort her now, love will come your way. The crowd buzzed with discussion, many staring wide-eyed. Joking aside, not a single person dared to approach the beauty. Holy crap, who's he? He's actually walking towards her. A gasp drew everyone's attention, and following the gaze of the person in question. It was a dashingly handsome man. His designer clothes revealed his status, and the smile on his face exuded confidence. Someone in the crowd recognized him, sparking a commotion. Hey, isn't that young Master Jiang? What's he doing here? What a coincidence! I bet it's premeditated. He's here for that beautiful, mature woman. No, really? I remember young Master Jiang has a fiancée. He wouldn't openly come out looking for a woman, would he? Hey, you don't know this, do you? A month ago, I saw him outside the Liang Group building. His fiancée was ignoring him, but she let young Master Su in. Holy crap! There's that. Suddenly, someone dropped a bombshell, and the crowd's gaze towards Jiang Hao turned strange. They were observing whether he was being cuckolded. Jiang Hao's lips twitched slightly. He pretended not to hear and walked straight towards Lin Liang. He knew this was the perfect opportunity to make his entrance. Lin Liang was working. Her sudden appearance at the hospital meant something must have happened. Appearing at this moment, offering comfort and care, finding her the best doctor, and providing all sorts of attentive attention that's sure to win over the female lead. By the time the main character shows up, the female lead will already be deeply in love with him. Just thinking about it is incredibly satisfying. Approaching Lin Liang, Jiang Hao's lips curled into what he thought was a charming smile, and he spoke softly in a warm, caring tone. Beautiful lady, seeing you here alone, do you need any help? Lin Liang was eagerly awaiting Su Liang's arrival to pick her up when she saw Jiang Hao appear before her, and her brows furrowed immediately. Thank you, but no need. Her tone was extremely cold, involuntarily creating a sense of distance. Jiang Hao's face stiffened. He hadn't expected. His first attempt to strike up a conversation with a beautiful woman after transmigrating would end like this. He felt so awkward he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of it. Thinking that pursuing a woman required being shameless, his embarrassment eased slightly, and he coughed. My family has some influence, and we have some connections in this hospital. Perhaps we can help you. Lin Liang was stunned. Have some connections in the hospital? Can help me? Does that mean I'm crazy? You're the crazy one, your whole family is crazy. Although she was annoyed, she didn't show it. Lin Liang remained silent, quietly turning away, completely ignoring him. Put. Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I was hoping to see how young Master Jiang would flirt with a beautiful woman, and this is it. His humble tone, what's the difference between him and a simp? Simp, in the end, gets nothing, ignored by the beautiful woman, huh? He comes from one of the 4 great families, yet he has no class at all, it's laughable. But to be fair, the beautiful woman was unmoved by young Master Jiang's advances, refusing his immense wealth. There aren't many women as virtuous as him these days. Jiang Hao froze on the spot. When flirting, it's not the rejection that's scary, it's being ignored, it feels so awkward. Especially since his strength had reached the peak of the Mingjin realm, his hearing was beyond that of ordinary people, and he heard the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Jiang Hao stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, he was filled with doubt. Based on Lin Liang's character description in the novel. She possessed a gentle temperament, was humble and polite, and had extremely high emotional intelligence. Even if she felt offended by his advances, she shouldn't have embarrassed him, right? While wondering, Jiang Hao caught a glimpse of Lin Liang smiling out of the corner of his eye, and his heart relaxed. All the awkwardness vanished, and a smile appeared on his lips. He knew it. He was rich and powerful now, a typical tall, rich, and handsome guy. How could he be ignored? It turned out the female lead was shy. Next, she would probably thank him, and the conversation would begin, gradually drawing them closer. Under his expectant gaze, Lin Liang took a few steps forward and threw herself into a man's arms. Jiang Hao. He was completely bewildered, like a bewildered fruit on a bewildered tree, and under that tree, he was all alone. When he saw the man Lin Liang was throwing herself into his arms, his pupils contracted, and his body trembled violently. Su Liang. Damn it, why is it this guy again? He's like a persistent ghost. Now is not the time to think about these things. How could Lin Liang be with Su Liang? Judging from the happy and sweet expression on her face, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Before coming here, he had his men investigate Lin Liang, the female lead. Yes, Lin Liang hasn't met the protagonist Yi Chen yet, but Su Liang has already snatched her away. Damn it, what kind of investigation is this? You can't even find any information about her and Su Liang being together. What's the point of having you? Su Liang is truly inhuman. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, staring intently at Su Liang, his eyes seeming to want to kill. Chapter 215 Twins. The protagonist questions his existence. The arrogant Su Qingge. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. With god-level medical skills, Su Liang knew Lin Liang was pregnant the moment he saw her. Holding her hand just now confirmed it even more. She even gave him a surprise when he casually took her pulse. Lin Liang was carrying twins. Suddenly, Su Liang's gaze towards her became much more affectionate. Twins in one pregnancy, quite fertile. He decided to take better care of this female lead from now on. His gaze shifted, landing on Jiang Hao. From his observations over this period, Yi Chen, Yi Liuli, Liang Bingxue, Tang Xian were characters in a book. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, had transmigrated and become one of the villains in the book. Jiang Hao's system cheat was similar to role-playing. After completing a scene, he would receive a reward. The fact that he sometimes acts as wildly and indiscriminately as the original owner, biting people like a stray dog, and then suddenly returns to normal and even tries to approach the female lead, reveals the problem. In that case, this protagonist is nothing to fear. Trying to gain rewards by impersonating the original owner? A dozen Skynet assassins are secretly watching and sabotaging you. Let's see when your mentality explodes. After realizing Jiang Hao posed no threat, Su Liang smiled. He'd play with him later. I wonder if there are any other female leads besides these few in the novel? Jiang Hao should know. Perhaps he could be a treasure hunter, finding the other female leads. Su Liang was looking at Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao was looking at him too. When their eyes met, Jiang Hao quickly lowered his head, afraid the other would discover the killing intent in his eyes. He wasn't like the protagonist, who thought he had some strength and recklessly charged ahead. That kind of person wouldn't survive 3 chapters. The reason he survived to the end was because he had an overpowered cheat code, commonly known as the protagonist's halo. What he needs to do now is endure. With the system by his side, he's not afraid of not having a chance to rise. Once he has absolute strength, he'll strike him down with a single blow. That's when he'll be the one laughing last. Feeling Su Liang's attitude towards her, Lin Liang felt a warmth in her heart. Her initial unease vanished, replaced by a face full of happiness, brimming with hope for the future. Looking up, she noticed Su Liang looking at the guy who had just tried to chat her up. Thinking he had misunderstood, Lin Liang quickly explained. Brother Liang, I don't know him, don't misunderstand. He came over to chat me up, but I ignored him. Jiang Hao. Hey, I was just offering to help out of kindness, did you have to be so dismissive? That tone, as if she was afraid of having anything to do with him. Su Liang withdrew his gaze, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Don't worry, of course I believe you. He paused, about to offer some promises to reassure her about having the baby. But then, noticing the crowd around them out of the corner of his eye, Su Liang changed his tone. Let's talk about it when we get back. Mum. Lin Liang nodded, feeling a sweet sense of being trusted. The two got into the car together, and with a soft roar, it sped away, leaving behind a stunned Jiang Hao and a crowd of onlookers. Holy crap, isn't that the eldest son of the Su family? That look, that aura, no wonder he's the dream of 900 million girls. No wonder that beauty was so indifferent to Jiang Hao's advances, she's with young Master Su. That's understandable. Although they're both heirs to 4 great families, the Jiang family is no match for the Su family. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The woman young Master Jiang set his sights on ran off with someone else in the blink of an eye. Aren't you usually so arrogant and domineering? Go and cause trouble for young Master Su if you dare, you cowardly bully. The crowd erupted in a cacophony, their gazes towards Jiang Hao filled with contempt, disdain, and mockery. Hearing these unbearable words, Jiang Hao snapped out of his daze, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He said nothing and walked into the hospital alone. He was unwilling to give up such a beautiful female lead. One day, he would snatch her away from Su Liang. He planned to go to the hospital to ask Lin Liang why she was there, whether she was ill. To steal someone away, to be a traitor, he definitely needed to find out what had happened to her first. Soon, Jiang Hao used his identity to find out why Lin Liang was at the hospital. What did you say? His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Lin did come to our hospital for an ultrasound, and the examination showed that she is pregnant. The doctor repeated the words, and Jiang Hao stood there dumbfounded. Only one thought remained in his mind. Lin Liang was pregnant. According to the novel's plot, Lin Liang hadn't appeared yet at this point, quietly acting as her host. The reality was that she was already pregnant and had been taken by Su Liang long ago. Damn it, did the plot have to be this absurd? Jiang Hao began to question his existence. Ding, Jiang Hao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 888. Ding. The afternoon passed in a flash. At the gate of Shanghai University, Yi Liuli had just stepped out of the school gate when she happened to run into Su Qingde, who was also leaving the school. She greeted her with a smile. Liuli, what a coincidence. Yi Liuli was surprised and responded just as obediently. Qingge's sister. After their conversation at noon, the two girls' relationship had gradually become closer, to the point where they addressed each other as sister. However, Yi Liuli had one thing that puzzled her. Su Qingge was clearly younger than her, so why did she insist that she call her sister? Upon hearing this, Su Qingge's smile deepened, and her attitude became even more enthusiastic. Liuli, look how destined we are, let's go out for dinner together. After dinner, I'll drive you home. Yi Liuli asked, surprised. Aren't you going home? Maybe Brother Liang is waiting for you to come home. He won't wait for me, he's probably somewhere. Su Qingge pouted, then suddenly stopped, giving an awkward smile. It's okay, I'll just tell him. Liuli, you won't disrespect me, will you? Yi Liuli was still in a daze when Su Qingge pulled her away. The two first had dinner at a fancy restaurant, after which Su Qingge personally drove Yi Liuli home. Taking her future sister home was just a side trip. She needed to confirm if Yi Liuli's brother was the same tyrant from last night. Speaking of which, this car was actually from her brother's garage. Both the car's features, feel, and comfort were far superior to those of top-of-the-line supercars. She almost couldn't put it down. Seeing Yi Liuli sitting in the passenger seat, nervously looking around, Su Qingge was speechless. Relax, relax, I drive very steadily. Yi Liuli stared suspiciously at her excessively young face. She was barely 20 and already driving. She asked somewhat nervously. How old are you? Su Qingge was taken aback, glancing at her chest, then down at her chest. She said with great pride. 36. Chapter 216. Girls these days are too mature. Su Chinga's revenge. Yi Liuli looked completely bewildered, a huge question mark appearing on her face. She was certain Su Chinga wasn't 20 yet. Was there some deeper meaning behind this? Until she saw Su Chinga looking at her with disdain. Yi Liuli. She felt offended. Her pretty face flushed bright red. Now you know why you call me sister, right? Su Chinga said with a bright smile and pride. Yi Liuli's lips twitched. Are all kids this mature these days? But to be fair, she secretly compared herself to the girl. While her figure was decent, it was definitely overshadowed by this little girl. It was the most standard figure, making her quite envious. Following Yi Liuli's instructions, Su Chinga drove all the way to the Yi family home. I'm home. Take care on your way back. Thank you for bringing me home. Yi Liuli got out of the car and turned to Su Chinga gratefully. Unexpectedly, Su Chinga also got out of the car and put his arm around her shoulder. It's nothing. Just listen to me from now on. Meow meow meow. Yi Liuli was a little confused, but Su Chinga continued. Since I'm here, I'll go to your house to get acquainted with the place and see your aunt and uncle. Ah. Faced with Su Chinga's initiative, Yi Liuli had no power to resist and walked towards the door with him. Just as they reached the door, Su Chinga saw the person she was supposed to meet. Yi Chen, Yi Liuli's brother who had been missing for 10 years, recently reunited with his family. The moment Su Chinga saw him, she knew he was the king of hell who had come to assassinate her brother last night. She was shocked by his ugliness. Compared to her brother, well, there's no comparison. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. It must be from the wound left by her sword strike last night. It was just a pity, her sword was meant for his heart, but he dodged it. He really is lucky to be alive. However, there's nothing to regret. Wouldn't it be better to spare his life and torture him slowly, letting him know how cruel the consequences of trying to kill his brother are? Su Chinga glanced at Yi Chen and then looked away, afraid of offending his eyes. Yi Chen was stunned by her beauty and aura. Su Chinga was simply too beautiful, captivating both men and women. No one could dislike her. No, now there was. Yi Chen sensed something was wrong. Through the keen senses of a top assassin, he detected a familiar aura emanating from Su Chinga. Soon, he remembered last night when he went to kill Su Liang, he was stopped by someone no weaker than himself. Yi Chen's pupils contracted sharply. A thought flashed through his mind, he'd been exposed. He'd gone to assassinate him yesterday, and today they'd come knocking on his door. Although he'd anticipated this, his heart sank as the moment it arrived. From the moment the sword tore through his hood last night, revealing his true face, he knew he might be exposed. If it was someone seeking revenge, Yi Chen wasn't afraid, his only fear was them targeting his family. Just like now. This man had somehow found his sister and seemed to have gained her trust. What are you doing in my house? If you have a problem, come at me. Don't hurt my family. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with vigilance, his body tense, ready to act at any moment. The next moment, his injuries aggravated his wounds, and he frowned. Although Su Chinga's sword strike last night wasn't fatal, it had pierced through his body, leaving serious injuries. He could now only muster less than 30% of his strength. Damn it, if it weren't for a powerful figure secretly intervening last night, how could he have been injured by such a young girl? If they started fighting now, forget about protecting his family, even his own survival was questionable. Hearing Yi Chen's words, a mocking glint flashed in Su Chinga's eyes. You're about to kill my brother, and you won't let me harm your family? It seems this devil has no awareness of what an assassin should do. So innocent, like a child. But don't worry, I won't make a move until I've made you experience despair. As long as your family is still in Kyushu, you won't escape my grasp. A flash of disdain crossed Su Chinga's face, followed by confusion. What are you talking about? Who are you? Do we know each other? Yi Chen's heart sank. Su Chinga had managed to get here, he was certain she knew everything. Stop pretending. If you dare touch my family, I'll fight you to the death. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his position, trying to shield his sister. What's all this about? Lioli, who is he? Su Chinga pouted, her expression innocent, and looked at Yi Lioli, asking. She was faking it. Yi Lioli was genuinely astonished. She looked at Yi Chen, then at Su Chinga. What's going on? Yi Chen meant that Su Chinga would harm their family. Su Chinga clearly didn't recognize Yi Chen. Both sides stuck to their own stories. Ultimately, Yi Lioli chose to believe Su Chinga. Su Chinga was Liang Ji's sister, and she was so pretty and cute, even if she wasn't quite right in the head. But she definitely wasn't a bad person. What bad intentions could such a pretty and cute sister have? Besides, her brother was a bit mentally unstable. Liang Ji's last visit was a prime example, acting like a fool who thought, there are always treacherous subjects trying to harm me. To Su Chinga's question, Yi Lioli answered without hesitation. His name is Yi Chen. And then nothing more. She didn't acknowledge this brother. Remembering how he drove Liang Gu away last time, and now spouting nonsense about the friend she brought back, Yi Lioli was furious. Yi Chen, can't you be a little more rational? If you're sick, go see a doctor. She had been putting up with Yi Chen for a long time. She hadn't snapped before because of their parents, but now she had completely lost it. Yi Chen stood there, dumbfounded. His sister's refusal to acknowledge him as her brother had already hurt him deeply, and now, being scolded like this, he felt heartbroken. Everything I said is true, sister, why don't you believe me? Just as Yi Lioli was about to speak again in anger, Su Chinga stopped her. Lioli, don't say anything more. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. I'll go back first. Please say hello to my aunt and uncle for me. Su Chinga forced a smile, but inwardly she was overjoyed. Seeing the discord between Yi Lioli and this devilish man, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. She would make Yi Chen deserted by everyone, make him regret, make him despair. Yi Lioli wanted to say something more, but finding that Su Chinga had already left, she became even angrier at Yi Chen. Hearing the arguing behind her, a strange smile appeared on Su Chinga's lips. An idea gradually took shape in her mind. Chapter 217 Su Chinga reveals her true colors. Lu Rulan begins to scheme against her best friend. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Liang and Lin Liang were strolling down the street after their meal. Lingering by Su Liang's arm, Lin Liang felt a sweet warmth in her heart. If only time could stand still at this moment. As they passed a clothing store, Lin Liang was suddenly drawn to a garment inside. It was a cheongsam. Su Liang loved seeing her in cheongsams. The cheongsams they owned were all worn out, and they hadn't had time to restock. Soon, she forgot about it. Compared to buying clothes, she cherished the time spent with Su Liang more. Walking with Su Liang was blissful, shopping together would be even more perfect. However, her change in expression did not escape Su Liang's notice, and his heart immediately stirred. It would be a shame not to buy anything now that we're at the mall. Today is a joyous occasion, so feel free to choose whatever you like. Tonight, Mr. Su will pay. Ah. Knowing that Su Liang had seen through her thoughts, Lin Liang was incredibly touched. He could sense the subtle changes in her expression, and it was clear how much Su Liang cared for her. Brother Liang, thank you so much, you're so kind. What are you thanking me for? Su Liang gently stroked her delicate nose and said softly. You're a great contributor to the Su family. Hearing this, Lin Liang touched her belly, her face beaming with happiness. Then, the two went into a clothing store together. They bought many clothes, all of which Su Liang liked, miniskirts, cheongsams, lace. Fulfilling Lin Liang's wish to shop together, Su Liang then took her to see a movie. This solidified his affection for her completely. That evening, back home, Su Liang took out a large quantity of prenatal medication he had prepared from his personal storage space. When he explained the effects of the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine, Lin Liang immediately pounced on him. Today was her happiest day. She had no way to repay Su Liang's companionship. Several days passed. Su Liang stayed by the side of the newly pregnant female lead, leaving Suchinga alone in her room, filled with resentment. She believed it was all Yi Chen's fault. Because of his assassination attempt, her brother was too scared to go home to sleep. Suchinga was furious, driving Yi Liuli to and from school every day, hastening Yi Chen's alienation from everyone. This morning, Suchinga arrived at Yi Liuli's house. Since being scolded by his sister, Yi Chen had restrained himself considerably, not expressing his dissatisfaction with Suchinga in front of her. However, seeing Suchinga consistently taking his sister to and from school, their relationship growing stronger, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. His sister was too naive. If things continued like this, he feared he would be completely deceived by that girl. Suchinga was young, but Yi Chen didn't treat her like a little girl. She was just as ruthless as her brother, Su Liang. Birds of a feather flocked together. When he learned that Suchinga was Su Liang's sister, he was utterly shocked. A girl living a life of luxury in the glitz and glamour of the city was no less capable than him after 10 years in the underworld. It made him feel like he'd wasted his time practicing martial arts. Before his sister could leave, Yi Chen blocked Suchinga's path, wanting to know her true purpose. "What exactly do you want?" He suppressed his anger, asking through gritted teeth. "What do I want?" Suchinga's lips curled into a cruel smile. "You want to kill my brother. What do you think I want?" She already knew Yi Chen's weakness, his family, and therefore wasn't afraid to confront him. Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned ugly. "Don't push me. If you push me too far, your Su family won't have an easy time either." "Ha!" Suchinga was amused by her words. He couldn't even handle himself, yet he wanted to deal with the Su family? He'd probably die without even knowing how. Not to mention the powerful figures the Su family kept, his aunt, the Valkyrie, could crush him with a single finger. Although he didn't say a word, his expression was disdainful, his eyes looking at him like he was a clown. Yi Chen was stung by her gaze, his anger flaring. However, his injuries hadn't healed, and he was no match for the girl before him. He could only swallow his rage. If he had known that assassinating Su Liang would bring so much trouble, he would have been much more careful. At the very least, he would have disguised himself. He was careless. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Suchinga ignored him and waved to Yi Liuli as she approached. Seeing Yi Chen blocking Suchinga's path, Yi Liuli stormed over, followed by her parents. "Shinga, did he say something to you again?" Upon reaching her, Yi Liuli glared at Yi Chen hatefully, then looked at Suchinga and asked. "It's nothing. He was just thinking of you, afraid I'd hurt you." Suchinga's eyes darted around as she spoke in a flattering tone. Yi Liuli immediately realized that Yi Chen must have said something to Suchinga, and she flew into a rage. She was utterly disappointed in her brother, whom she hadn't seen for 10 years. Now she just wanted him to get as far away as possible. Yi Liuli was too lazy to say anything more and went straight to her parents to complain. "Mom and Dad, you saw it too, right? It's not that I have a problem with him, it's that he has a problem with my friend." Yi Liuli told her parents about Yi Chen. They hadn't believed her at first, but now they had no choice but to. They also knew the girl in front of them, the sister of their benefactor, Su Liang. How could such a beautiful, lovely, angelic person be the one Yi Chen said harming their family? Su Liang was their family's benefactor. Yi Chen's accusation that Su Liang had ill intentions already made them feel ashamed. Now, seeing him speak rudely to their benefactor's sister, his parents wanted to disappear into the ground. "You little brat, are you trying to drive us crazy? Apologize to this girl right now." Ye's father scolded her angrily. Ye's mother picked up a stick from the roadside and began to discipline him with a stick. Yi Chen was stunned. Before he could react, his mother's stick had already landed on him. This was because he hadn't dodged. How could he dare to dodge when his mother wanted to hit him? Although the blows didn't hurt, he felt incredibly aggrieved. "How old am I? Being lectured by my parents in public." Yi Chen felt like he was about to vomit blood. Seeing the smile in Suchinga's eyes only fueled his hatred. At Long Bingshue's house, two slender women lay on the large Simmons bed. Both women were stunningly beautiful with explosive figures, enough to make one's blood boil at first glance. As time passed, Long Bingshue woke up first. Seeing her best friend sleeping beside her, a smile appeared on her icy face. The smile was captivating, enough to make 100 flowers pale in comparison, but unfortunately, no one saw it. Gazing at her sweetly sleeping face for a moment, Long Bingshue carefully got up to wash and prepare breakfast for her best friend. Just as she closed the door, Lu Rulan, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes, her expression complex. Ever since learning of Su Liang's feelings, she had begun to reconnect with her best friend. Their relationship steadily improved, returning to the level of close friendship they once shared. Lu Rulan's heart was now entirely devoted to Su Liang. Since it was something Su Liang wanted, she could help him get it, but she could only apologize to her best friend. Chapter 218 Best Friend. Double the happiness? Just a clown. Liang Bingshue, always independent, quickly prepared breakfast. Just as she placed the soy milk and bread on the table, Lu Rulan came out of her room. Rulan, you're awake? Come and try my cooking. A smile bloomed on Liang Bingshue's face as she invited her best friend to the table. While eating breakfast, Lu Rulan, remembering the charity gala tonight, asked, Bingshue, are you going to the charity gala tonight? Liang Bingshue was taken aback. Since partnering with Su Liang, she had been busy with work for the past month and hadn't been aware of much of what was happening outside. Like the charity gala tonight, she had only just heard about it. Thinking about all the work she hadn't finished, how could she have time to attend a gala? Liang Bingshue shook her head. You can see how busy I've been lately, I don't have any free time. Lu Rulan had anticipated her answer and continued. How much time will a charity gala take up for you? I heard tonight's gala is bigger than ever, and it'll help boost the company's brand awareness. Aren't you developing a piece of land? You just need to show your face, and the value might even increase. Liang Bingshue paused in her eating, swayed by her best friend's words. Just then, Lu Rulan's voice rang out. Besides, I'll be there tonight too, so we can keep each other company. Hearing this, Liang Bingshue nodded without hesitation. Okay then, we'll go together. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lu Rulan's lips. Why was she so eager to get her best friend to attend the charity gala? Because Su Liang would be attending tonight. Since she was going to bring her best friend together, she naturally wanted her to witness Su Liang's charisma. There's no man in the world better than Su Liang. She believes that seeing more of him will help cure her misogyny. Just as she was thinking about how Su Liang would reward her after winning over her best friend, she heard Liang Bingshue say, Roland, thank you for helping my company through its most difficult period. She looked at her best friend with gratitude. Actually, for some time now, the Liang Group had been in business competition with other companies. As the Liang Group rapidly expanded, it touched the interests of some people, who began to suppress it. The business world is like a battlefield. Fearing that those people would turn on their daughter in desperation, Liang's father hired Yi Chen as a bodyguard. Although she possessed amazing business talent, Liang Bingshue was still struggling under the pressure from those established companies. Until a month ago, Su Liang suddenly came to her door, offering that piece of land for cooperation, giving her hope. That's why she agreed so readily then. Otherwise, given her misogyny, she would never have stayed in a room with a man to discuss a collaboration, and even let him take advantage of her without saying a word. After finalizing the deal, she began working day and night. At this time, her long-lost best friend appeared, expressing her willingness to weather the storm with her. Like a ray of light shining into the darkness, Liang Bingshue was deeply moved. A month passed, and their relationship grew stronger, with Lu Rulan subtly beginning to rely on her best friend. Don't thank me. We're best friends, helping each other is only natural, isn't it? Seeing her best friend's grateful expression, Lu Rulan smiled and replied. She then raised her cup of soy milk. Thinking to herself, I hope you won't hate me later. Yes, we're best friends. Liang Bingshue smiled as well, raising her cup to clink. After breakfast, Lu Rulan got into Long Bingshue's car, and they headed to the Liang group. Because of her pregnancy, she followed Su Liang's arrangements and began to gradually delegate authority. She mostly directed operations remotely, leaving her with little free time. Having decided to strengthen her relationship with Liang Bingshue, she went to help out at her best friend's company. They arrived at the entrance of the Liang group. The security guard respectfully opened the gate, and the car slowly drove in. After parking in front of the company building, the two women got out and walked side by side towards the office. Both women were stunningly beautiful, attracting countless glances along the way. Lu Rulan had been visiting the company frequently lately, and the employees were all aware of this friend whose charm was in no way inferior to the president's. The arrival of such a beautiful woman, even though they knew it had nothing to do with them, still boosted the employees' morale considerably. Just as the two women were about to take the elevator, a young man in a security guard uniform with an ordinary face blocked their way. Who else but Yi Chen would dare to block the president's path with such audacity? He had a lecherous expression on his face, practically drooling. "President, and this beautiful lady, good morning." Indeed, outstanding people have outstanding friends. He never expected. The icy and aloof Liang Bingshue actually had a best friend with equally stunning looks and, Shiji, a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence. He remembered being instantly captivated when he saw Liang Bingshue bring Lu Rulan to the company. The company already had the eye-catching CEO Liang Bingshue, and now there was another one. Double the fun, right? Moreover, the two women were best friends, further amplifying their appeal. Therefore, after arriving at the company, Yi Chen would occasionally show his face in front of the two women. What if she was captivated by his charm? Lu Rulan's expression was strange. After observing him, she discovered that this guy's status within the Liang group was somewhat special. While all the other employees treated CEO Liang Bingshue with utmost respect, this security guard named Yi Chen acted without restraint in the company. Strange, could Liang Bingshue, who couldn't tolerate any imperfections, really stand by and do nothing? At the same time, she also sensed that this guy harbored ulterior motives and had ulterior motives towards Liang Bingshue. This wouldn't do. Bingshue is someone Su Liang has his eye on, no one else can touch her. Lu Rulan decided to try and sow discord in him. Her brows immediately furrowed, and her expression darkened. Liang Bingshue noticed her best friend's change in expression, her heart sank, and anger flashed between her brows. She spoke without any politeness. "Get out of my way." Yi Chen's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Liang Bingshue to be so disrespectful. He was her bodyguard, not her subordinate. However, the thought of her being his future wife dispelled his gloom, and he obediently stepped aside. "Bingshue, this employee of yours seems rather disobedient." As they stepped into the elevator, Lu Rulan tentatively asked. "Disobedient?" "He's more than just disobedient, he's a complete troublemaker in the company, disgusting just looking at him." Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Rulan was even more surprised. "Since you dislike him so much, why don't you fire him? It'll save you from being an eyesore." "Do you think I don't want to? He was arranged by my dad, supposedly a bodyguard for me, but he's such a nuisance." Yi Chen. Standing at the elevator door, Yi Chen, who had overheard everything, touched his nose, scratched his head, and gave a wry smile. "Is it really okay to talk badly about me to my face? At least you're in the elevator, you can talk when I can't hear you." Chapter 219. The show is about to begin. The gap between him and Su Liang. Surrounded by beauties on both sides. Time, like the protagonist, flies by. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At the Yi family's gate. Yi Chen frequently checked his phone, a hint of irritation in his expression. He'd overheard at work that Liang Bingshue was attending a charity gala that evening. As her bodyguard, he naturally had to go with her. What if something happened? After get off work, he ate dinner and prepared to go to the Shanghai Grand Hall. But after finishing his meal, his sister still hadn't returned. With the charity gala approaching, he was worried about Liang Bingshue's safety. But his sister's situation was more urgent. He was really worried about his sister being with that little devil. He'd called several times, but she hadn't answered, and had even blocked him. Yi Chen was frantic. He was terrified that his innocent sister had been deceived. If he weren't worried about being exposed, he would have already mobilized his underworld network to search for her. Screech. Just then, a car pulled up and stopped in front of her house. Yi Lioli got out of the car. It turned out Su Qingga had brought Yi Lioli home. After the two girls said goodbye, Su Qingga drove away, and Yi Lioli happily walked back home. "Where did you go? You didn't answer my calls. Do you know how worried I was?" Seeing Yi Chen blocking her way, Yi Lioli's initial joy vanished. "Where I go is none of your business." With that, she walked past Yi Chen and went home. Today, Su Qingga had taken her to the amusement park. Of course, she wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to build a good relationship with Liang and his sister. The two of them happily played all afternoon. Midway through, Yi Chen called. Under Su Qingga's subtle persuasion, she immediately blocked him. She wouldn't tell Yi Chen about this. Yi Lioli was completely disappointed in this brother, even thinking he was crazy. She was even considering moving, to get away from her parents and their mentally ill father. Yi Chen was speechless, a dull ache in his heart. Why? Everything he did was for his family, yet they not only didn't understand him, they also misunderstood him. This feeling was truly disheartening. Shanghai Grand Hall. The venue for tonight's charity gala. Before sunset, people began to arrive. Those attending the gala were all Shanghai's elite. To showcase their status, their cars were increasingly luxurious. Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Maserati, these were just the most common cars. Mercedes-Benz and BMWs were nowhere to be seen, as if they weren't even qualified to park here. The arrival of so many luxury cars naturally attracted attention, and a crowd gathered. As the start time of the charity gala drew closer, the truly important figures began to appear. Wow, isn't that the boss of Panlong Real Estate? He's worth billions. Look, that's the chairman of the steel company, he's here too. And there's the eldest son of the Chen family. Usually so arrogant and domineering, he's being very cautious in this kind of setting. My God, has everything gone mad today? How come so many big shots have gathered? He's here. He's here. He's walking towards us with a devilish swagger. He's the eldest son of the Zheng family, one of the four great families of Shanghai. Seeing the arrival of these important figures, the crowd was stunned and began to murmur amongst themselves. At this moment, they were all drawn to a luxury car parked at the entrance of the auditorium. It was a custom-made Panamera, the epitome of luxury. Zhang Hao stepped out of the car with an air of arrogance. Is that really the eldest son of the Zheng family? Handsome and rich, I'm in love. No wonder he's a top-tier rich second generation, that car is so cool. Cool? What's so cool about it? He's just showing off because his family is rich. Young Master Su's family is even richer, and he's the president of a group, but I've never seen him drive a luxury car to flaunt it. Compared to young Master Su, he's nothing. Speaking of young Master Jiang and young Master Su, it reminds me of the scene where President Liang greeted young Master Su. Why does it feel like young Master Jiang is being cuckolded? Seeing the envious and admiring looks from everyone, Zhang Hao felt incredibly pleased. The feeling of showing off was truly intoxicating. However, when he heard someone mention his fiancée, Leng Bingxue, his face darkened. He felt that Su Liang had become a stain on his life. No matter what happened, he was always compared to him. He was utterly crushed in every aspect. If Su Liang were a true gentleman, it wouldn't matter, but Zhang Hao knew he was a hypocrite, two-faced and deceitful man. Being outshone by such a person made him extremely unhappy. But he wasn't in a hurry. After today, the time to bring Su Liang down from his pedestal would be shortened again. The reason was simple: tonight he would experience a major plot development. At the charity gala, he would go to Liang Bingxue, only to be thoroughly humiliated and trampled underfoot by the protagonist. From then on, he would become the laughingstock of the entire upper class, while the protagonist would rise to prominence, picking up scraps at the gala and entering the upper class's field of vision. Today, his task was to play the role of the protagonist's stepping stone. Although for him, this would be agonizing and unpleasant. But undeniably, the reward for completing this plot would be substantial. For the system's reward, he endured it. "Brother Hao, you're here for the charity gala too?" One of Jiang Hao's cronies approached him, exclaiming excitedly. Jiang Hao, still pondering the details of his performance, casually replied with a perfunctory answer. But the other man launched into a long explanation. "Brother Hao, I have a little inside tidbit for you. Your sister-in-law is coming tonight too." As he spoke, he winked at Jiang Hao, knowing he still harbored feelings for Liang Bingxue. Seeing Jiang Hao remain silent, he feigned surprise, not wanting to arouse Brother Hao's attention, and continued, composing himself. "Not only your sister-in-law, but also the president of the Lu group, she'll be there too." Jiang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He knew Lu Ruolin, the one Su Liang had ruthlessly seduced. She's coming to the gala too? Oh, this isn't just a fictional world, oh well. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Jiang Hao's friends pointed excitedly at the two women getting out of the Maserati not far away. "Brother Hao, look! It's sister-in-law. She's with President Lu." Following their finger, Jiang Hao indeed saw two slender, stunningly beautiful figures. His eyes lit up. Somewhat surprised, Lu Ruolin's looks and temperament were no less than the main female lead, Liang Bingxue. A strange feeling welled up inside him, a bittersweet mix of emotions, making him incredibly uncomfortable. What a pity such a beautiful woman has become Su Liang's woman. A good cabbage has been eaten by a pig. He, who prided himself on being a good person, felt incredibly resentful. My God, those are Liang Bingxue from the Liang group and Lu Ruolin from the Lu group. Two female CEOs from Shanghai have appeared at the same time. They're both business geniuses from Shanghai, top 10 young entrepreneurs, representatives of women who are just as capable as men. As expected of my goddesses, they're so beautiful. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry them. No matter who it is, I don't agree. Nobody is worthy of them. Hey, you still disagree? You really think you're something? Many people were stunned by the arrival of Liang Bingxue and Lu Ruolin, and the noise was deafening. However, the next moment, with the appearance of Su Liang, all the sounds fell silent, and the entire venue was completely quiet. Chapter 220. The title of was eaten by the dog-like author. Lu Ruolin and Liang Bingxue, already accustomed to the stares around them, calmly walked towards the entrance of the Great Hall. But then, Su Liang arrived. Su Liang stepped out of a Maybach, understated yet luxurious. A beautiful female driver respectfully opened the car door for him, highlighting his status. His custom-made attire was far superior to any designer brand. His physique was perfectly proportioned, his face handsome yet masculine, as if meticulously sculpted by nature. His appearance was secondary, what truly mattered was his aura, imbued with undeniable nobility. He possessed the authority of a superior, a gentle smile playing on his lips that was both warm and approachable. With his arrival, the noise in the room gradually subsided, only to be quickly replaced by an even greater uproar. Holy crap! That's so damn handsome. That female driver is goddess level, so classy. Who's this guy? Bro, are you from out of town? Who else could have that kind of looks and charisma besides the eldest son of the Su family, the #1 young master of Shanghai? Oh my God, my idol. I'd only ever seen him online before, and now I've finally met him in person. He's even more perfect than I imagined. I have to say, no wonder he's young Master Su. Even the female driver beside him is as beautiful as those two CEOs. Young Master Su's arrival has elevated this charity gala to a whole new level. Many women in the audience were practically floating on air, while the men were filled with envy and admiration, unable to feel the slightest bit of jealousy. The gap between Su Liang and them was simply too vast, they were from completely different worlds. Young Master Su. As Su Liang walked towards the auditorium, company bosses and group chairmen alike greeted him. They hoped to leave a good impression on Su Liang. Not only were these people trying to curry favor with Su Liang, but even Lu Rulan and Liang Bingxue came over to greet him. Su Liang showed no airs whatsoever, responding with a smile and a nod. This scene, witnessed by everyone, highlighted his refined and approachable manner. A small gesture was enough to maintain his public image. Why wouldn't Su Liang do it? Seeing Lu Rulan deliberately keeping her distance, yet subtly winking at him playfully, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. His women were always surrounded by female bodyguards he had arranged, serving both protection and surveillance. He knew about Lu Rulan's actions these past few days. She had recently been getting closer to Liang Bingxue, helping him win over her best friend. His initial hint had worked. Su Liang was looking forward to this and didn't disturb Lu Rulan's plan. Seeing that Su Liang understood her meaning, Lu Rulan breathed a sigh of relief. To win over her best friend, she naturally needed to infiltrate her target's inner circle and cultivate a good relationship with Liang Bingxue. For now, she couldn't discover her close relationship with Su Liang, otherwise it would arouse her suspicion. He would secretly act as matchmaker, gradually lowering her guard until she accepted Su Liang. Then, the three of them walked into the auditorium together. This scene, witnessed by everyone present, elicited incredibly varied expressions. Actually, there was nothing wrong with it. Given Su Liang's status, who wouldn't want to cultivate a good relationship with him? The crucial point is Liang Bingxue is the fiancé of the eldest son of the Jiang family. The eldest son of the Jiang family is clearly here, yet Liang Bingxue doesn't even glance at him, walking side by side with Su Liang. Swish swish swish. A multitude of gazes turned towards Zhang Hao. TSK, what is the eldest son of the Jiang family doing? His fiancé has run off with someone else, and he's still looking around like this. Should keep your voice down. That's young Master Su. Even if he knows, so what? He can only pretend he didn't see it. Indeed, although the Jiang family is one of the four great families, they're just a junior compared to the Su family. No wonder in every aspect, young Master Su is 1,000 times better than him. Any normal woman would know how to choose, right? Zhang Hao, who was looking around, froze upon hearing the surrounding voices, his face turning green instantly. He had been looking for the protagonist, Yi Chen. According to the plot, Yi Chen was supposed to arrive with Liang Bingxue, but now they were nowhere to be seen. Yi Chen was supposed to be the protagonist today. How could he embarrass himself if he wasn't there? How could he get the system reward without embarrassment? He was just looking for the protagonist, and now this label fell from the sky. Watching Lu Rulan, Liang Bingxue, and Su Liang walk together, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Su Liang truly deserved to die. At this moment, his cronies returned, excitedly saying, "Brother Hao, I just went over to greet young Master Su," and he nodded in response. Zhang Hao ignored him. Unable to bear the strange looks from those around him, and ignoring where Yi Chen had gone, he hurriedly entered the venue. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Jiang Hao's mind is damaged, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Chapter 221, one sentence from the female lead breaks the protagonist's defenses. The protagonist flees in terror. The grand hall was lavishly decorated. The floors gleamed, and enormous crystal chandeliers illuminated every corner. A group of people had already gathered inside, some catching up with old friends, others discussing company collaborations. Delicious food and desserts were laid out throughout the hall for anyone who might get hungry. Sisters in uniforms carried trays of fine wines, moving among the crowd for easy access. Even before Su Liang and his entourage arrived, the hall had quieted down, ready to welcome them. They had all received word from their subordinates outside that young Master Su had arrived. Su Liang gestured for them to continue, to go about their business as usual. He was just there to watch the show. The charity gala was divided into 3 parts. Gathering so many business luminaries together was certainly an opportunity for resource exchange, to unite the Shanghai business community. Therefore, the first stage was to provide a venue for the business leaders to network and facilitate cooperation. Those who got along well immediately reached a cooperation agreement. The second stage involved the organizers bringing out trinkets collected from around the world, including antiques, jade, and rare treasures. Some were genuine, some were fake. Those who liked something could buy it, with the price depending on their offer. The organizers wouldn't keep the money, it would be donated to charity. It was essentially a small-scale bargain hunting game. The third stage was donations. Donations were entirely up to the individual, but those who donated little would certainly lose face. Liang spoke, and the scene returned to its previous order. People approached company owners they liked to see cooperation, but their voices were much lower than before, afraid of disturbing Liang. Jiang Hao held an empty wineglass, and his idly swirling it revealed his frustration. Because he didn't see Yi Chen there. Without Yi Chen, the plot couldn't begin. He swore he'd never wanted to see a man so much before. And where was Yi Chen at that moment? He breathed a sigh of relief when his sister returned and he found her unharmed. Only then did he take a taxi to get there. The crowd at the entrance hadn't dispersed yet, pointing and sighing at the luxury cars. They were all surprised to see a young man get out of a taxi and walk towards the great hall of the people. What the heck, what's he going to do? Is he going to a charity gala too? No way. Look at his cheap clothes, and he even took a taxi. He doesn't look like he's going to a gala at all. That's not necessarily true. What if he's pretending to be weak? I often see rich young masters in novels dressing up as beggars to show off. Come on, novels are novels, don't confuse them with reality. You don't believe me? How about we make a bet? If he can't get in, I'll call you dad on the spot. Okay, you said it yourself. If he can get in, I'll call you dad, the kind you do right now. A barrage of mocking and contemptuous gazes fell on Yi Chen. Two people even used him as the wager, arguing heatedly. Yi Chen glanced around and knew the charity gala had started. He was late. He couldn't help but worry about Liang Bingshuhe. What if an assassin had infiltrated? He had to get to Liang Bingshue's side as quickly as possible. Arriving at the entrance of the main hall, he walked straight inside, only to be stopped by two security guards. Sir, please show your invitation. Yi Chen paused, his brow furrowing. He needed this to even get in? Seeing him frozen in place, the two security guards' expressions gradually changed, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Today, so many important figures had passed by, raising their standards. They looked down on Yi Chen's ordinary attire. What are you doing here without an invitation? Get out of the way, don't interfere with our work. The security guards shooed him away rudely, their attitude like shooing away a fly. Yi Chen's face darkened. He was the king of hell, who dared to look down on him? Now even a nobody could dare to step on him? However, the occasion wasn't right, so he suppressed his anger and forced an awkward smile. I'm Liang Bingshue's bodyguard, the president of the Liang Group. I'm late because I was helping to get some documents. Could you two please make an exception? The two security guards looked at him with astonishment, sizing him up before scoffing. You? President Liang's bodyguard? What nonsense! Of course we know President Liang, but didn't she tell us to be careful with a bodyguard coming from behind? No wonder they didn't believe him. The important figures present weren't without security guards. Each one was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding authority and power. Who looked like the man in front of them dressed like he was from a street stall. Unable to withstand their disdainful gazes, Yi Chen's mind stirred, releasing a trace of the pressure of a grandmaster of internal energy. I'm telling the truth. You can call if you don't believe me. Her sharp gaze made the two security guards tremble with fear and uncertainty. As if possessed, they took out their phones and called the security guards inside the venue to inquire. What's your name? Yi Chen. In the lobby. A security guard approached Liang Bingxue and respectfully inquired. President Liang, there's a man outside named Yi Chen who claims to be your bodyguard. I'm here to ask if you should let him in. Liang Bingxue, who was chatting with her best friend, frowned slightly upon hearing this. Already displeased with Yi Chen, and having upset her best friend that morning, her disgust only intensified. So, she said coldly. What Yi Chen? I don't know him. Okay, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. The security guard quickly apologized and retreated, then angrily spoke into the phone. What the hell are you doing? Calling me to confirm every piece of trash's name. If you don't want to work here, get the hell out of here. At the entrance of the Great Hall, two security guards, after being thoroughly berated, apologized repeatedly, then glared menacingly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. He had heard every word Liang Bingxue said. It felt like a knife had pierced his heart. He had tried so hard to protect Liang Bingxue, only to receive this in return. His heart ached terribly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind from a punch struck. It turned out a security guard had thrown a punch at his face. Yi Chen easily dodged it. Seeing another security guard brandish his baton, he knew he couldn't get in, and immediately ran away, covering his head. He ran, the security guards chased, trying to make him fly away. They were furious that Yi Chen had gotten them yelled at by their superiors, and they wouldn't be satisfied until they beat him up. This scene was witnessed by the crowd, who looked at Yi Chen with even more disdain. Ha, just as I expected, he thinks he's worthy of attending those big shots parties. Son, call me Dad, I'm waiting to hear it. Yes, so call him. What do you mean? You're trying to renege on your promise. Didn't you hear what I said? I said I'd acknowledge you as my dad, be your dad. Damn it, you're playing word games with me. Chapter 222. Nothing in this world is difficult if you have the opportunity. A woman loves money, but she acquires it ethically. Yi Chen shook off two security guards, his face covered in dust, and scaled the wall, finally entering the venue. In the hall, Zhang Hao was still anxiously waiting for Yi Chen to appear. If he didn't come, he would go out and look for him. The villain wants the protagonist to participate in the plot? Damn it, you're the protagonist. Disappearing at the crucial point of the plot? Do you still want to show off and fly high? I just want to be mocked and slapped in the face, want to be trampled underfoot, is that so hard? Ha! Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise. He saw a furtive figure walk in through the door. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Yi Chen. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with this year's protagonist? He's too difficult to manage. Entering the hall, Yi Chen's eyes swept around, searching for Liang Bingxue. Soon, he saw Liang Bingxue and Lu Rulan chatting on a sofa, and he felt relieved. After relaxing, the aroma of desserts wafted from the table, and he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. During dinner, he had been so worried about his sister's safety that he hadn't eaten much. Yi Chen, however, didn't stand on ceremony, casually grabbing an egg tart and popping it into his mouth. Then came 1, 2, 3. Seeing a beautiful woman carrying a wine tray pass by, he casually picked up a glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp. It was all free anyway, might as well take advantage. Making a wasted trip wasn't his style. Thus, a strange scene unfolded at the event. A plainly dressed young man was devouring a table full of food without any regard for his image. Keep in mind, the people present were all high society individuals, extremely conscious of their appearance. They would savor their food in small sips. They would sip their wine, emphasizing timeless elegance. Yi Chen, on the other hand, acted as if he hadn't eaten in years. The stark contrast drew the attention of those around him. This gentleman is truly extraordinary. Who is he? Is there such a person in high society? I've never seen him before. Who would be in a place like this just to eat? Could he be a homeless person who snuck in? Probably not. The security system here is pretty good, nothing like this has ever happened before. Ignoring the disdainful glances from those around him, Yi Chen remained oblivious. He enjoyed his food and wine while observing Liang Bingxue's actions to ensure her safety. Just then, he saw Liang Bingxue, who had been sitting on the sofa, stand up and walk in one direction. There, sitting was Su Liang? Yi Chen's spirits lifted, his hands stopped moving, and the food in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. His gaze was fixed on that direction. It turned out that Lu Rulan had seen everyone who had greeted Su Liang leave. Now that Su Liang was alone, she began to guide her best friend to get to know him. She went to great lengths to help Su Liang win over her best friend. Bingxue, shall we go and meet young Master Su? Ha? Why? Liang Bingxue was somewhat confused upon hearing this. Although Su Liang's offer of cooperation gave her hope of escaping her predicament, she was grateful. However, her inner aversion to men resisted any close contact with Su Liang. Didn't you say Mr. Su is your business partner? In this situation, it's only right to greet him, and who knows, there might be an opportunity for further cooperation. Lu Rulan's words were calculated. She knew her best friend's personality. Like her, she was a workaholic, a strong woman. If contact with Su Liang were beneficial to the company's development, Liang Bingxue would not only refuse but also feel resentful. Being a business partner was different. Besides, the possibility of cooperation would be helpful to her work, so Liang Bingxue wouldn't disagree. After all, Su Liang had been kind to her, and she always repaid kindness. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Liang Bingxue hesitated slightly before nodding. Then Lu Rulan and Liang Bingxue went to Su Liang. Young Master Su, is it all right if we sit here? Su Liang held his wineglass, gently swirling the bright red liquid, his expression somewhat listless. Seeing the two women arrive, he smiled and gestured for them to sit. Please sit. Lu Rulan pulled her best friend to a seat, saying with a sigh. It's really not easy to talk to young Master Su. The implication was that since Su Liang's arrival, everyone had been greeting and flirting with him, and it was only now that it had ended. As she spoke, Lu Rulan slightly raised her neck, her heart filled with pride. Because this was her man. The more outstanding Su Liang was, the happier she was. The cold, icy Shui beside her, however, didn't detect the intimacy and pride in her words. Su Liang chuckled softly. They're just giving me face. Young Master Su is too modest. At such a young age, you've become the president of the Su Group, leading the group's market value to multiply several times over. Bingxue and I are both envious. Lu Rulan began praising Su Liang to her best friend. Handsome, charismatic, excellent yet humble, the perfect boyfriend. Su Liang knew her intentions and found it quite amusing to hear the female lead praise him to his face. Thus, the two began to work together. Nothing is difficult in this world, only with scheming. Lu Rulan praised him to the skies, while Su Liang maintained a humble expression. Liang Bingxue was stunned. After praising Su Liang, Lu Rulan seemed to remember something, slapped her forehead, and said, I heard from Bingxue about your collaboration with her. This project has been very helpful to her. I thank you on her behalf. With that, she picked up a glass of juice from the coffee table. Because of her pregnancy, she couldn't drink alcohol and could only drink juice instead. Seeing this, Liang Bingxue felt a little awkward, but how could she let her best friend thank her on her behalf? She picked up a glass of red wine and gave a forced smile. Mr. Su, Rulan is right. Since we reached an agreement last time, I haven't had a chance to thank you. What are you saying? Bingxue's company mainly focuses on real estate. It's more suitable for you to develop that piece of land. We're cooperating for mutual benefit. Su Liang raised his glass and clinked glasses with hers. Liang Bingxue knew Su Liang was giving her face, otherwise, with the Su family's influence, developing a piece of land would be incredibly easy. His refined and approachable manner, his warm smile, made it difficult for her to feel the same dislike she felt towards other men. Once the conversation started, the three chatted and laughed. This scene made those who were occasionally watching Su Liang's group extremely envious. If only they were women, and possessed the stunning beauty of these two women, they could simply win without lifting a finger, right? Women love money, as long as they acquire it ethically. Men are destined to toil their whole lives. Of course, not everyone was envious, except for two people. Yi Chen and Jiang Hao's faces were extremely grim. Chapter 223: The Protagonist's Fortuitous Encounter? This item is destined for me. My mentality is collapsing. Seeing Su Liang and the other two chatting happily, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, but dared not act rashly. Ever since learning that Su Liang had a mysterious expert protecting him, he had temporarily abandoned his assassination plans. He was reckless, but not stupid. He couldn't guarantee he'd escape again next time. Actually, he was puzzled. Su Liang definitely knew he wanted to kill him, so why hadn't he come looking for trouble? Could he have misunderstood? Su Liang was the kind of good person who repaid evil with kindness. What a joke! If Su Liang was a good person, were there any bad people in the world? It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. He sensed that Su Liang was brewing some powerful move, and he remained vigilant. Therefore, he was extremely worried when his sister didn't come home from school. Now he could only watch helplessly as Su Liang flirted with the woman he had his eye on, feeling incredibly frustrated. There's no limit to how frustrating it can get. That's Jiang Hao. Yi Chen was indulging in his own fantasy, believing Liang Bingxue was truly his fiancée. Being intimate with another man right in front of him made him feel dizzy with embarrassment. Because the other man was Su Liang, he could only suppress his anger. Jiang Hao's hands, hidden in the shadows, clenched tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead, as if his very being was about to break apart. Ding Yichen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. As the clock struck 8, the first phase of the charity gala ended. Organizers came out. They set up stalls in the center of the hall, carrying all sorts of strange and unusual items. The second phase, the bargain hunting, began. Those present were all upper-class individuals, people who weren't short of money. But they were interested in these trinkets. It's okay if you don't find a bargain, consider it a donation, and it'll be credited to your account later. Finding one would be even better. Being able to show off in front of so many high society people would feel incredibly exhilarating. That's the brilliance of the organizers designing this little game. So, once the stalls were set up, interested people went over, wanting to try their luck. Over at Su Liang's place, Lu Rulin and Su Liang were discussing business matters, chatting animatedly and enjoying themselves immensely. However, seeing her best friend Liang Bingxue seemed a bit reserved, she rolled her eyes and suggested, "Young Master Su, there's a bargain hunting game over there, shall we go check it out?" Su Liang glanced at it and smiled slightly. "Sure." Then, the three of them walked towards the stalls together. Seeing this, Yichen put down the food he was holding and quickly followed. He needed to protect Liang Bingxue's safety and couldn't let her out of his sight. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and stood up to follow Yichen. The plot was finally about to begin. To gain power more quickly and settle scores with Su Liang, they had to put on a good show. The three of them moved among antique jade pieces. "Bingxue, would you like to try your luck?" Lu Rulin looked around curiously, then turned to ask her best friend. It has to be said that since following Su Liang, her personality has become much more cheerful. Unlike before, when she was aloof, she's become more down-to-earth. "Me? Forget it." Liang Bingxue shook her head. She wasn't interested in anything except work. If Lu Rulin hadn't invited her, she probably wouldn't have even attended this charity gala. TCH, boring. Lu Rulin pouted, then asked Su Liang beside her. "Young Master Su, is there anything you've taken a liking to?" Su Liang was about to say he wasn't interested. These things were far too ordinary for him. Even if there were valuable items among them, he wouldn't care. Why bother trying to find bargains with these people? It would be beneath him. However, when he saw Yichen, the main character who had been paying attention, staring blankly at an item, Su Liang suddenly changed his tone. "I'm actually interested in something." Since it's something the protagonist has his eye on, that's different. In this environment, in this setting, if I don't give the protagonist a good show at showing off and getting slapped in the face, it's a waste of my time as an online novelist. Therefore, Su Liang was certain that what the protagonist wanted must be something good, and of course he had to snatch it. The protagonist wants to show off in front of him? No way. Yi Chen, who had been following the three with a gloomy expression, was suddenly attracted to a small sword on a stall. It was a rusty little sword, completely covered in rust, looking as ordinary as could be. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the hilt of the short sword, where two characters were engraved in ancient seal script: Sun Luo. Sun Luo sword. Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and his heart trembled slightly. The Sun Luo sword was a sacred object of their underworld. It's said to have disappeared for centuries, yet here it's been discovered. Obtaining it grants command over the myriad members of the underworld, making one the ruler of the underworld. Don't be fooled by the current ruler, the Emperor of Fengdu. His position is precarious, lacking the sacred artifact, the Sun Luo sword. As the saying goes, without a proper title, there's no legitimacy. For years, the Emperor of Fengdu has been searching for clues to the Sun Luo sword, but to no avail. Yi Chen's breathing quickened. If he obtained the Sun Luo sword and controlled the mysterious assassin organization of the underworld, would he need to fear the Mirsu family? Not far away, Zhang Hao, who had been observing Yi Chen, wore a complex expression. He had read the novel and naturally knew of the Sun Luo sword's existence. It's appeared here clearly a fortuitous encounter arranged for the protagonist. Damn protagonist's halo. The Sun Luo sword, as explained, is a sacred artifact of the ancient assassin organization, the underworld, forged by its founder at great expense. It was passed down to each successive ruler of the underworld. However, for some unknown reason, the Sun Luo sword was lost hundreds of years ago and has not been found to this day. Besides the value of this small sword, the Sun Luo sword was forged from meteorite iron from outer space, possessing the power to cut a hair in two, truly a divine weapon. If he had the strength, he would have definitely intercepted such a divine weapon. However, the sword's origins were too extraordinary. Now that Yi Chen had seen it, even if he managed to snatch it, he would worry about Yi Chen coming after him. And then there was the Lord of the Underworld. He was comfortably in his position as the leader. If someone suddenly tried to take it from him, would he let it go? In the story, even when Yi Chen obtained the Sun Luo sword, he fought the Lord of the Underworld for a long time before finally taking his place. For him now, it was a hot potato. Holding it wouldn't bring him any benefit. He could only gain strength through the system. Once he had the power to fear nothing, it wouldn't be too late to snatch the Sun Luo sword back. Yi Chen suppressed his excitement and walked step by step towards the Sun Luo sword stall, just about to ask the staff about the price. A gentle, refined voice, yet one that filled him with intense resentment, rang out. "This item is destined for me, I want it." Chapter 224 vividly portrays power. The heroine's adoration. "This item is destined for me." Hearing Su Liang's voice, Yi Chen trembled and turned sharply. He saw Su Liang approaching with Lang Bingxue and Lu Ruolin. In a moment, he had already picked up the rusty little sword. Su Liang's fingers caressed the Sun Luo sword, examining it closely. His keen senses immediately detected the problem. The rust on the sword's surface was a disguise, an extremely sophisticated disguise, completely undetectable to ordinary people. At the same time, he also noticed the two ancient inscriptions on the hilt. Information about the Sun Luo sword surfaced in his mind, and he suddenly understood. So this little sword was a sacred artifact of the underworld. No wonder the protagonist was so excited, staring at it intently. A divine weapon? Interesting. I wonder how its power compares to my demonic blade. Su Liang pondered for a moment. Obtaining it would make me the lord of the underworld, which I could give to Chinga. As for Jiang Hao's concerns about being retaliated against by the current lord of the underworld, the great emperor of Fengdu, that was completely irrelevant to him. Trying to take the sword from his sister? Su Liang would teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget, and also settle the score for refusing his assassination mission. With this thought in mind, Su Liang looked at the staff member and asked, "How much is this thing?" The staff member, capable of this job, remembered the names of all the people present. Seeing that it was Su Liang asking, the man was extremely excited. He hadn't expected that his small stall would attract the attention of the young master of the Su family. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by an angry voice. "Boss, sell it to me, I saw it first." Swish swish swish. A multitude of gazes turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Yi Chen beside him, his face ashen. Yi Chen was furious. For days, he had been living in constant fear, pressured by the hidden master beside Su Liang. He had finally discovered the Sunluo sword, a glimmer of hope that he could become the lord of the underworld and no longer fear that master. But just as he was about to offer to buy it, Su Liang spoke first. He wondered if Su Liang knew about the Sunluo sword. If he did, it would be troublesome. He probably didn't. Information about the Sunluo sword was highly confidential, only members of the underworld would know. Su Liang's actions were likely retaliation for his assassination attempt. He secretly regretted his overly obvious behavior, which had attracted Su Liang's attention. Now there was nothing he could do. He absolutely couldn't let Su Liang take the Sunluo sword away. Otherwise, with that master by his side, who knew how long it would take to get it back. Lu Ruolan and Liang Bingxue, who had followed Su Liang to the stall, were curious about what was so special about this rusty little sword that Su Liang was interested in. Upon hearing the voice, they both turned to look. Seeing Yi Chen, both women were somewhat surprised. Wasn't this guy stopped by security outside? How come he's here now? Thinking the question, they didn't dare ask. They wanted nothing more than to distance themselves from Yi Chen. Who is that guy? Trying to snatch something young Master Su wanted? He's asking for trouble. Hey, you thought you saw it first? I clearly saw young Master Su get it first. This guy is shameless. Huh? Isn't that the guy who ate like a pig earlier? He actually came to snatch something from young Master Su. Now I believe he's a homeless person who sneaked in. I've never seen such a shameless person. Hearing the mocking, contemptuous, and disdainful words coming from all around him, Yi Chen's face kept changing, turning pale and then flushed, almost like a face-changing act. These voices meant nothing to him, but when he met Liang Bingxue's disgusted gaze, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Clearly, Liang Bingxue also thought he was being unreasonable and deliberately causing trouble. But it was indeed him who saw it first. Su Liang must have noticed his gaze and wanted to retaliate by stealing it from him. It was indeed Su Liang who inquired about the price first, and he had no way to explain himself. This feeling of being powerless to refute was driving him to the brink of madness. The staff member looked over and, seeing his cheap, street stall-like clothes, immediately felt disdain. He quickly turned to Su Liang, a fawning smile on his face, and said, "It is an honor for this sword to be favored by young Master Su, and it is also an honor for me. I am willing to give it to you." Hey, didn't you hear what I said? I clearly saw it first, why should I give it to him? Seeing the staff member about to give the Sunluo sword to Su Liang, Yi Chen panicked. "Sir, please watch your words. I'm standing right here and saw it clearly. Young Master Su clearly saw it first. Please don't be unreasonable, thank you," the staff member said, suppressing his anger. This guy deserves to die. Such a good opportunity to curry favor with young Master Su. If this guy interrupts it, he'll be spitting blood. His mind raced through the names of the attendees, and after confirming that the person before him wasn't there, his tone became even more impolite. "This stall is managed by me. It's my honor that young Master Su has taken a liking to what's here. Is it any of your business if I give it to you?" Yi Chen was furious, almost spitting blood. His gaze swept over the faces of the people around him, and without exception, they all wore expressions of approval. They even expressed envy towards this staff member. Damn it, he'd seized the opportunity to curry favor with young Master Su. At this moment, the word power was on full display. Lu Ruolan's eyes gleamed with admiration. Liang Bingxue's expression was complex, gaining a deeper understanding of Su Liang's status. To this, Su Liang simply smiled and waved his hand. Without rules, there can be no order. Let's follow the rules. If someone wants the same item, the highest bidder wins. His tone was gentle, his demeanor refined, giving him an approachable air. This contrast, one moment wielding immense power, the next so approachable and unpretentious, involves an irresistible liking. Even the coldest, most icy person like him. The staff member wanted to say something, but Su Liang interrupted him, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly announce the price of the small sword. 10,000. They had acquired this small sword from a village. Because it was rusty, they had only paid 100 yuan for it. They had examined it. Aside from its incredible hardness, it was just an ordinary rusty iron sword. Because of its special material, they had priced it at 10,000. Actually, he had now realized the sword's special nature. Since it had caught the eye of young Master Su and attracted competition, it must be something extraordinary. But since young Master Su had inquired about it, he dared not raise the price. How hateful! He could have spent 10,000 yuan to establish a connection with young Master Su, but this guy had ruined everything. For a moment, the staff member's hatred for Yi Chen surged like a never-ending river. Chapter 225: Killing two birds with one stone. The protagonist's clown performance. The female lead stirring up trouble. Yi Chen didn't care about the staff's feelings. Hearing Su Liang say the highest bidder would win, he was secretly delighted. He had spent over a decade navigating the Dark Kingdom world and had amassed a considerable fortune. Roughly $1 billion or so. That was definitely no match for Su Liang's trillion-dollar net worth. However, he didn't necessarily have to compete with him. He could simply use some underhanded tactics. Su Liang was probably just trying to get revenge. He'd bid a few $100 million during the bidding. Su Liang probably wouldn't believe he had that much money and wanted to see him unable to pay, to laugh and mock him. After all, the Sanluo sword currently looked like a rusty little sword, not worth that much at all. A few $100 million? Everyone would think he was a sucker. Then he could just put up a few $100 million and easily get the Sanluo sword. His thinking made sense. Assuming no one present knew about the Sanluo sword, Su Liang was the exception. Immediately, Yi Chen spoke without hesitation. I'll offer 100,000. Hearing his offer, everyone became curious about the rusty little sword. Could it really be some kind of treasure? But it just looks like an ordinary little sword, rusty and nothing special. Su Liang smiled slightly and stated a price. 100 million. He lacked many things, but not money. Leaving aside the Su group he controlled, just consider the Galaxy group he secretly manipulated. It earned him countless riches every day. Not to mention the Skynet hidden in the shadows, controlling the world and secretly managing resources in over a dozen countries. Money was truly just a string of numbers in his eyes. What? Hearing Su Liang's offer, everyone present was shocked. What exactly was this rusty iron sword? That it could fetch a price of 100 million from young Master Su? Yi Chen's face darkened. He had expected Su Liang to bid gradually, then suddenly escalate the price to several $100 million, feigning anger. Who would have thought Su Liang would immediately raise the price to 100 million, completely disrupting his plans? However, getting him to give up the Sanluo sword was impossible, so he immediately feigned anger. His fists clenched, his eyes practically spitting fire, looking like he was blinded by rage. The staff member at the stall was stunned for a moment before reacting, trembling with excitement. They received commissions for managing the stall. 100 million was enough for him to earn a lot. Although it was a pity he couldn't establish a connection with young Master Su, getting a commission was still good. Then, he looked at Yi Chen, urging him with a mocking tone. Young Master Su bid 100 million, it's your turn. If you don't have the money, don't cause trouble here. Hearing this, Yi Chen, like a cat with its fur standing on end, said somewhat maniacally. No money? Who said I'm broke? I don't even know who you're looking down on. It's just 100 million. I'll offer $1 billion. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a gambler who had lost everything and was desperate to win back his losses, making it hard to believe the truth of his words. I didn't hear wrong, did I? He said he'd offer $1 billion for that rusty sword? That's outrageous. $1 billion? Not that I look down on him, but can he even come up with that much money? Look at his cheap clothes, like they cost a few dozen yuan each. If he could produce $1 billion, I'd die on the spot. I think he's gone mad. It's ridiculous. Young Master Su asked about the price first, but he insists he was the one who saw it first. He has no sense of propriety whatsoever, and he's even angrily trying to challenge young Master Su. He wouldn't do something like this without 10 years of brain thrombosis. I see now, he's just here to cause trouble. Where the hell are the security guards? Why aren't they kicking him out? At this moment, the staff member's eyes seemed to want to kill. He thought the same thing as everyone else. He believed Yi-Chen was just angry and didn't actually have $1 billion on him. If young Master Su didn't want it now, and Yi-Chen couldn't come up with the money, wouldn't he be devastated? Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. If he had a knife, he would have rushed at Yi-Chen and stabbed him 100 times over. Bing Xue, you still want to keep someone like him, who has such low character and speaks without thinking, in the company. Beside her, Lu Ruolin didn't forget to badmouth Yi-Chen to Liang Bingxue. What kind of trash dares to compete with brother Liang for a woman? She'd handle this small fry. Liang Bingxue's face darkened. No matter what, Yi-Chen was someone who worked at the company, and now she felt incredibly humiliated. She secretly resolved to go back and explain to her father that she would definitely get Yi-Chen kicked out of the company. Just then, Su Liang looked at her and smiled. He gave her a reassuring look, then casually uttered a sentence. 20 billion. Everyone present thought Yi-Chen had gone mad. In reality, this was the result he wanted everyone to see. Mainly, it was a performance for Su Liang. If Su Liang wanted to see him unable to produce the money, putting him in an awkward position, then his goal would be achieved. Outwardly frantic, Yi-Chen remained inwardly calm. He was even somewhat smug. If he could obtain the Sanluo sword, he would be willing to pay not just 10 billion, but even 10 billion or 100 billion. Its value was simply too great. A killer organization spanning hundreds of years, what a terrifying force that was. However, after Su Liang quoted his price, he could no longer remain calm. 20 billion? Looking at Su Liang's incomparably handsome face, Yi-Chen was dumbfounded. Others might not be able to see through Yi-Chen's thoughts, but how could Su Liang not? Acting in front of him? Still too naive, little brother. His purpose in attending this party was to donate money. Regardless of what he did behind the scenes, he needed to maintain his public persona to attract more female leads. Just now, he made a spur-of-the-moment decision, glancing at Liang Bingxue before bidding. He wanted to show that he knew Yi-Chen worked for her company, and that if he couldn't come up with the money, his identity would be exposed, embarrassing her. His bid was to help her, to prevent her from being embarrassed. Spending 2 billion just to avoid embarrassing her, what profound affection. This is way more explosive than spending a fortune to win a beauty smile. 20 billion, who knows how many fortunes that is. Even a block of ice would melt under this passion, right? A double win. Of course, Su Liang isn't short of money, but he's not one to take a loss. He doesn't want to be seen as a sucker. 20 billion is just the right price. If Yi-Chen has more money, he wouldn't mind raising the bid further. At this moment, Yi-Chen is completely stunned, lost in deep self-doubt. Have he overthought things? No normal person, no matter how much money they have, would spend 20 billion on a rusty iron sword, right? He doesn't understand Su Liang's thought process. All his calculations have failed. All his hard work was just a clown's act in Su Liang's eyes, wasn't it? Chapter 226. A slight move is the limit. It creates ripples. The protagonist questions his existence. Yi-Chen was completely taken aback. Even after putting on such a show, Su Liang still made a bid. All his calculations had come to nothing. Yi-Chen wanted to bid again, but his entire fortune didn't even amount to 2 billion. How could he compete with Su Liang? A slight move was already his limit. Why wasn't he playing by the rules? He was filled with hatred. Ding Yi-Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yi-Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding. After Su Liang announced his price, the entire hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone present was horrified, their eyes wide with disbelief. A rusty little sword, worth 2 billion? Unbelievable. After a moment of silence, a huge uproar ensued. My god, a rusty little sword worth 2 billion? What's so special about it? Is it some kind of artifact from the pre-Qin period? Damn it, why isn't that sword mine? Young Master Su was so generous, talking about 2 billion like it's nothing. It's more than my company's market value. That little sword is definitely not worth that much, there's no doubt about it, no doubt about it. What do you mean? Do you think young Master Su is being a sucker for spending so much money? No, I think young Master Su must have had his eye on it first, and that guy was so ungrateful to compete for it, offering 2 billion to teach him a lesson. Of course, the main reason is actually that young Master Su wants to take this opportunity to donate. That's right. Have you all forgotten how much money young Master Su donated at previous events? It adds up to over 10 billion. Young Master Su simply wants to do charity work. Awesome. I give this flattery 334 points, the rest in the form of 666. What you're saying makes sense. Young Master Su has always been passionate about charity. The entire room buzzed with discussion. Before, when Yi Chen spent 1 billion, everyone thought he was crazy, insane, and a sucker. But with Su Liang, no one said that, and they didn't dare to. They were all deeply shocked by Su Liang's wealth. At this moment, Liang Bingxue froze on the spot. Everyone present believed that Su Liang spent 2 billion to buy that small sword for charity. But she didn't think so. It was all because of the look Su Liang gave her before bidding. She couldn't help but overthink it. What did that look mean, signaling her to relax? Yes, after Su Liang's bid, Yi Chen's mindless promise of 10 billion would be null and void. That way, he wouldn't expose Yi Chen as an employee of her company, embarrassing her. Just to prevent her from being humiliated, Su Liang spent 20 billion. Even Liang Bingxue, with her deep-seated aversion to men, couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Ripples spread across her calm surface. Beside her, Lu Rulan was also somewhat shocked. She also assumed Su Liang had offered the price for Liang Bingxue's sake, and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards her best friend. Back then, when she disagreed with Su Liang's pursuit, she directly pressured the company to force her to submit. Every meeting resulted in a severe beating. If she showed even a slight temper, she'd be subjected to disciplinary measures, unable to get out of bed all day. How could he be so gentle with Liang Bingxue now? Spending billions just to win a smile from this beauty. Lu Rulan felt conflicted, shook her head, and suppressed her jealousy. Now, of course, she had to speak well of Su Liang. Wow, Bingxue, what exactly is your relationship with young Master Su? Just to prevent you from being implicated by that Yi Chen, you actually spent 2 billion. Regardless of whether Su Liang offered the price for Liang Bingxue, she immediately put an end to the matter. Even if he wasn't, he must have been. Lu Rulan didn't mention that Su Liang liked her, only inquiring about their relationship, which wouldn't arouse Liang Bingxue's suspicion. Liang Bingxue was lost in thought, oblivious to her best friend's sour tone, her heart pounding. She looked up and secretly glanced at Su Liang, only to find him nodding at her. Liang Bingxue quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her mind even more chaotic. At the stall, the staff member, upon hearing Su Liang's bid, was utterly stunned. How incredibly lucky he was to be assigned to this stall, selling a small sword priced at 10,000 for a staggering 20 billion. It was like his ancestors' graves were emitting auspicious smoke. Coming to his senses, fearing Yi Chen might cause trouble again, he quickly and carefully placed the small sword into an exquisite box and respectfully presented it to Su Liang. "It's yours." Su Liang took the box and gestured to the woman in red not far away. Such a large sum of money couldn't be simply transferred, it needed to be processed by the bank. The matter could be handled by Hongyi. With the arrival of the organizer, Hongyi was respectfully led to the transfer, and the matter ended there. However, the impact of this incident continued. It would be deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, never to be forgotten. The bargain hunting activity continued. Having learned from the stall owner's experience, all the stall staff stood up straight. Each one was extremely serious, eagerly awaiting Su Liang's visit. After discovering Su Liang's interest in antiques, some upper-class individuals, hoping to find a bargain, began to try their luck. What if they found something that caught the eye of young Master Su? Wouldn't they be able to befriend him? Yi Chen stood there dejectedly, and there was another person just like him, questioning the meaning of life. This was naturally Jiang Hao. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Damn it, that's the Sun Luo sword, the protagonist's destiny. And now Su Liang has snatched it away. What kind of mess is this? How is Yi Chen supposed to rise to power now? How is he supposed to control that mysterious assassin organization in the underworld? Damn it, the plot is falling apart. You can imagine, a small butterfly flapping its wings can change the entire story. His future plot progression won't be so smooth anymore. Who knows, when the plot finally unfolds, the protagonist might not even be there. Then he'll really have to ask the protagonist to act. It's all Su Liang's fault. Damn it, why does he always ruin his plans? Composing himself, Jiang Hao came to his senses. Now is not the time to worry about the future, he needs to finish the current plot first. Fortunately, he only needs to follow his own plot, the protagonist's opportunity being stolen won't affect him. The next part of the plot involves Yi Chen taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Hao disdainfully mocking him, and then Yi Chen slapping him in the face. But the key question is, in Yi Chen's current state, does he even have the mood to take advantage of the situation? He needs to guide the protagonist to slap him in the face. It's so damn tiring. Chapter 227, The female lead's subtle changes. The show begins. Su Liang intervenes. Looking at Yi Chen, who had been thoroughly messed with, Jiang Hao was annoyed but had no choice but to intervene and pull him back to the storyline. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward, stood in front of Yi Chen, and mocked him from a superior position. Oh, isn't this the watchdog of Ice and Snow Company? Do you think a lowly security guard like you can participate in such a high-level game of picking up bargains? Go back to guarding the gate. These words immediately drew the attention of those who had been focused on Yi Chen back to him. Young Master Jiang? What did he just say? He seems to know this guy. I thought he was a homeless person who had snuck in, but he's actually a security guard from the Liang group. Oh well. A security guard dares to ask for 10 billion? Doesn't he even use his brain? Doesn't he think about the negative impact it would have on the Liang group if he couldn't come up with the money? Could it be President Liang Bingshue's doing behind this? But wait, she's chatting and laughing with young Master Su right now. That security guard is really something. He was just going head-to-head with young Master Su, and now he's provoked young Master Jiang. It's not that simple. I think young Master Jiang is trying to curry favor with young Master Su through that security guard. Holy crap! How come I didn't think of that? Young Master Su is magnanimous and won't hold it against him. If we help him deal with that guy, maybe we can get some face in front of young Master Su. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Jiang Hao, who was pretending to be arrogant and domineering, and wildly criticizing the villain, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, who helped Su Liang deal with Yi Chen? They acted like he was Su Liang's underling. Not far away, Su Liang, Lu Rulan, and Liang Bingxue continued their leisurely stroll. Liang Bingxue hesitated, opening her mouth but unable to speak. Lu Rulan noticed her unusual expression and asked for her. Young Master Su, you spent 2 billion to buy this thing, you wouldn't happen to be afraid that it will damage Bingshue's reputation, would you? Could it be you're interested in Bingxue? Lu Rulan asked, while holding the exquisite box and examining the rusty little sword inside. She thought there was something special about it, but the more she looked, the more ordinary it seemed. It was just an ordinary rusty iron sword. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, turned around, and casually said to Liang Bingxue, Bingxue, don't misunderstand, I'm just simply interested in this sword, don't overthink it. Actually, Su Liang was telling the truth, whether she believed him or not was up to her. The more he said this, the more Liang Bingxue believed it was for her sake. Because she had also examined the small sword, and like Lu Rulan, thought it was just an ordinary iron sword. Spending 2 billion just to avoid embarrassment, Liang Bingshue's heart was in turmoil. Just then, Jiang Hao's voice rang out, and her expression suddenly froze. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Liang Bingshue gritted her teeth in anger. She had previously kept her distance from Yi Chen, afraid of getting involved with him. For this, young Master Su had even spent 2 billion on her. And now, Jiang Hao had exposed her in the blink of an eye. Her impression of Jiang Hao and Yi Chen plummeted to rock bottom. Unconsciously, she caught a glimpse of Su Liang out of the corner of her eye. Without comparison, there is no harm. In her eyes, Yi Chen and Jiang Hao were terrible, while Su Liang was perfect. Her gaze towards Su Liang softened considerably, no longer carrying the instinctive disgust she usually felt towards men. Even she herself didn't notice this subtle change in her heart. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the thoroughly exasperated Yi Chen slowly regained his senses and immediately flew into a rage. He didn't dare do anything to Su Liang because he had a powerful protector. Who do you think you are, Jiang Hao? You dare to yell at me like that? Hey, you dare glare at me? You're still not satisfied after I said a few words to you. Jiang Hao scoffed and quickly left. The plot hasn't even started yet, and he doesn't want to get beaten up by Yi Chen. He casually strolled over to an antique calligraphy and painting stall. He examined the paintings and calligraphy while observing Yi Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen's attention was drawn to him, he relaxed. Then, he picked up a painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and held it high. His purpose, of course, was to let Yi Chen see it. This 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting was fake, even a layman could tell. But hidden inside was a masterpiece. Tang Yin's lost masterpiece coral, worth at least 500 million. According to the upcoming plot, he would express disdain for the painting, thus beginning a conflict with the stall owner, and the protagonist, Yi Chen, would discover the hidden layer within the painting. He discovered another painting hidden inside. This was a painting within a painting, specifically designed for the protagonist to show off. It was as if fate was chasing after him to make him arrogant. When he saw Yi Chen take a liking to the painting, he ridiculed him, looking down on him as a bumpkin who knew nothing about antiques and calligraphy. But then Yi Chen pulled out a painting called Coral, worth 500 million, thoroughly humiliating him. He became the laughingstock of the entire room, while Yi Chen became the center of attention, using him as a stepping stone to soar to new heights. He had prepared for this scene for so long, searching for this painting for ages, and now he had to give it away. And in such a way, by making himself look foolish. It was incredibly frustrating. But for the system reward, he had no choice but to do it. How much is this painting? Seeing that the visitor was young Master Jiang, the staff member didn't dare to be negligent and asked obsequiously. 10,000. What? Jiang Hao immediately shouted, displaying the erratic temper of a madman, and said disdainfully. Are you trying to fool me? This is obviously a cheap knockoff, and you're asking for 10,000 inch. Let me tell you, 10,000 is nothing to me, but I'd rather lose it than use it to buy something that's obviously a fake. He had a point. There were too many imitations of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, so many that they were commonplace. You could get one for a few dozen yuan, or even several thousand for a genuine one. 10,000 was clearly too much. The staff member was stunned by his words. He was just stating the price as marked on the label. Why was this young Master Jiang so angry? If you look down on it, you don't have to buy it. It wasn't him who set the price. The surrounding crowd also felt that this young Master Jiang had gone too far. However, considering the other party's status, they said nothing. They could only sigh inwardly. Both are top young masters from Shanghai, so why is there such a vast difference? The eldest son of the Jiang family only knows how to bully the weak, while young Master Su treats everyone equally, always refined and approachable. Whom does he favor? It's obvious. Jiang Hao's performance wasn't in vain, it indeed caught Yi Chen's attention. His keen senses immediately noticed the difference in the painting. He went to the stall, picked up the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting, and upon closer inspection, he was even more certain. This painting is not simple, there's another layer inside. Knowing his limited experience in antiques, he suddenly thought of a painting within a painting. Discovering a painting within a painting in the antique world is definitely a stroke of incredible luck. There must be something valuable inside. This painting is extremely well disguised. If he hadn't reached the transformation realm, he truly wouldn't have been able to see it. It was obvious that the items inside were extremely valuable. Yi Chen was excited. He had been mocked and scorned by everyone, and he was seething with anger. If he could snag something good at this moment, it would definitely change everyone's opinion of him. He didn't care about the others' opinions of him. His main concern was slightly changing Liang Bingshue's impression of him. "Boss, how much is this painting?" "I'll take it." "Put." A disdainful laugh rang out from the side. Looking closely, he saw Jiang Hao, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. He stopped laughing when he was almost out of breath, then pointed at Yi Chen's nose. "A watchdog is a watchdog. Can't even recognize something common and cheap. These unscrupulous merchants just prey on idiots like you." Yi Chen was already annoyed, and Jiang Hao's mockery made his face extremely dark. He was furious, but he didn't lose his temper. His eyes darted around, and he sneered. "You're the one who says others don't understand antiques and calligraphy, aren't you? You don't know their value and yet you criticize others." Jiang Hao, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, dramatically pointed at himself, playing along with the script. "You say I don't know its value? Come on, let's make a bet on whether this painting is worth 10,000. Since it's a bet, we should at least say what the stakes are, right?" Knowing it was a painting within a painting, Yi Chen wasn't flustered at all. He was confident he could find something good. Whoever loses has to kneel down and call the other person father 3 times in front of everyone here. How about that? Damn it! Saying these words made Jiang Hao feel like he was about to vomit blood from frustration. Knowing he was bound to lose, to still say something like that, acknowledging someone's worth, could there be anything more stupid than that? Fine, let's bet. Who's afraid of who? I'm just worried about some people cheating. What if the item is clearly worth more than 10,000, but they insist it's not? Don't worry, I'm not going to cheat a piece of trash like you. I'll take it to the top appraisal experts. Get ready to kneel down and call me daddy. Yi Chen sneered inwardly at Jiang Hao's mockery. Laugh all you want, keep laughing. You'll be crying later. Just as he took out his phone, ready to transfer money to buy the painting, an untimely voice rang out. I'm also interested in this painting. Chapter 228, The Moment to Witness a Miracle. Su Liang, are you teaching me how to do things? Seeing Jiang Hao and Yi Chen arguing and even making a bet, the upper-class people in the hall didn't show any signs of watching a show. Those who could attend the charity gala had good taste and could naturally tell that the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting was fake. It was just a common, mass-produced piece, not worth a mere 10,000. That security guard was bound to lose. At the same time, they felt uncomfortable with Jiang Hao's actions. You know that, is it necessary to say it out loud? He didn't give the organizers any face at all. However, due to Jiang Hao's background, they said nothing. Anyway, it's none of their business, so they just watched the show. But at this moment, they heard Su Liang's voice. I'm also interested in this painting. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to him. They saw Su Liang also looking at the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting, and they all showed surprise. Did I hear that right? Young Master Su is actually interested in this painting too? Could we all be wrong? Is this painting genuine? How could that be? Look at the seal, it's still quite new. It can't be genuine. I get it. According to their bet, that security guard is doomed to lose. Young Master Su is saying this to save him. Young Master Su is truly benevolent and righteous. I think young Master Su's kindness is only one aspect. See that Ling Group president next to him? That guy is her company's security guard. When he loses and kneels down calling her father, it will definitely embarrass her. Oh? You mean young Master Su is doing this for President Liang? Even heroes can't resist a beautiful woman. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Liang Bingxue, who had been as cold and unmoved as ice, slowly blushed. Having learned from what had just happened, it was clear that at this point, she shared the same thought as everyone else. Su is just standing up for her. Why? Could it be that young Master Su really likes me? What should I do? Liang Bingshue's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, her heart pounding wildly. The more chaotic her mind, the more she hated Yi Chen. It was all his fault. Otherwise, how could she have gotten herself into this predicament? She made up her mind, she would go back and fire Yi Chen, ignoring her father's orders. Yi Chen, seeing Su Liang competing with him, was instantly enraged. He had just snatched the Sunluo sword that Su Liang had his eye on, and now he wanted to compete with him for the chance to change everyone's image. At that moment, the surrounding voices reached his ears, and he was bewildered. What the hell? Su Liang's attempt to steal the painting was to help him? Doesn't he know this is a painting within a painting? The painting inside is definitely valuable, certainly more than 10,000. This is a steal. Not long after, he heard that Su Liang had done this for Liang Bingxue. Turning his head, Yi Chen was surprised to see that Liang Bingxue, who had always had a cold face and an emotionless expression, was actually blushing. More than a month had passed since he last saw Liang Bingxue, and this was the first time he had seen her with such an expression. She had the air of a fairy descended to earth, her beauty beyond compare. But what's infuriating is the person Liang Bingxue blushed at wasn't him. On the contrary, he had actually helped with it. It was like being pushed from behind when someone was with them. Yi Chen couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. Now everyone sees, right? This painting is the one I've got my eye on. So the highest bidder wins. Su Liang wore an innocent smile, but in Yi Chen's eyes, it seemed utterly despicable. At this moment, Jiang Hao was equally bewildered. Everything was going perfectly, just waiting for Yi Chen to buy the painting, unravel the painting within a painting, and show off, slapping him in the face. Then, he could get the system reward after this little scene ended. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Su Liang popped up again. It was like having your pants down during the act, and at the last minute, a group of police officers suddenly stormed in for a raid. No, I'm not reconciled, I can't let this continue. Jiang Hao was extremely unwilling and still wanted to salvage the situation. So he spoke. Young Master Su, don't argue about this painting, it's obviously fake. Su Liang glanced at him, his gaze mocking. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Meeting that imposing gaze, as if looking at a clown, Jiang Hao quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. His hand clenched into a fist inside his sleeve, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes, his mind roaring. Su Liang, you just wait. You've humiliated me like this today, I'll repay you 100-fold. Since transmigrating, Yi Chen had been avoiding Su Liang, this was their first confrontation. Unexpectedly, Su Liang, a young master from one of the 4 great families, showed him such disrespect. He humiliated him in front of all the upper class. Fine, the highest bidder wins. I'll bid 1 million inch. Yi Chen was somewhat exasperated, but then, remembering something, he laughed in a fit of rage. Based on his judgment, Su Liang was probably acting out of revenge. He probably didn't know it was a painting within a painting. Although he recognized it, he didn't know if the painting inside was worth 1 million. His main purpose in bidding was to annoy Su Liang. That hypocritical, righteous image of a righteous man infuriated him. Unfortunately, he miscalculated again, Su Liang wasn't short of money. Besides, he knew that anything the protagonist valued wouldn't be cheap. Especially when the protagonist and the villain were betting, this painting was definitely not simple. Trying to show off in front of him? He'd better just be the one being mocked and resentful. Therefore, Su Liang quoted a price. 100 million. Silence, a deathly silence. Soon, the scene erupted in uproar again. Wow, that's incredibly extravagant. Absolutely outrageous. A fake painting fetching 100 million? That's unbelievable. This isn't a bargain, young Master Su is clearly using the guise of finding a bargain to secretly donate money. Young Master Su is just being delusional. Damn it, that security guard is such an idiot. Young Master Su helped him and he didn't even appreciate it. I really wanted to go up there and kill him. Did you see young Master John's expression? He tried to interfere in young Master Su's affairs, but he wasn't given any face at all. One sentence from him and he obediently shut up. Serves him right who told him to be so arrogant all the time? Now he's kicked a hornet's nest, hasn't he? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Liang successfully obtained the painting and had Hongyi come over to open it. If Yi Chen could spot the painting within a painting, how could Su Liang not? The crowd was astonished, wondering what Su Liang was up to. Not long after, they found out. Hongyi carefully tore open the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting, revealing a dazzling scroll inside. Chapter 229 becomes a top-tier laughingstock. The protagonist is heartbroken. Utter defeat. When Su Liang mentioned 100 million, Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. He realized that Su Liang didn't care about money at all. Immediately, he sneered inwardly, deciding not to bid. He knew the painting was a painting within a painting, but he wasn't even sure if it was worth 1 million, let alone 100 million. He wanted to see what Su Liang's expression would be when he discovered the painting within the painting, and that the painting inside wasn't worth 100 million either. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Hao's strange expression, blinking rapidly. Yi Chen was baffled. Idiot, raise the bid. That painting is worth 500 million inch. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't understand his hint, Jiang Hao cursed inwardly. But he didn't dare to bid now and offend Su Liang to his face. So he could only watch helplessly as the 500 million painting fell into Su Liang's hands. The staff at the stall were still completely bewildered. He was bewildered after being scolded by young Master Jiang. Luckily, someone showed up to buy the painting, giving him a way out, for which he was extremely grateful. Unexpectedly, Su Liang actually made a bid. And it was 100 million right from the start. It all felt too surreal, almost unbelievable. Only when he heard the surrounding chatter did he come to his senses, and he quickly and respectfully wrapped the painting and handed it to Su Liang. As before, the woman in red transferred the money. After the transaction was completed, Su Liang asked her to open the painting. He wanted to see what was inside. Amidst the curious, puzzled, and questioning gazes of the crowd, the woman in red tore open 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, revealing another painting inside. This painting featured an underwater world as its background, with a lifelike coral, vibrant in color. The coral's shape was graceful, its branches swaying gracefully, seemingly full of life and vitality, leaving ample room for the viewer's imagination. Seaweed floats and fish frolic around the coral, forming a complete ecosystem that showcases the vitality and prosperity of the ocean. It reveals the creator's love and reverence for nature, demonstrating extremely high artistic pursuit and spiritual connotation, deeply moving the viewer. This is a painting within a painting. I thought it was just a legend about antiques, but I never expected to see it with my own eyes today. I heard that these kinds of paintings within paintings are priceless. I wonder how much it's worth. Such an exquisite painting. Every stroke is perfectly integrated. It's definitely a masterpiece. I don't know if it's worth 100 million, but it's definitely worth at least 10,000 inch. I thought young Master Su wanted to teach that guy a lesson, but it turns out he saw something extraordinary about this painting. Who else has such a discerning eye? The crowd was excited, chattering and craning their necks to judge the painting's value. Yi Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was an idiot, a sucker, to buy the painting just because he liked it. Su Liang's words were simply a matter of keen insight. Is such differential treatment necessary? With such a vast collection of antiques, the organizers must have had appraisers. Not long after, an elderly man with white hair, over 70 years old, hurried over. Based on the staff's description, he suddenly remembered a long-lost painting and couldn't wait to come and see it. The moment he saw the painting, his eyes lit up. He was instantly captivated. After careful examination, he made a definitive conclusion. This is one of Tang Yin's most prized works, coral. It's said to have been destroyed in a fire and lost forever, but unexpectedly, it's been discovered here. The old man finished speaking excitedly, then looked at Su Liang with hopeful eyes. Young Master Su, I wonder if this painting is worth it. This old man is willing to offer 500 million inch. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head, refusing. Money was just a string of numbers to him, he didn't care about it at all. Was he reluctant to part with an antique because he kept the painting? Of course not. With his status and discerning eye, he wasn't interested in such things. His calligraphy wasn't even as good as his. It wasn't that he couldn't appreciate art, he'd just wait until he developed god-level painting skills and crush it by leaps and bounds, okay? He wasn't interested, but others considered it priceless. It could be used to boost the female lead's favor. Upon hearing the appraiser's words, Yi Chen froze on the spot. A painting worth 500 million. Back then, he had wanted to see Su Liang make a fool of himself, now he was the biggest fool. No. If Su Liang hadn't ruined things, he would have bought it for 10,000, making a 50,000-fold profit from its 500 million value. It would have definitely made everyone look at him with new eyes, changed Liang Bingshue's opinion of him, and propelled him to stardom. All of this was ruined by Su Liang. Yi Chen's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his heart trembling uncontrollably, wishing he could kill Su Liang. Jiang Hao felt the same way, his tense body suddenly relaxing. It's over, the carefully prepared plot has been ruined. Both he and Yi Chen had suffered a crushing defeat, trampled underfoot by Su Liang. Ding Yi Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Unlike the two who were utterly despondent, the others present were filled with excitement, cheering enthusiastically. 500 million? That's incredible. So, young Master Su originally intended to donate, but he actually made a profit. Sigh, I must have been blind. I even agreed when young Master Jiang said the painting wasn't worth much. It's not that the painting is ordinary, it's just that we mere mortals can't see the difference. Young Master Su could see the difference in this painting at a glance, like seeing the whole picture from a small part. What about the sword young Master Su bought for 20 billion? It must be even more valuable. Speaking of which, where's young Master Jiang? This painting is worth 500 million, far exceeding 10,000. Shouldn't he fulfill his bet? After this incident, Jiang Hao couldn't stay any longer. He didn't even care about the small plot that followed. With Su Liang here, he felt things would definitely get messed up again, so it was better to leave early and save face. Yi Chen didn't pursue the matter of his departure, still deeply bewildered. The second day of the charity gala concluded with the bargain hunting activity amidst much discussion. The third phase began. One by one, glamorous upper-class individuals took the stage. Whether genuinely passionate about charity, maintaining their reputation, or enhancing their company's visibility, they all went on stage to donate. Photos were taken and displayed to the world as proof of their donations. Liang Bingxue and Lu Rulan each donated 300 million, while Su Liang contributed an additional 900 million, bringing the total to 3 billion. The MVP of the entire event. Su Liang wasn't worried about where the money went. His subordinates were overseeing it, ensuring every penny reached where it was needed. His generosity and charity stemmed from two main reasons. Firstly, to maintain a refined and courteous image. Secondly, who knows, maybe one of these impoverished areas will produce a female protagonist who'll come knocking on Bowen's doorstep. Chapter 230. An excited Suchinga. The protagonist used as a tool on the spot. The charity gala ended, and Su Liang and the two women bid farewell and left. He knew when to stop, today's hints had been enough for Liang Bingxue to process for a while. With Lu Rulan as his wingman, and Jiang Hao and Yi Chen as comparisons, conquering that ice-cold beauty wouldn't be far off. Watching the departing car, Liang Bingxue stood there, somewhat lost in thought. Just a few hours had stirred up her calm heart. Whether Su Liang was interested in the rusty little sword or wanted to do charity. Spending 2 billion to buy it must have its reasons. He thought a lot. When his company was in trouble, Su Liang approached him for cooperation. Was it also because he had feelings for her? Liang Bingshue's heart was in turmoil. Just then, Lu Rulan suddenly appeared and patted her on the shoulder. Young Master Su's already gone, and you're still staring? Your soul's been stolen. Liang Bingshue snapped out of her daze, two blushes rising on her pretty face as she said, embarrassed and annoyed. What did you say? Tisk tisk. As if discovering a new continent, Lu Rulan's expression was exaggerated. Did I see that right? The dignified, icy CEO of the Liang Group, usually so aloof and unapproachable, is actually blushing. Who's blushing? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Seeing the crowd gathering, Liang Bingshue quickly tried to shut her best friend up. The surrounding crowd witnessed this lively and alluring scene. Two renowned female CEOs were actually playfully bickering, leaving everyone utterly astonished. No one expected that the goddesses and high-ranking CEOs in the eyes of the world would have such a side. This playful banter only ended when Lu Rulan shut up. Liang Bingshue calmed down, breathing softly, unaware of the fleeting glint of surprise in her best friend's eyes. While her best friend was in turmoil, instilling the idea that she was interested in Su Liang would only deepen Su Liang's impression on her. Playing and joking aside, the two girls prepared to go home. A figure blocked their car. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? Bingshue, I'll drive you. Seeing him, Liang Bingshue felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. He had nothing to do with it, yet he insisted on getting involved, making a fool of himself. Because of him, she owed Su Liang a favor and had even caused her turmoil. Liang Bingshue now felt like killing Yi Chen. Beside her, Lu Rulan stood with her arms crossed, watching the spectacle with amusement. Regardless of the security guard's connections, after today's events, Liang Bingshue wouldn't let him stay. Sure enough. Liang Bingshue, her face cold, exuded a CEO aura as she spoke in an icy tone. You don't need to come to the company tomorrow. From now on, disappear from my sight. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then touched his nose and gave a helpless bitter smile. That's probably impossible. After all, I promised your father I would protect your safety. Leave Liang Bingshue? Impossible. The previous events had made him extremely wary. Su Liang's intentions were becoming increasingly clear. His target was Liang Bingshue. After he left, wouldn't Su Liang be able to take advantage of the situation? Therefore, even if he had to be shameless, he wouldn't leave the company. Ha! Liang Bingshue sneered. Don't use my dad to threaten me. What I want to do is none of his business. Get out of my way. After saying this coldly, she flung open the door of her Maserati and sped away with her best friend, leaving Yi Chen standing there, bewildered. Damn it! After a long while, he cursed fiercely. Reflecting on this charity gala, it was a complete failure. First, he was looked down upon by the security guards and stopped at the outside. After sneaking in, everyone thought he was a country bumpkin. He saw the Sanluo sword and tried to buy it, but it was snatched away. He wanted to buy a painting to show off and salvage his image, but Su Liang thoroughly humiliated him. He could tolerate all of this. But he couldn't bear Su Liang using him as a tool to seduce Liang Bingshue. Yi Chen was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. Ding Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Yi Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. In the car. Su Liang sat in the back seat, taking out a rusty short sword from an exquisite box. The short sword was covered in rust, showing the marks of time, unremarkable. After observing it for a moment, Su Liang gently trembled his hand. The short sword, enveloped in internal energy, began to change, a layer of rust peeling off. Soon, a brand new, incomparably sharp weapon appeared before him. Moonlight streamed in through the open car window, making the small sword gleam coldly in the slightly dim cabin. On the hilt, the ancient seal script of the two characters, Sanluo, appeared even more vivid, giving off a chilling aura of the underworld. With just one glance, Su Liang recognized the sword's extraordinary nature. Back home. Su Chinga was still awake, seemingly lost in thought, rolling around on the bed with her pillow. Click. The door opened. Being seen acting like a child by her brother, she wasn't embarrassed or ashamed at all. Instead, she was completely at ease. It was as if she were the true owner of Su Liang's room. "Where did you go, brother? Why are you only coming back now?" she muttered, a little dissatisfied. At this time usually, she should be having a heart-to-heart talk with her brother. How sweet that would be. "I went to a charity gala." Suchinga's eyes lit up, then her gaze turned resentful. "Why didn't you invite me to something so interesting? A charity gala, it must have been quite fun, right? My brother is so awful. He didn't even call me. What are you doing in a place like that, you little kid? Studying is what you should be doing." Su Liang walked past, casually tossing the Sanluo sword onto the counter. Suchinga, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploded. "What little kid? What do you mean, little kid? I'm just asking those older women, how many of them are older than me?" Before she could even ask, her gaze was immediately drawn to the item Su Liang had slammed on the counter. She picked it up, the blade gleaming coldly, the tip chillingly sharp. With a casual swing, a flash of fierce light appeared and disappeared. Suchinga felt an unparalleled harmony between the sword and herself. If she had used the sword that night when she fought Yi Chen, she could have ensured his death. Until Suchinga saw the character's Sanluo on the hilt and was astonished. The Sanluo sword. As Mengpa of the underworld, she naturally knew about the sacred artifacts of the underworld. Obtaining it meant controlling the entire underworld. Suchinga abruptly turned her head, asking with slight excitement, "Brother, where did you get this?" "Oh, that thing? I bought it at a charity gala." Su Liang replied calmly. Suchinga increasingly regretted not going for a stroll today. After thinking it over, she felt the sword was useless in her brother's hands, and would only cause trouble. It would be better to keep it for herself, so that when she controlled the underworld, she could better protect her brother. Suchinga went behind Su Liang, who was sitting on the sofa, and began to give him a gentle massage, saying pitifully, "Brother, I really like this little sword, can I have it?" "Of course, you're my sister, you can take whatever you want. The same goes for your sister. If I have something, I'll give it to you, and if I don't have something, I'll get it for you. Remember, anything is fine." Chapter 231, Matchmaking with Best Friend. The female lead throws herself into his arms. The protagonist's mentality explodes. The Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, is located in the southern suburbs of the city, occupying a vast territory. Jiang Hao left the banquet looking utterly humiliated and returned home. Tonight was truly disgraceful. He was supposed to be a top-tier young master, yet he had become the laughingstock of the entire upper class. Although he had mentally prepared for this outcome and had even meticulously planned it, the process was not what he wanted. He wanted to be humiliated by Yi Chen and become a stepping stone for the protagonist. Unexpectedly, Su Liang interfered, ruining his plans. Now, not only had he become a laughingstock, but he hadn't even received the system reward. Su Liang truly deserved to die. Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with resentment. He realized that Su Liang was nothing but a troublemaker. Wherever Su Liang was, he wouldn't be able to complete the story smoothly. Jiang Hao had barely returned home when his father came to find him. As the head of the Jiang family, regardless of his character, he was undeniably devoted to his only son. Even though Jiang Hao was arrogant and domineering, and acted recklessly, he had always tolerated him. However, now, facing this son, his face was stern. "I heard you had a conflict with young Master Su tonight." Jiang Hao was taken aback. His mind raced, recalling his interaction with Su Liang that evening. Nothing had happened. He had only offered a word of advice when Su Liang was buying the painting, and had been mocked. How did it become a conflict between him and Su Liang? So, he waved his hand impatiently at his father. Nothing of the sort. Jiang Hao's face was grim, a faint air of authority emanating from his brows. "Xiao Hao, I don't care about your other affairs, but since it involves young Master Su, I have to warn you. The Su family's power far exceeds your imagination. It's not something our Zheng family can afford to offend. You should know what happened to the Lin family when they offended the Su family. Seeing his son's nonchalant expression, Zheng's father began his long-winded persuasion. He explained the Su family's terrifying power, Su Liang's importance to the Su family, and why the original 5 great families had become the current 4. It was true that he doted on this son. Even knowing his son had many flaws, he had begun to gradually involve him in the family business. But offending the eldest son of the Su family was no small matter. It could result in death, the extermination of an entire family. I understand. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed, unable to listen to his father's earnest advice, and he prepared to go inside to rest. Then you'll go apologize to young Master Su tomorrow. Ha! Jiang Hao paused, turning to look at his father in bewilderment. Are you kidding me? He hadn't done anything, yet he was humiliated after saying just one sentence, and now he had to apologize to him? Just because he was so powerful? He was supposed to be a super villain, okay? He transmigrated here to crush the protagonist and steal all the female leads, and now he had to suffer this kind of humiliation? He must have transmigrated into a fake villain. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao stepped into the room and closed the door, leaving behind a voice suppressing his anger. I know what to do, I don't need you to remind me. He still quite approved of this adoptive father. Orphaned and universally disliked, that's the standard setup for a protagonist. The villain, of course, comes from a harmonious family. Zhang's father dotes on his son. He gives him whatever he wants and cleans up his messes. He knows his father means well, but he has his own ideas. He just lacks the power right now. Only after completing the mission and receiving the system rewards, gaining absolute power, will he make his move against Su Liang. He'll guarantee a fatal blow, eliminating him completely. Su Liang, you just wait. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ring 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 ring. A cell phone rings. Liang Bingxue answers the phone. Bingxue, did you and Xiaoya have a fight? A gentle middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. It was Liang Bingxue's father. Liang Bingxue remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Beside her, Lu Rulan squeezed her hand in encouragement. She knew that the security guard had been placed in the company by Liang's father, and she encouraged her best friend to resist such behavior, not even giving her father face. Not hearing his daughter's voice, Liang's father felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Is there some misunderstanding? Xiaoye is a very good person, honest and conscientious. Ha! Liang Bingxue sneered inwardly. Honest? He said he was here to protect her, but he directly called himself her bodyguard. Conscientious? While working as a security guard, he kept staring at the beautiful women passing by, unable to take his eyes off them. Wasn't that a bit too serious? What exactly are you trying to say? Liang Bingxue was always aloof, and her tone towards her father wasn't very friendly either. I was trying to say, Xiaoyi is doing so well at your company, could you? No. With her best friend encouraging her, Liang Bingxue refused decisively. Ahem, don't be stubborn. You know the company's development has offended some people. I only feel at ease with Xiaoyi protecting you. I don't need it. Even if I die, I don't need his protection. Could you give Dad some face? Beep beep beep. Not wanting to hear his nagging anymore, Liang Bingxue hung up the phone. Lu Rulan applauded her courage. Good for you. You can't compromise just because of your dad. You're in charge of the company now. She paused, her eyes darting around, and continued. That security guard looks so frail. What can he protect you with? If you want protection, you can ask your lover, young Master Su. She continued to obfuscate the issue. Before, he was just someone she was interested in, now he's her lover. Rulan, don't talk nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry? Did I hit the nail on the head? While the two women were playfully fighting, inside the Long family villa. Hearing the dial tone on his phone, Mr. Liang looked at Yi Chen with an embarrassed expression. Yi Chen had just come to their door, saying that Lung Bingxue wanted to fire him and asked him to find a way. So he called, only to be met with a flat, decisive rejection. That's just Bingshue's temper, Xiao Yi, don't take it to heart, she'll be fine tomorrow. Yi Chen nodded, skeptical of his words. The next day, Su Liang arrived at Lu Ruolan's house. Lu Ruolan had originally planned to go to the company with her best friend, intending to take advantage of the situation and get her friend into Su Liang's bed. Upon learning that Su Liang was coming, she immediately chose to stay home. How could her best friend be more important than her lover? After welcoming Su Liang home, Lu Ruolan said with a resentful expression. What wind blew Mr. Su here today? What? Aren't you going to let me see the mother of my child? Su Liang sat on the sofa, looking at her with amusement. The two knew each other very well. Hearing Su Liang's intimate words, Lu Ruolan's face was filled with happiness. At this moment, Su Liang's playful voice rang out. I haven't even asked you yet, why were you distant from me last night? Lu Ruolan panicked upon hearing this. Even the usually aloof and intelligent CEO like her was flustered by Su Liang's misunderstanding. I wasn't deliberately distant. I wanted Bingxue to know about our relationship, to lower her guard. Oh? Why lower her guard? Su Liang had only secretly been interested in Lung Bingxue. Lu Ruolan had secretly approached her best friend, intending to push her into Su Liang's arms. Meeting those star-like eyes, her gaze darted away. What was she supposed to say? Should she say it was to please him, to set him up with her best friend? So the two best friends would end up together? Everyone present was horrified, their eyes wide with disbelief. A rusty little sword, worth 2 billion? Unbelievable. After a moment of silence, a huge uproar ensued. My God, a rusty little sword worth 2 billion? What's so special about it? Is it some kind of artifact from the pre-Qin period? Damn it, why isn't that sword mine? Young Master Su is so generous, talking about 2 billion like it's nothing, it's more than my company's market value. That little sword is definitely not worth that much, there's no doubt about it, no doubt about it. What do you mean? Do you think young Master Su is being a sucker for spending so much money? No, I think young Master Su must have had his eye on it first, and that guy was so ungrateful to compete for it, offering 2 billion to teach him a lesson. Of course, the main reason is actually that young Master Su wants to take this opportunity to donate. That's right. Have you all forgotten how much money young Master Su donated at previous events? It adds up to over 10 billion. Young Master Su simply wants to do charity work. Awesome. I give this flattery 334 points, the rest in the form of 666. What you're saying makes sense. Young Master Su has always been passionate about charity. The entire room buzzed with discussion. Before, when Yi Chen spent 1 billion, everyone thought he was crazy, insane, and a sucker. But with Su Liang, no one said that, and they didn't dare to. They were all deeply shocked by Su Liang's wealth. At this moment, Lung Bingxue froze on the spot. Everyone present believed that Su Liang spent 2 billion to buy that small sword for charity. But she didn't think so. It was all because of the look Su Liang gave her before bidding. She couldn't help but overthink it. What did that look mean, signaling her to relax? Yes, after Su Liang's bid, Yi Chen's mindless promise of 10 billion would be null and void. That way, he wouldn't expose Yi Chen as an employee of her company, embarrassing her. Just to prevent her from being humiliated, Su Liang spent 20 billion. Even Lung Bingxue, with her deep-seated aversion to men, couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Ripples spread across her calm surface. Beside her, Lu Ruolan was also somewhat shocked. She also assumed Su Liang had offered the price for Lung Bingxue's sake, and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards her best friend. Back then, when she disagreed with Su Liang's pursuit, she directly pressured the company to force her to submit. Every meeting resulted in a severe beating. If she showed even a slight temper, she'd be subjected to disciplinary measures, unable to get out of bed all day. How could he be so gentle with Lung Bingxue now? spending billions just to win a smile from this beauty. Lu Rulan felt conflicted, shook her head, and suppressed her jealousy. Now, of course, she had to speak well of Su Liang. Wow, Bingxue, what exactly is your relationship with young Master Su? Just to prevent you from being implicated by that Yi Chen, you actually spent 2 billion. Regardless of whether Su Liang offered the price for Liang Bingxue, she immediately put an end to the matter. Even if he wasn't, he must have been. Lu Rulan didn't mention that Su Liang liked her, only inquiring about their relationship, which wouldn't arouse Liang Bingxue's suspicion. Liang Bingxue was lost in thought, oblivious to her best friend's sour tone, her heart pounding. She looked up and secretly glanced at Su Liang, only to find him nodding at her. Liang Bingxue quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her mind even more chaotic. At the stall, the staff member, upon hearing Su Liang's bid, was utterly stunned. How incredibly lucky he was to be assigned to this stall, selling a small sword priced at 10,000 for a staggering 20 billion. It was like his ancestors' graves were emitting auspicious smoke. Coming to his senses, fearing Yi Chen might cause trouble again, he quickly and carefully placed the small sword into an exquisite box and respectfully presented it to Su Liang. "It's yours." Su Liang took the box and gestured to the woman in red not far away. Such a large sum of money couldn't be simply transferred, it needed to be processed by the bank. The matter could be handled by Hongyi. With the arrival of the organizer, Hongyi was respectfully led to the transfer, and the matter ended there. However, the impact of this incident continued. It would be deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, never to be forgotten. The bargain hunting activity continued. Having learned from the stall owner's experience, all the stall staff stood up straight. Each one was extremely serious, eagerly awaiting Su Liang's visit. After discovering Su Liang's interest in antiques, some upper-class individuals, hoping to find a bargain, began to try their luck. What if they found something that caught the eye of young Master Su? Wouldn't they be able to befriend him? Yi Chen stood there dejectedly, and there was another person just like him, questioning the meaning of life. This was naturally Jiang Hao. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Damn it, that's the Sunluo sword, the protagonist's destiny. And now Su Liang has snatched it away. What kind of mess is this? How is Yi Chen supposed to rise to power now? How is he supposed to control that mysterious assassin organization in the underworld? Damn it, the plot is falling apart. You can imagine, a small butterfly flapping its wings can change the entire story. His future plot progression won't be so smooth anymore. Who knows, when the plot finally unfolds, the protagonist might not even be there. Then he'll really have to ask the protagonist to act. It's all Su Liang's fault. Damn it, why does he always ruin his plans? Composing himself, Jiang Hao came to his senses. Now is not the time to worry about the future, he needs to finish the current plot first. Fortunately, he only needs to follow his own plot, the protagonist's opportunity being stolen won't affect him. The next part of the plot involves Yi Chen taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Hao disdainfully mocking him, and then Yi Chen slapping him in the face. But the key question is, in Yi Chen's current state, does he even have the mood to take advantage of the situation? He needs to guide the protagonist to slap him in the face. It's so damn tiring. Chapter 227, the female lead's subtle changes. The show begins. Su Liang intervenes. Looking at Yi Chen, who had been thoroughly messed with, Jiang Hao was annoyed but had no choice but to intervene and pull him back to the storyline. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward, stood in front of Yi Chen, and mocked him from a superior position. Oh, isn't this the watchdog of Ice and Snow Company? Do you think a lowly security guard like you can participate in such a high-level game of picking up bargains? Go back to guarding the gate. These words immediately drew the attention of those who had been focused on Yi Chen back to him. Young Master Jiang? What did he just say? He seems to know this guy. I thought he was a homeless person who had snuck in, but he's actually a security guard from the Liang group. Oh well. A security guard dares to ask for 10 billion? Doesn't he even use his brain? Doesn't he think about the negative impact it would have on the Liang group if he couldn't come up with the money? Could it be President Liang Bingshue's doing behind this? But wait, she's chatting and laughing with young Master Su right now. That security guard is really something. He was just going head-to-head with young Master Su, and now he's provoked young Master Jiang. It's not that simple. I think young Master Jiang is trying to curry favor with young Master Su through that security guard. Holy crap! How come I didn't think of that? Young Master Su is magnanimous and won't hold it against him. If we help him deal with that guy, maybe we can get some face in front of young Master Su. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Jiang Hao, who was pretending to be arrogant and domineering, and wildly criticizing the villain, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, who helped Su Liang deal with Yi Chen? They acted like he was Su Liang's underling. Not far away, Su Liang, Lu Rulan, and Liang Bingxue continued their leisurely stroll. Liang Bingxue hesitated, opening her mouth but unable to speak. Lu Rulan noticed her unusual expression and asked for her. Young Master Su, you spent 2 billion to buy this thing, you wouldn't happen to be afraid that it will damage Bingshue's reputation, would you? Could it be you're interested in Bingxue? Lu Rulan asked, while holding the exquisite box and examining the rusty little sword inside. She thought there was something special about it, but the more she looked, the more ordinary it seemed. It was just an ordinary rusty iron sword. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, turned around, and casually said to Liang Bingxue, Bingxue, don't misunderstand, I'm just simply interested in this sword, don't overthink it. Actually, Su Liang was telling the truth, whether she believed him or not was up to her. The more he said this, the more Liang Bingxue believed it was for her sake. Because she had also examined the small sword, and like Lu Rulan, thought it was just an ordinary iron sword. Spending 2 billion just to avoid embarrassment, Liang Bingshue's heart was in turmoil. Just then, Jiang Hao's voice rang out, and her expression suddenly froze. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Liang Bingxue gritted her teeth in anger. She had previously kept her distance from Yi Chen, afraid of getting involved with him. For this, young Master Su had even spent 2 billion on her. And now, Jiang Hao had exposed her in the blink of an eye. Her impression of Jiang Hao and Yi Chen plummeted to rock bottom. Unconsciously, she caught a glimpse of Su Liang out of the corner of her eye. Without comparison, there is no harm. In her eyes, Yi Chen and Jiang Hao were terrible, while Su Liang was perfect. Her gaze towards Su Liang softened considerably, no longer carrying the instinctive disgust she usually felt towards men. Even she herself didn't notice this subtle change in her heart. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the thoroughly exasperated Yi Chen slowly regained his senses and immediately flew into a rage. He didn't dare do anything to Su Liang because he had a powerful protector. Who do you think you are, Jiang Hao? You dare to yell at me like that? Hey, you dare glare at me? You're still not satisfied after I said a few words to you. Jiang Hao scoffed and quickly left. The plot hasn't even started yet, and he doesn't want to get beaten up by Yi Chen. He casually strolled over to an antique calligraphy and painting stall. He examined the paintings and calligraphy while observing Yi Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen's attention was drawn to him, he relaxed. Then, he picked up a painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and held it high. His purpose, of course, was to let Yi Chen see it. This 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting was fake, even a layman could tell. But hidden inside was a masterpiece. Tang Yin's lost masterpiece coral, worth at least 500 million. According to the upcoming plot, he would express disdain for the painting, thus beginning a conflict with the stall owner, and the protagonist, Yi Chen, would discover the hidden layer within the painting. He discovered another painting hidden inside. This was a painting within a painting, specifically designed for the protagonist to show off. It was as if fate was chasing after him to make him arrogant. When he saw Yi Chen take a liking to the painting, he ridiculed him, looking down on him as a bumpkin who knew nothing about antiques and calligraphy. But then Yi Chen pulled out a painting called Coral, worth 500 million, thoroughly humiliating him. He became the laughingstock of the entire room, while Yi Chen became the center of attention, using him as a stepping stone to soar to new heights. He had prepared for this scene for so long, searching for this painting for ages, and now he had to give it away. And in such a way, by making himself look foolish. It was incredibly frustrating. But for the system reward, he had no choice but to do it. How much is this painting? Seeing that the visitor was young Master Jiang, the staff member didn't dare to be negligent and asked obsequiously. 10,000. What? Jiang Hao immediately shouted, displaying the erratic temper of a madman, and said disdainfully. Are you trying to fool me? This is obviously a cheap knockoff, and you're asking for 10,000 inch. Let me tell you, 10,000 is nothing to me, but I'd rather lose it than use it to buy something that's obviously a fake. He had a point. There were too many imitations of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, so many that they were commonplace. You could get one for a few dozen yuan, or even several thousand for a genuine one. 10,000 was clearly too much. The staff member was stunned by his words. He was just stating the price as marked on the label. Why was this young Master Jiang so angry? If you look down on it, you don't have to buy it. It wasn't him who set the price. The surrounding crowd also felt that this young Master Jiang had gone too far. However, considering the other party's status, they said nothing. They could only sigh inwardly. Both are top young masters from Shanghai, so why is there such a vast difference? The eldest son of the Jiang family only knows how to bully the weak, while young Master Su treats everyone equally, always refined and approachable. Whom does he favor? It's obvious. Jiang Hao's performance wasn't in vain, it indeed caught Yi Chen's attention. His keen senses immediately noticed the difference in the painting. He went to the stall, picked up the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting, and upon closer inspection, he was even more certain. This painting is not simple, there's another layer inside. Knowing his limited experience in antiques, he suddenly thought of a painting within a painting. Discovering a painting within a painting in the antique world is definitely a stroke of incredible luck. There must be something valuable inside. This painting is extremely well disguised. If he hadn't reached the transformation realm, he truly wouldn't have been able to see it. It was obvious that the items inside were extremely valuable. Yi Chen was excited. He had been mocked and scorned by everyone, and he was seething with anger. If he could snag something good at this moment, it would definitely change everyone's opinion of him. He didn't care about the others' opinions of him, his main concern was slightly changing Liang Bingshue's impression of him. Boss, how much is this painting? I'll take it. Put. A disdainful laugh rang out from the side. Looking closely, he saw Jiang Hao, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. He stopped laughing when he was almost out of breath, then pointed at Yi Chen's nose. A watchdog is a watchdog. Can't even recognize something common and cheap. These unscrupulous merchants just prey on idiots like you. Yi Chen was already annoyed, and Jiang Hao's mockery made his face extremely dark. He was furious, but he didn't lose his temper. His eyes darted around, and he sneered. You're the one who says others don't understand antiques and calligraphy, aren't you? You don't know their value and yet you criticize others. Jiang Hao, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, dramatically pointed at himself, playing along with the script. You say I don't know its value? Come on, let's make a bet on whether this painting is worth 10,000. Since it's a bet, we should at least say what the stakes are, right? Knowing it was a painting within a painting, Yi Chen wasn't flustered at all, he was confident he could find something good. Whoever loses has to kneel down and call the other person father 3 times in front of everyone here, how about that? Damn it! Saying these words made Jiang Hao feel like he was about to vomit blood from frustration. Knowing he was bound to lose, to still say something like that, acknowledging someone's worth, could there be anything more stupid than that? Fine, let's bet. Who's afraid of who? I'm just worried about some people cheating. What if the item is clearly worth more than 10,000, but they insist it's not? Don't worry, I'm not going to cheat a piece of trash like you. I'll take it to the top appraisal experts. Get ready to kneel down and call me daddy. Yi Chen sneered inwardly at Jiang Hao's mockery. Laugh all you want, keep laughing. You'll be crying later. Just as he took out his phone, ready to transfer money to buy the painting, an untimely voice rang out. I'm also interested in this painting. Chapter 228, The Moment to Witness a Miracle. Su Liang, are you teaching me how to do things? Seeing Jiang Hao and Yi Chen arguing and even making a bet, the upper-class people in the hall didn't show any signs of watching a show. Those who could attend the charity gala had good taste and could naturally tell that the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting was fake. It was just a common, mass-produced piece, not worth a mere 10,000. That security guard was bound to lose. At the same time, they felt uncomfortable with Jiang Hao's actions. You know that, is it necessary to say it out loud? He didn't give the organizers any face at all. However, due to Jiang Hao's background, they said nothing. Anyway, it's none of their business, so they just watched the show. But at this moment, they heard Su Liang's voice. I'm also interested in this painting. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to him. They saw Su Liang also looking at the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting, and they all showed surprise. Did I hear that right? Young Master Su is actually interested in this painting too? Could we all be wrong? Is this painting genuine? How could that be? Look at the seal, it's still quite new. It can't be genuine. I get it. According to their bet, that security guard is doomed to lose. Young Master Su is saying this to save him. Young Master Su is truly benevolent and righteous. I think young Master Su's kindness is only one aspect. See that Ling group president next to him? That guy is her company's security guard. When he loses and kneels down calling her father, it will definitely embarrass her. Oh? You mean young Master Su is doing this for President Liang? Even heroes can't resist a beautiful woman. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Liang Bingxue, who had been as cold and unmoved as ice, slowly blushed. Having learned from what had just happened, it was clear that at this point, she shared the same thought as everyone else. Su is just standing up for her. Why? Could it be that young Master Su really likes me? What should I do? Liang Bingxue's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, her heart pounding wildly. The more chaotic her mind, the more she hated Yi Chen. It was all his fault. Otherwise, how could she have gotten herself into this predicament? She made up her mind, she would go back and fire Yi Chen, ignoring her father's orders. Yi Chen, seeing Su Liang competing with him, was instantly enraged. He had just snatched the Sunluo sword that Su Liang had his eye on, and now he wanted to compete with him for the chance to change everyone's image. At that moment, the surrounding voices reached his ears, and he was bewildered. What the hell? Su Liang's attempt to steal the painting was to help him? Doesn't he know this is a painting within a painting? The painting inside is definitely valuable, certainly more than 10,000. This is a steal. Not long after, he heard that Su Liang had done this for Liang Bingxue. Turning his head, Yi Chen was surprised to see that Liang Bingxue, who had always had a cold face and an emotionless expression, was actually blushing. More than a month had passed since he last saw Liang Bingxue, and this was the first time he had seen her with such an expression. She had the air of a fairy descended to earth, her beauty beyond compare. But what's infuriating is the person Liang Bingxue blushed at wasn't him. On the contrary, he had actually helped with it. It was like being pushed from behind when someone was with them. Yi Chen couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. Now everyone sees, right? This painting is the one I've got my eye on. So the highest bidder wins. Su Liang wore an innocent smile, but in Yi Chen's eyes, it seemed utterly despicable. At this moment, Jiang Hao was equally bewildered. Everything was going perfectly, just waiting for Yi Chen to buy the painting, unravel the painting within a painting, and show off, slapping him in the face. Then, he could get the system reward after this little scene ended. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Su Liang popped up again. It was like having your pants down during the act, and at the last minute, a group of police officers suddenly stormed in for a raid. No, I'm not reconciled, I can't let this continue. Jiang Hao was extremely unwilling and still wanted to salvage the situation. So he spoke. Young Master Su, don't argue about this painting, it's obviously fake. Su Liang glanced at him, his gaze mocking. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Meaning that imposing gaze, as if looking at a clown, Jiang Hao quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. His hand clenched into a fist inside his sleeve, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes, his mind roaring. Su Liang, you just wait. You've humiliated me like this today, I'll repay you 100-fold. Since transmigrating, Yi Chen had been avoiding Su Liang. This was their first confrontation. Unexpectedly, Su Liang, a young master from one of the 4 great families, showed him such disrespect. He humiliated him in front of all the upper class. Fine, the highest bidder wins. I'll bid 1 million inch. Yi Chen was somewhat exasperated, but then, remembering something, he laughed in a fit of rage. Based on his judgment, Su Liang was probably acting out of revenge. He probably didn't know it was a painting within a painting. Although he recognized it, he didn't know if the painting inside was worth 1 million. His main purpose in bidding was to annoy Su Liang. That hypocritical, righteous image of a righteous man infuriated him. Unfortunately, he miscalculated again. Su Liang wasn't short of money. Besides, he knew that anything the protagonist valued wouldn't be cheap. Especially when the protagonist and the villain were betting, this painting was definitely not simple. Trying to show off in front of him? He'd better just be the one being mocked and resentful. Therefore, Su Liang quoted a price. 100 million. Silence, a deathly silence. Soon, the scene erupted in uproar again. Wow, that's incredibly extravagant. Absolutely outrageous. A fake painting fetching 100 million? That's unbelievable. This isn't a bargain. Young Master Su is clearly using the guise of finding a bargain to secretly donate money. Young Master Su is just being delusional. Damn it, that security guard is such an idiot. Young Master Su helped him and he didn't even appreciate it. I really wanted to go up there and kill him. Did you see young Master John's expression? He tried to interfere in young Master Su's affairs, but he wasn't given any face at all. One sentence from him and he obediently shut up. At this point, Yi Liuli and her brother Yi Chen were completely estranged. Yi Chen stood frozen in place, staring blankly at his sister, who was as furious as a mother leopard, feeling his heart pounding uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable. Chapter 235: The Timid and Submissive Protagonist. The younger sister with the potential to be a female villain. The commotion in the private room attracted the attention of the restaurant staff, who, thinking someone was causing trouble, immediately called security. Several security guards rushed over to take Yi Chen away. Yi Chen, regaining his senses, waved them off. Let me go. I came here to eat. Didn't you say I could stay and eat with you? His gaze fell on Su Liang. No matter how much resentment he harbored towards Su Liang, he had to suppress it now. Unable to defeat the hidden expert beside Su Liang, and unable to take his sister away, he had no choice but to stay. He believed that with him watching over them, the siblings wouldn't dare to cause trouble. However, before Su Liang could say anything, Yi Liuli objected. Get out of here. Have you no shame? Throw him out. We don't know him. Yi Liuli was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. Today she had witnessed it firsthand. This person was actually her nominal brother. She'd completely lost face. How dare you have the nerve to ask to stay? Couldn't you tell Liang Ji was just being polite? She knew Liang Ji was a good person, and he wouldn't go back on his word. He wouldn't refuse Yi Chen even if he stayed. But Yi Liuli felt incredibly guilty. Yi Chen hadn't expected his sister to get angry again, ordering security to throw him out. He felt like several knives were stabbing into his heart. The security guards didn't dare to be negligent. The VIP room guests were all very distinguished, and they dragged Yi Chen out. This time, Yi Chen didn't resist. He was deeply hurt by his sister's words. That feeling of wholeheartedly thinking of his family, only to be rejected and verbally abused. Who in his family understands? At that moment, he truly had the urge to abandon his sister and let her suffer the consequences of being deceived. Before being dragged out of the private room, Yi-chan caught a glimpse of Suchinga's cold smile, and his heart sank. No, he couldn't just leave like this. What had his sister done wrong? She had only been deceived by the pretense of Su Liang and his sister. He couldn't just watch his sister fall into the abyss. His body trembled slightly, and a surge of strength shook off the security guards holding him. Kid, if you dare cause trouble here, we'll call the police immediately. Hearing the guard's warning, Yi-chan gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at the private room before looking away. I can walk by myself. He turned and walked towards the restaurant exit. He stopped at the door and waited. Although he didn't take these security guards seriously, if they called the police, things would be difficult. If he were arrested, who knew what kind of treatment his sister would receive from those treacherous siblings? He used to rely solely on strength, but now he had met his match. He was weaker than them, yet their power was boundless. He could only proceed with extreme caution. Thinking back to his invincible dominance in the underworld, and then to his current subservient state. It was incredibly frustrating. Ding Yi-chan has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Yi-chan has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Yi-chan's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Seeing Yi Liuli and Yi-chan's complete break, Suchinga's lips curled into a smile. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. This was just the beginning. Then, she turned to Yi Liuli and said apologetically. Sorry, Liuli, I got agitated just now. He stormed in, and I thought he was going to hurt you. Beside her, Su Liang's gaze was strange. His sister's acting skills were already at his level. Looks like he didn't need to worry about her being deceived by some chosen one. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind. Su Liang's gaze towards his sister changed slightly. He didn't even need to lift a finger to harvest the luck. His sister's simple tricks were enough to break the protagonist's mentality. She has a real talent for being a female villain. Well done, keep it up, I believe in you. Yi Liuli certainly didn't blame Suchinga, it was all Yi-chan's fault. After exchanging a few words with Suchinga, she turned to Su Liang, apologizing for Yi-chan's abrupt intrusion. Su Liang offered a few comforting words, easing Yi Liuli's guilt and gaining her favor. With the matter settled, Suchinga, adept at creating a lively atmosphere, started chatting about interesting things at school. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and plates of exquisite dishes were brought in. Suchinga had reserved a candlelight dinner. Therefore, after the waiters set everything up, the entire private room was incredibly romantic. The slightly dim, warm light, the bright candlelight, and the dishes that looked like works of art created a beautiful scene. Yi Liuli was seeing such a romantic scene for the first time and was somewhat mesmerized. Suchinga was fairly satisfied with the arrangement. It would have been even more perfect if it were just her and her brother. Oh well, today's protagonist is Yi Liuli, there will be plenty of opportunities later. She had gone to great lengths to bring her best friend together, so her brother wouldn't treat her unfairly, would he? Following the principle of helping someone to the end, Suchinga picked up the opened bottle of red wine on the corner of the table and poured a glass for all three of them. On such a special day, how can we not have a drink? She struck first, giving Yi Liuli no chance to refuse. Yi Liuli had never drunk alcohol before. Seeing that her two siblings had been poured wine, she felt it would be out of place if she didn't. She had come today to express her gratitude to brother Liang, and feeling guilty about Yi-chan's appearance earlier, she didn't refuse. A little wine would help her brother win over Yi Liuli. Suchinga urged her to drink while eating. Su Liang watched silently from the side. Since his sister had made arrangements, he didn't need to do anything tonight, he could just enjoy himself. Seeing Yi Liuli slightly tipsy, Su Liang interrupted Suchinga. Enough. Liuli doesn't drink. Why are you trying to persuade her? This level was just right. A slight buzz is romantic. If you really get someone drunk, what's the difference between that and picking up a corpse? That would be too low class, and Su Liang disdained doing that. Yi Liuli immediately gave Su Liang a grateful look. Su Chinga also looked at Su Liang, shifting her focus to him. Alright, Lioli can't drink, then I'll drink with you. Come to think of it, we've never drunk together before. Since she was trying to bring the two together, having won over Yi Lioli, her brother couldn't be left out. Only when he's drunk will he have the guts to make his move. Su Liang saw her meaning in those bright eyes and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Was his sister trying to get him drunk? Are you kidding me? He really suspected that his sister was doing this on purpose, thinking Yi Lioli wasn't enough. Chapter 236 Su Chinga uses underhanded tactics. She fooled the female lead and made her crippled. The protagonist was enraged to the point of spitting blood. The candlelight dinner ended. Su Chinga's attempt to get her brother drunk failed. Su Liang refused, citing that children shouldn't drink. This left the little girl feeling quite annoyed. What was she doing as a child? If Yi Lioli hadn't been there, she would have definitely made him experience it. Suppressing her slight frustration, Su Chinga looked at Yi Lioli and asked, "How was it? The food here was pretty good, wasn't it?" Perhaps because she was slightly tipsy, or because she was sitting so close to Su Liang, Yi Lioli's cheeks were slightly flushed. Hearing Su Chinga's question, she nodded. It was delicious. After saying that, she remembered something and stood up from her seat. Seeing this, Su Chinga quickly asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to pay the bill." Yi Lioli stammered. She had originally planned to treat everyone today. "I already paid in advance." "Ha!" Yi Lioli looked completely bewildered. "Didn't I tell you? My brother's treating." Then she said to Su Liang with a hint of resentment, "I'll pay for this meal first, remember to pay me back when you get back." She'd already given him her best friend, it would be too much of a loss for him to pay for it too. Besides getting her brother to pay her back, she'd also have to collect some interest. And she'd just have him teach her to swim, hee hee. Okay then. Su Liang put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I won't be like some people, so stingy with their brothers, unwilling to even treat them to a meal. Who are those people? Su Chinga suddenly leaned closer, puffing out her cheeks. Her pouty appearance, to everyone else, was incredibly cute. Su Liang remained unmoved. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. Su Chinga gritted her teeth in anger, raising her small fist and punching Su Liang in the chest. Watching the two siblings playfully bicker, Yi Lioli looked on with envy. Not envious of their sibling relationship, but envious of Su Chinga. She wished she and Liang Ji could have that kind of interaction. After playing for a while, Su Chinga suggested their next activity. We've eaten, let's move on to the next movie. I booked 3 tickets. Su Liang, of course, wouldn't refuse his sister's arrangement. Yi Lioli wanted to spend more time with Su Liang, so she nodded in agreement. The 3 of them left the restaurant. The movie theater wasn't far, so they decided to walk there. Waiting outside, Yi Chen, his face dark with frustration, stubbed out his cigarette in anger. Having learned his lesson, he dared not approach her again. Pushing her too far might provoke that expert into action. Right now, he just wanted this date to end quickly and for his sister to return home safely. As her older brother, he could do nothing to protect her, only pray that she would spare her. This feeling of powerlessness drove him mad. Su Liang noticed the furtive Yi Chen but completely ignored him. Su Chinga, however, sneered inwardly. Trying to stop your brother's good time? You're asking for it, I'll grant your wish. Hey, I'll give you a little naughtiness first. A faint smile flickered across Su Chinga's lips. A surge of internal energy gathered at her fingertips and silently landed on Yi Lioli beside her. Ah! A gasp rang out. It turned out that Yi Lioli had accidentally slipped while descending the stairs. The aftereffects of the red wine were quite strong. Yi Lioli had initially only blushed, but now, the wind had made her dizzy. She was annoyed at her carelessness, unaware that it was all the work of her best friend. Losing her balance, Yi Lioli's face paled, and her mind went blank. Just as she felt a chill, a force came from her waist, and she uncontrollably tilted to one side. A moment later, she landed in a warm embrace. Feeling safe, Yi Liuli breathed a sigh of relief. After the initial shock came joy. She looked up, and sure enough, it was Liang who had saved her. Looking at the handsome face she had dreamt of countless times, Yi Liuli was moved and momentarily captivated. "Are you all right?" Su Liang helped her up and asked with a smile. Yi Liuli snapped out of her daze, her face instantly turning bright red, and stammered. I'm fine." She lowered her head, wishing she could bury it in the mountains. Su Liang glared at his sister, only to see Su Qingge wink at him playfully. As if to say, "Are you satisfied?" This was, of course, a little trick to bring her best friend and brother together. Su Qingge knew her place. She knew her brother possessed strength, but she had never seen him fight, so she didn't know his level. But saving someone was a piece of cake, wasn't it? The brother and sister exchanged glances, while Yi Liuli remained oblivious, thoroughly enjoying herself. No, there was still one person who was truly awake. That was Yi Chen, who had been following behind, and he had clearly witnessed the entire scene. He was furious, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger, and his whole body trembling. This was outrageous. Knowing he was watching, they still resorted to such underhanded tactics. Weren't they just taking advantage of his fear of attacking? Although he truly didn't dare. Ding Yi Chen's rage surged, villain value plus 1001. After the heroic rescue, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered between Yi Liuli and Su Liang, which made Su Qingge secretly nod in approval. Not bad, it's just right. After watching a movie, it'll be about time to go to a hotel. Brother, buy flowers for the two fairy sisters. At this moment, a little girl approached, blinking her innocent eyes, looking at Su Liang expectantly. The little girl's clothes were somewhat worn, but her appearance was clean. Clearly she was helping her family sell flowers. This kind of stunt is common on this bustling commercial street, and most couples wouldn't refuse it. Seeing this, Su Qingge's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, what a great opportunity. So, before Su Liang could speak, she made her move. She took out several large bills and stuffed them into the little girl's hand, also taking 2 flowers with her. She patted the little girl's head. Brother didn't bring any money, so sister bought them for him. The little girl's eyes lit up, offering her sincere blessings. Sister is so beautiful. I wish my brother and sister a long and happy life together forever. Good girl, go on. Su Qingge's face immediately lit up with a smile. She felt she hadn't given enough money. The little girl was so understanding, speaking her mind. Only after the little girl's figure disappeared down the street did she turn away. She kept one bouquet for herself and handed another to Su Liang. Put it on your tab. Su Liang. Ah, this. Actually, he really wanted to say that he had money in his personal space. His sister was being far too enthusiastic. Knowing what his sister meant, Su Liang accepted the flowers and then gave them to Yi Liuli. Yi Liuli was naturally overjoyed. This was the first time Liang Ji had given her flowers. The three of them chatted and laughed until they finally arrived at the movie theater, watching the entire movie, including Yi Chen's physical destruction. Chapter 237. So worried about her brother. Successfully holding hands. Overcoming the stumbling block. Su Qingge had booked a private room at the movie theater. Therefore, Yi Chen, who had finally decided to buy a ticket and get in, was dumbfounded when he was stopped outside the room. He could only watch helplessly as his sister was led into the room, unable to do anything. Inside the room was a huge screen, with a luxurious sofa in the center. The coffee table was laden with fresh fruit and snacks, popcorn, and all sorts of treats. Not bad. Su Qingge looked around, plopped down on the sofa, and then gestured for her brother and Yi Liuli to sit down as well. Su Liang was seated in the middle, the two girls very close together, practically embracing each other. The three of them then watched the movie and ate snacks. At first, they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere harmonious. However, it wasn't long before Yi Liuli was captivated by the movie's plot. After learning about Yi Liuli and her brother Su Liang's story, Su Qingge specifically chose a domineering CEO series. The story was roughly about a woman from a poor rural family who, as she grew older, faced pressure from her parents to get married. Unwilling to submit, she went to the city to work, but encountered setbacks everywhere due to her lack of education. Upon arriving in the city, her money was stolen, and no one wanted to hire her. Some men, however, tried to take advantage of her because of her looks, which she refused. Finally finding a job as a waitress, she was harassed by her boss and, disheartened, decided to return to the countryside. Just then, a turning point arrived. Leaving the restaurant, she bumped into the domineering CEO male lead, and they fell in love at first sight. After learning about the female lead's family situation, the male lead offered her various forms of help, secretly resolving her company's problems and arranging for her parents to receive treatment at a major hospital when they fell ill. Naturally, some ambiguity ensued, and their feelings deepened. Finally, the female lead discovered the truth about the male lead's secret help and burst into tears, throwing herself into his arms. Yi Lioli was stunned. The plot of the movie was very similar to her and Liang Ji's experiences, making her feel particularly connected. At that time, her father was disabled, and her mother was seriously ill and hospitalized. Not only were living expenses difficult, but medical bills were also a problem. Finding a job was a constant struggle, so similar to the female lead in the movie. Just when she was filled with despair, Su Liang shone like a ray of light into her dark world. Yi Lioli stood there, lost in thought, while Su Qingge kept giving Su Liang meaningful glances. Her eyes glanced at Yi Lioli's hand, gesturing for her brother to take it, further deepening their relationship. If he took that step, everything would fall into place. However, Su Liang, the epitome of a scumbag, faltered at this crucial moment. He completely ignored his sister's hints. He blinked, looking utterly bewildered. Su Liang found it amusing. "Weren't you trying to set me up with Yi Lioli? I'm not doing anything. Please continue your performance." Seeing that her brother didn't understand her hints, Su Qingge felt both angry and anxious, but also somewhat delighted. Delighted because her brother didn't even know the basic tricks of flirting. Even if there are other women outside, there shouldn't be many. There's no need to worry about anyone threatening his position. Thinking this way, bringing Yi Lioli together is something he absolutely must continue. It's not just a gift for his brother, but also revenge against that ruthless Yi Chen. With a determined heart, Su Qingge leaned over, took Su Liang's hand, and placed it on Yi Lioli's hand. "Don't understand the hint? No problem, I'll help you." After doing all this, Su Qingge quickly sat back in her original seat, pretending to be engrossed in watching a movie. Yi Lioli felt the warm touch on her hand and turned to look at Su Liang in surprise. Su Liang gave her a "don't worry, I've got you covered" look. He was just watching his sister's performance anyway, since she'd gone this far, what was there for him to be coy about? Taking advantage of Yi Lioli's moment of gratitude, Su Liang took the initiative and pulled her into his arms. "Mum." Yi Lioli glanced nervously at Su Qingge, and relieved to see that she wasn't being noticed. Feeling the warm embrace, her pretty face flushed slightly. She didn't struggle, a surge of secret joy welling up inside her. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qingge had noticed all of this out of the corner of her eye, a pang of jealousy rising in her heart. After all, she was the one who had brought them together. Whom she had gone to great lengths to get them to this point, her brother had to make it up to her. Not only would he teach her to swim, but he would also give her massages and teach her to dance. Su Qingge began to envision a beautiful future. As the movie was about to end, Su Qingge glanced at the two of them, deciding that tonight was settled. There was still one obstacle waiting outside to be dealt with. With this thought in mind, she said something and quietly left the private room. After leaving the house, Su Qingge changed her clothes in a secluded corner, gripping the gleaming Sanluo sword in her hand. Her expression was cold, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, and her murderous aura steadily rising. Yi Chen wanted to ruin her brother's plans? Then she'd deal with him first. Releasing her aura now was to attract his attention and lure him over. Soon, Yi Chen, who was crouching at the movie theater entrance, scanning the crowds coming and going, spotted her. Yi Chen abruptly stood up, looking seriously at the dark night sky in the distance. He could sense the aura of that little witch. Why was Su Chinga outside? Wasn't her sister, Yi Liuli, with them at the movie theater? Where were her sister and Su Liang now? A series of conspiracies and schemes immediately flashed through his mind, a diversionary tactic, a covert maneuver. Her sister was being manipulated by Su Liang in various positions. Driven by worry for his sister, Yi Chen lost his composure and, in a moment of panic, ran wildly towards the source of the murderous aura. This area had recently been slated for demolition, the houses were dilapidated and deserted. Because of its remote location, few people passed by. This was the burial plot Su Chinga had chosen for Yi Chen. If she could keep him here, she would kill him without hesitation. After all, he was his enemy. Where did you trick my sister into going? Yi Chen rushed over and, seeing Su Chinga's murderous aura, coldly questioned her. Guess. As if recalling something amusing, a mocking smile appeared on Su Chinga's lips. Liuli, that adorably silly little girl, is probably fawning over my brother right now, isn't she? Chapter 238 Su Chinga's Dimensional Reduction Attack. Family Member +1. Entering a Dream. Hearing Su Chinga's words, Yi Chen froze, his mind blank. He had protected and followed his sister all this way to prevent her from falling into danger, yet ultimately he had failed to stop it all? Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. 10 years of hardship in the dark world had caused his body to instinctively recoil. After regaining his balance, he looked down at his chest. His clothes were ripped open, and a line of blood spread across his chest. Yi Chen felt a wave of fear. He had dodged the fatal blow, but not completely. The long wound was clearly inflicted by a sharp blade. Because it was so sharp and so fast, he hadn't even felt it. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, and the wound wasn't deep. If it had been a second later, he would definitely have been disemboweled. He frowned and looked. There he saw, standing where he had just been, Su Chinga, a sword still clutched in her hand. Strange, he had been wounded by that sword before, but it wasn't as sharp as this one. Wait. Yi Chen felt the short sword in Su Chinga's hand was familiar. Wasn't this the Sanluo sword that Su Liang had stolen? It had fallen into Su Chinga's hands. Su Chinga didn't give him time to think. She flashed in front of Yi Chen, her Sanluo sword twirling in a flourish. Her style was decisive and ruthless. Her brother had told her in her dream. Villains die from talking too much. In a life-or-death battle, no matter the method, kill them. Every strike from Su Chinga was a killing blow, leaving no room for retreat. Yi Chen was initially caught off guard and struggled to defend himself. After recovering, he drew a military dagger from his waist. He had learned from his previous assassination attempt on Su Liang. His strength was roughly equal to Su Chinga's, but he was at a disadvantage because Su Chinga had a weapon. He also carried a military dagger, just in case. At this moment, Su Chinga slashed at his neck with her sword, and Yi Chen quickly used his military dagger to defend. Swoosh! The sharp and hard military dagger was easily severed by the Sanluo sword. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, no wonder it's a sacred object from the underworld, it's terrifyingly powerful. This is practically a divine weapon, isn't it? Su Chinga couldn't help but sneer. Without giving Yi Chen a chance to think, she unleashed one killing move after another. Seeing the sharpness of the Sanluo sword, Yi Chen dared not face its edge head-on and could only hurriedly dodge. He looked extremely disheveled. Whoosh! Su Chinga suddenly changed her move, catching Yi Chen off guard, and a deep wound appeared on his shoulder. Yi Chen clutched his bleeding wound, his heart filled with resentment. How the hell is this supposed to work? Their strength was roughly equal, yet you used a divine weapon to deliver a crushing blow. No, if this continues, I'll be stuck here today. He wasn't the type to fight to the death. Knowing he was outmatched, why throw his life away? Where there's life, there's hope. Yi Chen decided to make a run for it. He could take revenge on those vicious siblings later. But, did he get Su Chinga's permission to leave? Every strike Su Chinga delivered was fueled by rage. She wanted revenge for her brother. Yi Chen dared not retaliate. His movements were sluggish due to his injuries, making him no match for Su Chinga's speed, and he could only be relentlessly pursued. During the chase, he sustained a series of injuries. After retreating some distance, Yichen panted heavily, a sense of powerlessness rising within him. Was his dog-like life about to end here? No, he had wandered the dark world for 10 years to achieve his current success. He had only recently reunited with his family, met the person he loved, and was unaware of his sister's situation. How could he die like this? Gradually, a powerful aura emanated from him. At the crucial moment, Yichen unleashed his full power, a surge of new life coursing through his body. You just wait. I, Yichen, swear to kill you all. I will wipe out the Su family. Leaving behind these harsh words, Yichen unleashed his speed and vanished into the night. He had broken through to the late stage of the transformation realm, a minor realm higher than Su Chinga. However, he dared not stay and confront her head-on. He knew that at most, Su Chinga would only be injured, while he would lose his life. He was currently severely injured, and suppressed by the Sanluo sword. Staying wouldn't necessarily make him a match for Su Chinga. Besides, there was a mysterious expert present. Escape was the best option. Seeing Yichen suddenly break through his strength and escape, Su Chinga stood still without giving chase, her expression somewhat regretful. She was quite speechless. Even after being forced into this situation, he still managed to break through his strength and escape. Actually, she had already done quite well, but what she didn't know was that there was something called the protagonist's halo. If it were Su Liang, with his villainous halo, who had made the move, even if Yichen had broken through several more minor realms, he would still be doomed. Although she hadn't managed to kill Yichen, which was somewhat regrettable. Her goal had been achieved. That meant getting rid of Yichen, the stumbling block, to make it easier for her brother to woo Yi Lioli. Now it's all up to her brother's performance. Brother, I've done everything I could, don't disappoint me. Glancing in the direction of the movie theater, Su Chinga turned and disappeared into the night. She wouldn't be a third wheel, to avoid jealousy. At that moment, inside the movie theater, the film had just ended. Su Liang's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a message from his subordinate. It described the details of the fight between Su Chinga and Yichen outside. Two mid-stage transformation realm experts fighting without anyone noticing, a powerful figure witnessing everything in the shadows, a chilling thought. And there was more than one. They were the Skynet assassins hiding in the shadows to protect Su Chinga and monitoring Yichen. The strength of someone who could secretly follow a mid-stage transformation realm expert without being detected is unimaginable. This is a new batch of powerful individuals. Previously, Su Liang had drawn a top-tier researcher and had been dedicated to researching marrow cleansing pills and gene-enhancing drugs. He had also made significant progress with some strength-enhancing formulas from divine-level medical techniques. Furthermore, with numerous experimental subjects on Black Continent, newly developed drugs had become even more potent. His subordinate's strength had made further breakthroughs. Everything was under Su Liang's control. Brother Liang, where's Chinga? After the movie ended, Yi Lioli got up from Su Liang's arms, looked around but didn't see Su Chinga, and asked with some doubt. She went home alone. Putting away his phone, Su Liang smiled slightly. Ha! Yi Lioli's mind went blank. We agreed to play together, why did you slip away? What? Don't you want some alone time with me? Su Liang led Yi Lioli out of the movie theater into a 5-star hotel. Ding, add Yi Lioli to the family? Make her a family member? Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have gained a special ability dream entry. Chapter 239, Yi Lioli's alluring charm. The protagonist is on the verge of tears. Yi Lioli slept until noon the next day. A smile played on her lips as she slept soundly. She was having a dream. In her dream, she was strolling through a shopping mall when she passed a bridal shop and was captivated by the exquisite wedding dresses inside. Just then, Su Liang suddenly appeared. He was still as gentle and refined as ever, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. You like wedding dresses? Yes. She nodded shyly. What girl doesn't dream of love? Doesn't she dream of a romantic wedding with the boy she loves? If you like them, I'll take you to buy some. Then Su Liang led her into the bridal boutique. They chose her favorite wedding dress and bought a wedding ring. The scene shifted instantly. She and Su Liang were now at their wedding. She was the bride, and Su Liang was the groom. With their parents as witnesses, they finally tied the knot. They exchanged vows and rings. Yi Liuli felt an unprecedented happiness, but at that moment, the scene before her shattered. It was a dream. Opening her eyes, seeing the layout of the presidential suite, Yi Liuli felt a pang of disappointment. Even knowing it was a dream, she longed to stay in it. But she and Liang were together now, weren't they? Recalling the events of last night, Yi Liuli blushed. Thinking of something, she quickly turned her head to look beside her. Seeing Su Liang still there, she breathed a sigh of relief, her flustered heart calming down. At that moment, Su Liang also opened his eyes. Actually, he had been awake for a while. With his powerful physique and mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, he didn't need much rest at all. The reason he stayed by Yi Liuli's side was that he knew women go through a period of confusion after losing their virginity. Keeping her by his side made it easier to increase her favorability. He wasn't stingy with spending time with his woman. He wasn't bored either, checking the rewards he'd gotten from Yi Liuli last night. Special reward: Dream Invasion, invading another's dream. The description was simple and straightforward. Su Liang instantly thought of using this method to win over the female lead. Imagine appearing in the female lead's dream, creating some romantic scenes. Even if it didn't increase her favorability, it would still leave a deep impression. The difficulty of winning her over would be greatly reduced. Fortunately, nothing bad happened just now, so he tried this dream invasion ability on Yi Liuli. It was actually quite interesting. So this little girl wanted a romantic wedding with him. To this, Su Liang could only apologize. He had so many women, hundreds more waiting for him to conquer. What if he had to give each of them a wedding? So, he made up for it by giving Yi Liuli a wedding in his dream. This could be considered a different kind of wedding, right? He turned around and found Yi Liuli staring at him intently. He reached out and pinched her cheek. Awake? Hungry? Before she could have said anything, Su Liang's words made Yi Liuli's stomach rumble. Yi Liuli lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Su Liang chuckled softly. Get up. I've already arranged lunch. Yi Liuli responded softly. She was about to get out of bed when she suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Did you sleep too long and get a leg cramp? Seeing the smile on Su Liang's lips, Yi Liuli gave her a playful glare. Good heavens, that glare actually carried a hint of alluring charm. The two went to a private room at the hotel to enjoy the prepared lunch. By the time they finished eating, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Having not gone home all night, Yi Liuli was afraid her family would worry, so she reluctantly suggested going home. So, Su Liang took her home. At this moment, the atmosphere at Yi Liuli's home was very serious. Yi Chen chain-smoked, pacing back and forth in the room. His pacing made his parents dizzy. Xiao Chen, have you walked around enough? You're making us dizzy. His mother said, exasperated. To his surprise, Yi Chen became furious upon hearing her words. Suppressing his anger, he said. Liuli still hasn't come back. Aren't you worried? Last night, after escaping from Su Qingda's school, he went to a hospital to treat his wounds. Although he had decided to seek revenge on Su Liang and his sister later, he was worried about his sister's current situation, so he called. The result: the call went through, but no one answered. After ringing a few times, the call was disconnected, and subsequent calls went unanswered. When did she stop answering the phone? She must be very busy. What is his sister busy with? And now she's with Su Liang. This instantly conjured up some unpleasant images in Yi Chen's mind, and his heart ached. When he got home in the morning and saw that his younger sister hadn't returned yet, he told his parents. However, instead of being worried, his parents seemed rather pleased. Yi Chen's face immediately darkened. He just kept smoking, pacing back and forth in the room, while calling his sister, Yi Liuli. What's there to worry about? Didn't you say Liuli is with Liang? We trust Liang's character. This time it was Yi's father who spoke. Yi Chen. He was so angry he felt his whole body tremble. Liang's character? Who do you think he is? You handed your daughters over to him, don't you know he's a scumbag? He's ruined so many girls. Don't let him act like a gentleman in front of you. Behind his back, he's a shameless and treacherous villain. You've all been deceived by his appearance. And that Suchinga, she looks cute and adorable, but she's actually a ruthless witch who kills without blinking an eye. Yi Chen roared, but instead of receiving his parents' sympathy, he received only strange looks. Child, you've suffered all these years. Although we don't know what you've been through, is it so hard to acknowledge someone's excellence? We were planning to tell you later, but your condition is getting worse. We'll go to the hospital with Mom tomorrow. It's best to see a doctor early for mental illness. Chapter 240 Shameless Su Liang. My sister's reward. Seeing Yi Chen's devastated expression and hearing his accusations against Su Liang and his sister, his parents almost believed him. However, when they heard him say that Su Liang's sister, that incredibly beautiful and adorable girl, like a celestial being descended to earth, was a ruthless killer, the elderly couple instantly solidified their belief. Their son not only had a mental illness, but it was quite severe. He needed treatment as soon as possible. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? His parents wanted him to acknowledge Su Liang's excellence? And they wanted to take him to the hospital for a mental health checkup? So they still didn't believe him. Was he the kind of person who was jealous of others? What a joke! Their son was a legendary killer. The idea of him having a mental illness was simply unbelievable. Yi Chen was so angry he felt like spitting blood. Everything I said is true, why don't you believe me? He knew that Su Liang had maintained an excellent image in front of his family and had provided them with so much help. To expose Su Liang's true colors, he needed evidence. However, Su Liang was no ordinary person. Finding evidence of him with other women shouldn't be a problem, but finding evidence of their murders, arson, and treacherous schemes was almost impossible. He could only watch helplessly as his family was deceived by Su Liang. This was Yi Chen's biggest frustration. He wasn't afraid of Su Liang's strength, even a peak-level expert like him wasn't invincible. What he feared most was his family dragging him down. This wasn't just dragging him down, it was practically currying favor with the enemy, who then turned against him. It's not the godlike opponent you fear, but the pig-like teammate that's the best description. Click. Just as Yi Chen was about to cry, the door was pushed open. Swish swish swish. 3 pairs of eyes turned towards the doorway. Yi Liuli walked in, her face beaming with a happy smile. Meeting her parents' gaze, Yi Liuli felt a little guilty. Why are you looking at me like that? Liuli, were you with Liang last night? Although she already knew the answer from Yi Chen, Yi's mother still wanted to confirm. After all, her daughter not coming home all night had worried them. But if her daughter was with Su Liang, then everything would be fine. Yes, I was with brother Liang the whole time. He just brought me back. You silly child, Liang is here, why didn't you let him come in and sit down? No need for him to sit down, she's still not over it. Yi Liuli thought to herself. She gave a few perfunctory replies, saying Su Liang was busy with work, and then said she was tired, before returning to her bedroom. Because she deliberately slowed her pace and maintained a steady gait, his parents didn't notice anything amiss with their daughter. However, Yi Chen keenly noticed the problem. His younger sister's gait was stiff, and a newfound mature allure appeared between her brows. He instantly understood the truth. Yi Chen froze on the spot, struck dumb. He couldn't help but recall his vow to protect his family and never let them suffer any harm again. And now, in the blink of an eye, his sister had been bullied again. Put. Yi Chen, already injured, was overcome with anger and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His parents were startled. Thinking he was having a mental breakdown, they rushed him to the hospital. Ding Yichen's mental state collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yichen's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding. That evening, Su Liang returned home and was blocked at the door by Su Qingge. Su Qingge's gaze was scrutinizing, her arms crossed, her eyes wide as she stared at Su Liang. "Brother, did you have a good time last night?" Su Liang looked blank, as if he didn't understand what she was talking about. Su Qingge was furious. She had gone to such lengths to help him, she couldn't believe her brother, who had several sisters-in-law, would miss such a good opportunity. In other words, her brother had taken care of things, and now he was denying it when she asked. "He's all changed now, he's denying everything. Stop pretending you definitely got Lioli, didn't you? How does it feel? How does it feel? What are you talking about? Can't you be normal?" Su Liang walked into the room, sat down on the sofa, picked up the teacup on the coffee table, and took a sip. "Little brat, trying to mess with me?" Su Qingge was dumbfounded. She never expected her brother to be so shameless. Not only did he not reward her for her help, but he even denied it on the spot. No way. Absolutely not. She went to so much trouble to help him get Yilioli, she couldn't just let it go like this. He had to make her pay for it. She turned and sat down next to Su Liang, took his arm, and started shaking it. "You know what I'm talking about, right? Since your little sister gave you such a big surprise, shouldn't you show some appreciation? What do you want?" Su Liang glanced at her sideways. He was just teasing her. Honestly, without his sister's help, he really couldn't have won over Yi Lioli so quickly. He definitely needs to reward her. Not only should he reward her, but he should reward her handsomely. His sister's actions must be encouraged. Like Han Xin commanding troops, the more the merrier. Su Qingge giving him female leads, the more the merrier. "The weather's getting hot again lately, I want to go swimming but I can't. Can you teach me?" Su Qingge smiled brightly. Originally, she wanted her brother to give her a massage and go to the ball with her. Unexpectedly, Su Liang's sudden display of power intimidated her, so she didn't say it. She was afraid that if she said it, her brother would renege on his promise. Take it slow, there's plenty of time, there will always be a time when her brother will give in. Su Liang glanced at her indifferently. "You, a grandmaster of internal energy, are telling me you can't swim? Are you kidding me?" However, his sister's words gave him a reminder. Could he use his dream entry ability to teach others skills? While his sister's combat skills were decent, they were incomparable to his god-level abilities. There was still a lot of room for improvement. "You could try." Su Liang's eyes flickered as he stroked his chin, his gaze full of interest. Not only his sister, but also the female assassins protecting his women, and if possible, even Meng's collective strength should be improved. "Brother, are you even listening to me? Teach me to swim, okay?" Su Qingge waved her hand in front of him. Su Liang snapped out of his reverie, rubbed his head, indicating he understood. Yay! Having received her brother's approval, Su Qingge made a gesture and cheered excitedly. Chapter 241 Liang Bingshue's Doomsday Journey. Character collapse. Encouraging her best friend to call off the engagement. Night deepened. In Su Qingge's dream. Seeing Su Hao appear, she was overjoyed. Originally, he entered his sister's dream to try out his ideas and teach her some defense skills. Who could have imagined this scene? She has a serious illness. Even with his god-level medical skills, he didn't know how to treat her. Shaking his head, Su Liang put the matter aside and checked his almost depleted mental energy. He could even invade other people's dreams. One after another, the heroines he hadn't yet conquered flashed through his mind, finally settling on Liang Bingshue. She was currently the most difficult heroine to conquer. Su Liang decided to deal with her first. He just didn't know if she was sleeping or dreaming, he'd have to try. After selecting his target, Su Liang activated his dream entry skill. The next moment, he appeared in a strange space. A blood-red moon hung in the sky, casting a crimson glow that bathed the earth in a bloody light. Collapsed high-rises, desolate land, and a complete lack of human presence, these scenes combined to create a post-apocalyptic landscape. It was a wasteland world. Is this Liang Bingshue's dream? Stroking his chin, Su Liang pondered, when he heard a desperate cry for help. Looking towards the sound, he saw a group of zombies chasing a woman with a graceful figure and stunning beauty. Who else could it be but Liang Bingshue? Tisk. Su Liang clicked his tongue, a playful look on his face. Who would have thought that the dignified, aloof female CEO would have a post-apocalyptic dream? This was all Lu Rulan's fault. She had taken her to see a post-apocalyptic movie today. She had been terrified by the zombies in it. After watching the movie, the terrifying image of the zombies still lingered in her mind. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. She dreamt about it while sleeping. Su Liang had a sudden thought. After invading someone's dream, he possessed independent consciousness and could control everything within the dream. In other words, he was invincible in the dream world. He was about to appear beside Liang Bingshue, eliminate the zombies behind her, and stage a heroic rescue. But then he thought, resolving the crisis too easily might not leave a lasting impression on the female lead. Besides, this was in a dream, Liang Bingshue might forget it when she woke up. So Su Liang abandoned his plan to sweep away all obstacles. Just as Liang Bingshue was about to be caught by the zombies and the dream was about to shatter, Su Liang coincidentally appeared before her. Then he pulled her along to evade the zombies, experiencing a desperate escape and ultimately managing to break free from the zombie encirclement. Naturally, there were various life-or-death situations along the way. In short, the journey was fraught with hardship, but Su Liang managed to overcome each obstacle. After experiencing death together, Liang Bingshue was no longer as cold as ice and began to open her heart to Su Liang. Just as Liang Bingshue accepted Su Liang's confession and they were about to live happily ever after, the boss of the apocalypse appeared. 2 zombie kings. The 2 zombies were unmistakably Yi Chen and Jiang Hao. This was one of Su Liang's wicked jokes. Winning over Liang Bingshue would undoubtedly be a perfect ending. But this is a dream. A good ending isn't necessarily a good thing. He can't leave Liang Bingshue with a lasting impression. What Su Liang needs to do is let her know he loves her, that he'd die for her. As for making Jiang Hao and Yi Chen the villains, it's to disgust them and incite Liang Bingshue's disgust. The effect is surprisingly good. To let her escape, Su Liang chooses to stay without hesitation, bravely fighting 2 zombie kings. He's repeatedly knocked to the ground, coughing up blood, and finally lures the 2 zombies into a trap, detonating a bomb and perishing together. Before the dream collapses, Su Liang smiles at Liang Bingshue, leaving behind a heroic image of someone who bravely faces death. No, Su Liang, I don't want you to die. On a Simmons bed. Liang Bingshue suddenly sits up, her forehead covered in a fine layer of sweat, breathing slightly heavily. Beside her, Lu Rulan looked at her strangely. She had just been awakened by her best friend's sleep-talking. What kind of dream did Bingshue have? She even dreamt of Liang Gu. Could it be that the hints she'd given her these past few days were working? And the revolution is not yet complete, her best friend still needs to work hard. Seeing her frightened appearance, Lu Rulan gently patted her back and asked with concern. Bingshue, what's wrong? After calming down, Liang Bingshue breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with her best friend's question, she didn't hide anything and recounted her dream. Actually, most people rarely know what they dream about. Even if they do, they wouldn't know such details. This was all the work of director Su Liang. That's right, the director. He controlled the dream, whatever he wanted to achieve, that's the effect he would create. Lu Rulan listened, stunned. Apocalypse, love, survival, this could be a novel. Wait, you said you had a dream about the apocalypse, and you were being chased by zombies? Ha, that's hilarious. A young Master Su appeared in your dream? And you said you didn't have feelings for him? You finally revealed your true feelings, haven't you? Wow, You actually accepted young Master Su's confession? Your IC CEO persona has crumbled. Oh my god, young Master Su, I'm so happy for you. He was willing to die alongside the zombie king for you. I'm so envious of your love. As Su Liang's wingman, it was natural to guide the conversation at this moment, further solidifying Su Liang's impression of her. Rua Lan, stop talking nonsense, it was just a dream. Liang Bingxue rubbed her forehead, saying with a wry smile. Don't you know that what you think about during the day, you dream about at night? It's obvious you also have feelings for young Master Su, and judging from how heartbroken you were after you accepted his confession and he died with you, you also have feelings for him. Is that so? Liang Bingxue looked completely bewildered. Then, realizing something, she rolled her eyes at her best friend. Nonsense. I only care about my career, and I'm engaged. Engaged? You mean that Jiang Hao? Don't you know what kind of person he is? To bring her best friend and Su Liang together, Lu Rulan had to sabotage the engagement, and immediately began to urge her on. He's just a spoiled rich kid. Compared to young Master Su, he's incomparable. Just break off the engagement. I've thought about breaking off the engagement, but Jiang Hao is the eldest son of the Jiang family. Liang Bingxue hesitated. The Jiang family is a multi-billion-dollar family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. Compared to them, the Liang family seems rather insignificant. If she angers them and faces retaliation, it would be troublesome. So what? When you break off the engagement, take young Master Su with you. What is the Jiang family? Lu Rulan curled her lip disdainfully, but thinking of Su Liang, her eyes filled with admiration. Liang Bingxue's eyes brightened, and she fell into deep thought. She turned off the lights again, but couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was filled with Su Liang's image. Chapter 242 Best Friends for Life. The protagonist's head shines with green light. The next morning, Su Liang had just gotten up, dressed, and was about to leave when his younger sister came skipping and hopping over. Her face was beaming with joy, as if dreaming of Su Liang was something to be very happy about. I believe you, Su Liang said earnestly. He was the one who invaded her dream last night, how could he not know? Su Qingda paused, clearly not expecting her brother's answer, then said mysteriously. Then guess. Boring. I dreamt that we were relying on each other, and you were always by my side protecting me, giving me a great sense of security. Su Qingda was used to her brother's attitude and continued talking nonchalantly. Put. At this moment, Su Liang, who was drinking his morning tea, spat it out upon hearing this. He could tell his sister was lying at a glance, but he didn't bother to call her out. He wanted to see what kind of story she would make up. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated her condition. Su Liang's face darkened, and he slapped her on the head. Go to school. Seeing Su Liang's expression, Su Qingda could only pout and sling her schoolbag over her shoulder before heading off to school. Actually, what she said earlier wasn't entirely a lie. After sending his sister away, Su Liang also left the Su family compound by car. Today he had an appointment with the goddess Dr. Chen Jianjia and the underworld Queen Xia Qingqiu. He needed to settle things with these 2 fellow disciples first. Whoosh! A flashy Lamborghini pulled up, stopping in front of the Liang Group building with a cool drift. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing Jiang Hao's arrogant and domineering face. He waved to the security guard at the gate. Open the door. Young Master Jiang, our CEO has ordered that you cannot enter. Please don't make things difficult for us. A security guard recognized him and scurried over, pleading with a mournful face. Jiang Hao adopted a menacing expression. You're afraid of your CEO, but not me? Open the door now, or I'll have Bingxue fire you. The security guard sighed repeatedly. It's truly a case of gods fighting, and the little devils suffer. Jiang Hao is the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. He absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Thinking of his unpredictable temper, the security guard had no choice but to open the door. Failure to fulfill the orders of the IC CEO, Liang Bingxue, and let Jiang Haoan would at most result in his dismissal. Offending Jiang Hao, and facing his retaliation, would mean having nowhere to go in the entire Shanghai. Therefore, he had no choice. He thought to himself, we're both top-tier young masters, so why is young Master Su so approachable and refined? Compared to him, Jiang Hao seemed like a nouveau riche. It's true there's no difference without comparison. Jiang Hao was surprised that he entered the Liang group so easily. Wait a minute, with Yi Chen, the protagonist, around, he shouldn't have been able to get in so easily. Perhaps he just happened to not be in the security room? Jiang Hao thought to himself. Today he came to see Liang Bingxue, of course, to complete the plot and obtain the system rewards. Today's plot is: as her fiancé, he invites Liang Bingxue on a date. When Liang Bingxue refuses, he threatens her with his family, forcing her to agree. He also gets annoyed with Yi Chen, the security guard, and gets him fired by Liang Bingxue. Just then, the protagonist arrives and beats him up, finally sending him slinking out of the company. It couldn't be more frustrating. If it weren't for the system rewards, he wouldn't want to be this trashy villain. Thinking about the system rewards, Jiang Hao feels a little panicked. Aside from successfully completing the plot the first time and obtaining some rewards, he hasn't completed any missions since. He can only pray in his heart. Please, please, don't run into that wicked Su Liang. President's office. Two beautiful women are working at their computers. Besides Liang Bingxue, there's Lu Rulan. Knowing her best friend dreamt of Su Liang last night, she decided to press her advantage today. Of course, she'd used the excuse that her best friend was too busy and she was worried about her, so she came to help. A good best friend should be for life. The completely unaware Liang Bingxue was utterly moved. She hadn't mistaken her for someone else, her best friend for life. Our CEO is busy, you can't come in. A commotion erupted outside the office. Click. The office door was pushed open, and Jiang Hao barged in, the secretary unable to stop him. Upon seeing him, Liang Bingxue's face instantly turned cold, and she frowned as she asked, "What are you doing here? What are you talking about? You're my fiancé, what's wrong with me coming to see my fiancé?" Jiang Hao swaggered in and casually plopped down in a chair. Seeing Lu Rulan there, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't Lu Rulan Su Liang's woman? What's she doing here at Bingxue? They seem to be getting quite close lately. Could it be? Considering Su Liang's interest in Liang Bingxue, a bizarre thought arose in Jiang Hao's mind. His face instantly turned ashen. He had transmigrated into a novel, becoming the young master of a top family, and a villainous protagonist with a system at his disposal. Forget about wielding power and enjoying the company of beautiful women, he hadn't even touched his fiancée's finger. Now a native was building a harem. Damn it, what happened to the typical wish-fulfillment novel trope? What happened to stepping on the protagonist and stealing the heroine? Jiang Hao felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Chapter 243. The plot has collapsed. The chemistry between the two female leads. The Joker protagonist. The moment Liang Bingxue saw Jiang Hao, she felt a deep-seated disgust. She wouldn't forget the dream she had last night. This guy was actually a zombie boss who killed Su Liang. She wouldn't forget that evil face, nor the scene of Su Liang risking his life to protect her. She parted her lips slightly and said to her secretary, "Change this chair later." Jiang Hao's lips twitched. How much did she dislike him? Liang Bingxue, don't go too far. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Don't forget, you're my fiancé. Our marriage was arranged long ago by both families. Do you intend to break off the engagement? If you break off the engagement, I'll lose face, and the consequences will be severe. Over the years, the Liang group has indeed developed well under your leadership, but it's still no match for the Jiang family. Liang Bingxue, you don't want the company to go bankrupt, do you? He became increasingly agitated, finally standing up abruptly, his sharp gaze fixed on Liang Bingxue. At that moment, Liang Bingxue was genuinely intimidated by his imposing presence. She did indeed have such concerns. Put. The tense atmosphere was broken by a burst of laughter. It turned out that Lu Rulin had laughed rather unkindly. This scene felt somewhat familiar. She remembered how Su Liang had threatened her in the same way back then. However, the sense of oppression was on a completely different level. Su Liang held absolute power in Shanghai, leaving Jiang Hao with no chance of resistance, so he had no choice but to submit. Now Jiang Hao wanted to use the same tactic. Had he gotten Su Liang's permission? What are you laughing at? Disrupted from his serious demeanor, Jiang Hao lost face and frowned as he asked. Nothing, just laughed because I thought it was funny. Is it any of your business? Lu Rulin glanced at him disdainfully, then looked away, ignoring him. Jiang Hao was furious, but he had to suppress his anger. The reason was simple: Lu Rulin was Su Liang's woman, and he didn't dare offend her for the time being. His gaze then fell on Long Bingxue. There's a party tomorrow. You're coming with me. What if I don't go? With her best friend backing her up, Long Bingxue wasn't afraid anymore and said coldly. Know your place. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. After delivering this line with an air of dominance, Jiang Hao felt incredibly satisfied. Ever since meeting Su Liang, everything had gone wrong for him, and today he finally got to vent. TSK, just the Jiang family, such a big official's heirs. Lu Rulin scoffed sarcastically from the side. Actually, she was overjoyed inside. She had been thinking about how to persuade her best friend to call off the engagement, but unexpectedly, Jiang Hao delivered himself right to her doorstep. When Jiang Hao said those words, she knew the engagement was definitely off. Faced with Lu Rulin's sarcastic remark, Jiang Hao's eyebrows twitched, but he could only pretend to be calm and ignore it. After a pause, he continued. There's one more thing. What was that security guard's name again? Yi Chen, right. Fire him immediately, I don't want to see him in the company again. After saying that, he felt incredibly relieved. Serves you right for being so cold to me all this time, now you can't even speak, can you? Lu Rulin watched the spectacle from the sidelines, her gaze on him as if he were a monkey. Liang Bingxue was pondering how to annul the engagement. At this moment, the secretary spoke up timidly. That security guard named Yi Chen, the president already fired him. Fired? Good what? Yi Chen was fired. As if hearing something unbelievable, Jiang Hao abruptly turned his head, staring intently at the secretary. What did you say? Say it again. Heaven and earth bear witness, he was just reciting lines, he didn't expect the protagonist, Yi Chen, to be fired. The protagonist of King of Assassins returns, the main plot being a security guard protecting the female president. What the hell, being fired? Does the plot even want to continue? Is there a problem? That security guard named Yi Chen was fired by our CEO a long time ago. The secretary repeated. Jiang Hao's mind was buzzing. Now it was certain that the protagonist, Yi Chen, had really been fired, and the story had veered off course. He'd been putting on a show for so long, and suddenly you're telling him the protagonist's gone? What a clown. Jiang Hao's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, his mind a jumbled mess. No, he had to get to the bottom of this. After all, this was crucial to his mission. If the main storyline was off, how could he continue? Liang Bingxue, what's wrong with you? Why did you fire Yi Chen? Swish, swish, swish. 3 pairs of eyes fell on him, each with a strange expression. Didn't you just say you were going to fire Yi Chen? Now that you hear Yi Chen's been fired, you're panicking. Are you perhaps seriously ill? Cough. Jiang Hao realized what was happening and coughed. What I mean is, although I hate that guy, he's still capable and can protect Bingxue well. I think we should bring him back. The main plot had veered off course, and he had to bring it back. What a mess. Lu Rulin looked at him as if he were a god. What had she heard? That Yi Chen had hit Jiang Hao and had feelings for Liang Bingxue, Jiang Hao surely knew that. So here's the key point. Jiang Hao knew all this, yet he still wanted to place Yi Chen next to Liang Bingxue. Damn, not only does he have masochistic tendencies, but he also has that kind of fetish. Liang Bingxue felt a chill run down her spine. She almost vomited from disgust. She couldn't stand it anymore and picked up the phone to call security. Soon, a group of security guards rushed over and dragged Jiang Hao out. Bingxue, now you see Jiang Hao's true character, right? Why wait any longer to annul the engagement? Only the two of them remained in the office, and Lu Rulin resumed her matchmaking efforts. You're right. Liang Bingxue nodded in response. She had been somewhat hesitant before, but now she was completely determined. This engagement had to be annulled, and the sooner the better. The thought of being engaged to someone like that made her want to vomit. Because she feared the Zhang family's power, she needed someone to back her up, and that person had to be Su Liang. She looked at Lu Rulin somewhat embarrassedly. Guessing her thoughts, Lu Rulin patted her ample bosom. Relax, relax, I know you're embarrassed, I'll ask young Master Su for you. Don't worry, young Master Su is also interested in you, I'm sure he won't refuse your request. What nonsense are you talking about? Liang Bingxue gave her best friend a playful glare, two blushes creeping onto her pretty face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Rulin's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, she really wanted to run to Su Liang's bed and say she hadn't failed in her mission. Chapter 244. The relationship between the sisters heats up. A powerful blow. The protagonist collapses. After being dragged out of the CEO's office by security guards, Jiang Hao immediately drove back. The plot had gone awry, he needed to investigate thoroughly. As he drove out of the Liang Group's gates, Jiang Hao inadvertently spotted a figure on the curb in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yi Chen. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if he could start with Yi Chen to get him back to his security guard position and get the plot back on track. He stopped his car in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what happened? Why was Liang Bingxue fired you? He had been wondering why Liang Bingxue had fired Yi Chen. Given the protagonist's shamelessness, he usually wouldn't leave the company. So, after getting out of the car, Jiang Hao asked anxiously. Yi Chen had already noticed Jiang Hao's car. Seeing him come out of the company, he was both angry and helpless. Unfortunately, he was no longer a security guard. Otherwise, how could they let that scumbag rich kid into the company? Yi Chen's expression was dejected. Last night, his parents wanted to take him to the hospital, but he managed to escape while using the restroom. He would already be labeled mentally ill. It was all Su Liang's fault. Having spent 10 years in the underworld, never before had he wanted to kill someone so much. But he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as Su Liang deceived his parents, flirted with the woman he liked, and slept with his adorable younger sister. Yi Chen wandered aimlessly through the city like a homeless person, ignoring the noise around him. As the saying goes, human souls don't understand each other, he only felt the noise. Unbeknownst to him, he happened to arrive at the entrance of the Liang Group. A scumbag rich kid fiancé was harassing him, and Su Liang was eyeing him menacingly. Worried about Liang Bingxue's safety, Yi Chen decided to stay put and isolate himself. Unexpectedly, he actually ran into Jiang Hao. Looking at Jiang Hao standing before him, a curious expression on his face, Yi Chen assumed he was there to show off. After all, he had publicly slapped this guy in the face, and he had even boasted that he would get Liang Bingxue to fire him. The pent-up frustration of the past few days exploded instantly. He raised his hand and slapped him. Slap. A clear slap rang out. The slap, delivered with anger, landed on Jiang Hao's face, sending him spinning several times. Jiang Hao was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He just wanted to ask Yi Chen why he was being fired, so why was he being hit over a mere disagreement? Before he could even process what was happening, another kick landed on his stomach. It turned out Yi Chen, still not satisfied, had kicked him. Then came a barrage of punches and kicks. He was completely subservient to Su Liang. He wouldn't hold back against Jiang Hao, of course, he'd strike with full force. Jiang Hao only possessed the strength of a peak Ming gene cultivator, How could he possibly be a match for a Huajin grandmaster? He could only cower and take the beating. Stop, stop. Don't hit me anymore. You're so smug about me getting fired, huh? And you even come here to brag? I'll fucking swear to you. Just hitting him wasn't enough to vent his anger. Yichen continued hitting and cursing. He treated Jiang Hao like Su Liang, showing no mercy. Jiang Hao was stunned. He came to Yichen to brag? He hadn't known this before. Feeling the pain, he quickly protested his innocence. You've got it wrong, I just asked how you got fired, and I even wanted to send you back to the company. Yichen was dumbfounded. What the hell? He hadn't misheard, had he? He was fired, shouldn't he be happy? Why was he helping him? Jiang Hao got up from the ground, grimacing for a long time. His eyes were filled with deep hatred for Yichen. If he weren't so powerful, he would have killed this protagonist, and Su Liang no exception. But, considering the plot had broken down and he faced the threat of being unable to continue the story, he could only endure it. The current priority is to get Yichen back to the company and get the plot back on track. After the pain subsided somewhat, Jiang Hao offered Yichen a plan. Here's what we'll do, call Liang Bingshue's father. Liang Bingshue is cold-hearted, but she still listens to her father. Jiang Hao stroked his chin, a thought suddenly striking him. In the novel, Yichen angered Liang Bingshue more than once, and she threatened to fire him each time. When Yichen went to Liang's father, Liang Bingshue had no choice but to back down and retract her previous threats. This time, although Liang Bingshue fired Yichen, a small mishap occurred. But he believed that as long as Liang's father gave the order, Liang Bingshue would definitely arrange for Yichen to return. Hearing his words, Yichen's expression grew increasingly strange. What kind of trick is this idiot second-generation rich kid playing? Unable to figure it out, he decided to play along and said, The day Liang Bingshue fired me, I already told his dad, but he still wouldn't give me any face. Huh? Jiang Hao's eyes widened. How could this be? Yichen had been observing his expression, there was no pretense or acting involved. He actually wanted to stay by Liang Bingshue's side. If it wasn't Jiang Hao's doing, then the only one pushing behind the scenes to kick him out of the company was Su Liang. Damn it! Why is Su Liang's shadow everywhere? Is this some kind of curse? At the same time, Jiang Hao also remembered Su Liang, who had repeatedly caused these changes. He immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Ding Yichen harbors resentment towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Hao harbors resentment towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Senior sister, it's been so long since we went shopping together. Xiao Qingqiu, breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes seemingly overflowing with tears, said with emotion. Beside her was a woman of equal beauty. Indeed, everyone's busy with their own things. We should get together more often, next time invite junior sister. Xiao Qingqiu thought of that world-famous superstar. What are you talking about? A gentle, refined voice rang out, and Su Liang stepped out. After strolling around town with the two girls, the afternoon had flown by. A pleasant day came to an end. Chen Jianjia still had things to do, so Su Liang decided to take her home. Chapter 245 The Female Bodhisattva Chen Jianjia. The protagonist is dumbfounded. By Chao Tang. Ever since the shopkeeper, Chen Jianjia, achieved a perfect victory in the battle between traditional Chinese and Western medicine, demonstrating the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, patients have flocked to the clinic daily. Yichen stood at the entrance of Bai Chao Tang, watching the crowds come and go, his eyes filled with curiosity. He had only heard about this traditional Chinese medicine clinic from a patient. That day, he had been stabbed by Su Qingge. While at the hospital, someone said to him, For such a minor ailment, you're coming to see a Western doctor? Open wounds, stitches, 4 drips, medicine, all that fancy stuff. Go to Bai Chao Tang, get some ointment, bandage it up, and you'll be fine in no time. At the time, he didn't care. Being stabbed through the skin, which would seem terrifying to ordinary people, was nothing to him, a grandmaster of internal energy. The main thing was to stop the bleeding. he would recover in a few days. But this time was different. Su Chinga wielded the Sunluo sword, incredibly sharp, making her injuries even more severe. Healing through physical means was impossible. The surgery that night had required dozens of stitches all over her body. The results weren't great, and it was unknown how long it would take to fully recover. What if, during this time, those treacherous siblings did something harmful to their family and friends? There was nothing he could do. While fighting Jiang Hao, he felt a throbbing pain in his wounds, and Yi Chen became alert. He had to heal his injuries as soon as possible. So he thought of Baikatang. He'd heard that a legendary female doctor was in charge of Baikatang. He specifically looked her up online. Wow, in terms of appearance and temperament, she was in no way inferior to Liang Bingxue. I hope to meet that legendary female doctor. A smile curved Yi Chen's lips as he stepped into Baikatang. Swoosh. Suddenly, a low-key yet luxurious Maybach slowly pulled up and stopped a short distance away. Yi Chen paused, and through the windshield, he saw the woman in red in the driver's seat. Then, his gaze quickly fell to the back seat. Sure enough, he saw Su Liang, with a slender woman sitting beside him. Wait. That woman looks familiar. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and stared wide-eyed. Isn't that the goddess Dr. Chen Jianjia he found online? Su Liang not only has his eye on Liang Bingxue, but he's also pursuing this goddess doctor? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He saw Chen Jianjia in the car giving him a farewell kiss. Judging from her expression, they were clearly already together. Yi Chen was instantly furious. Just think of Chen Jianjia's status, a goddess-like doctor worshipped by countless people, a living bodhisattva who saves lives. She's glamorous and stunning in public, possessing unparalleled beauty. Just thinking about it fills Yi Chen with envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, Su Liang isn't content with such a perfect woman, he's also planning to make a move on Liang Bingxue. This is intolerable. This is intolerable. Yi Chen desperately wants to break them up immediately. But, considering the hidden expert around Su Liang, he restrains his impulse. He planned to start with the goddess-like doctor. Chen Jianjia was adored by countless people, she must have her pride. She would absolutely not allow Su Liang to be ambiguous with other women while having her. Humph, Su Liang, you asked for this. Who told you to steal my woman? Yi Chen chuckled coldly. He wanted Chen Jianjia to see Su Liang's true colors. Not only had he harmed his sister, but he was also trying to seduce other women. At this moment, he saw the two adulterers in the car finally separate. Su Liang didn't stay. After Chen Jianjia got out of the car, he had Hongyi drive away. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. As Su Liang left, he glanced in his direction. Could he have been discovered? Yi Chen was filled with doubt and suspicion. Then, he shook his head. Impossible. It would be more likely to be one of the hidden experts besides Su Liang. This spoiled brat is hopeless. He's always idle, only thinking about chasing women. If anyone had comparable skill, he'd just kill himself. Everyone, come look. It's the goddess doctor. I traveled all the way to the headquarters of Baikatang just to see the goddess doctor, and today I finally saw her in person. Wow, she's so beautiful. Much prettier and more elegant than any celebrity. Not only is her medical skill amazing, but she's also so beautiful and has such a wonderful aura. She's practically my perfect goddess. Speaking of which, doesn't Dr. Chen have a boyfriend yet? She's so outstanding, I wonder which bastard will end up with her. Why would Dr. Chen have a boyfriend? How can ordinary mortals like us be worthy of a goddess like her? Chen Jianjia was a big celebrity. Standing at the bustling entrance of Baikatang, she was quickly mentioned. A large crowd immediately gathered to watch. The security guards at Baikatang saw the manager return and immediately pushed through the crowd to make way. Yi Chen was about to go up and greet her, but in that short time, Chen Jianjia had already entered Baikatang. He hurriedly followed, but didn't see Chen Jianjia in the lobby. He pulled aside a waiter maintaining order and asked. It turned out that to get treatment from Chen Jianjia, one needed to make an appointment and wait in line. And the appointment slots were already several years in advance. Yi-chun was dumbfounded. He secretly regretted not going to find her immediately. It was impossible to get Chen Jianjia to treat him through normal procedures, he had to think of another way. Yi-chen stayed by Kaetang until 7 or 8 in the evening. During this time, he still hadn't seen Chen Jianjia, and when he tried to go upstairs to find her, he was stopped by the security guards. He had no choice but to wait in the lobby. Several hours passed. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer and went to the front desk. "Please tell Dr. Chen that I am seriously ill and urgently need treatment. I am willing to pay 100 million to have her treat me." He was willing to go to any lengths to see Chen Jianjia and expose Su Liang's evil deeds. If her medical skills were truly that amazing, able to heal his injuries quickly, then 100 million would be worthwhile. It would be even more perfect if he could befriend that goddess because of it. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jianjia assumed it was some terminal illness and had Yi Chen brought over. After all, he was the female lead, constantly radiating brilliance. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Even if someone didn't have an appointment, if they were terminally ill, she would still lend a hand. However, seeing Yi Chen stroll in with such ease, Chen Jianjia frowned. She was kind, that's true, but if he tried to deceive her with an illness, then she wouldn't be so ruthless. Chapter 246: The Crisis Among the Heroines. The beginning of the harem's struggle for favor. "You're the one who needs to see a doctor." Chen Jianjia's brows furrowed deeper. Yi Chen noticed the change in Chen Jianjia's expression and, somewhat puzzled, shook his head, not thinking much of it. "It's me, but before you see the doctor, I want to tell you something about Su Liang." Now that he'd seen her, Yi Chen wasn't flustered anymore and sat down in the chair opposite Chen Jianjia. "Oh." Chen Jianjia raised an eyebrow, intrigued, her gaze scrutinizing him. Yi Chen's current demeanor reminded her of her junior brother, Lin Hao. Could it be another victim of Su Liang stealing his woman, coming to her door again? Meeting Chen Jianjia's strange gaze, Yi Chen hesitated before speaking. "Just now at the door, I saw you get out of Su Liang's car. You must be his girlfriend, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jianjia instantly recalled her initiative in the car. Someone must have seen her. Her pretty face flushed red. Yi Chen stared intently at Chen Jianjia. He had said this to test the relationship between the two. Now, seeing the change in her expression, Yi Chen's face darkened. There was indeed something going on between them. "Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush." Chen Jianjia's expression turned cold. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. She was so passionate toward Su Liang, but now, facing him, she displayed such cold indifference. What a wonderful woman, it's such a pity that Su Liang, that pig, stole her. Do you know Su Liang's true colors? You don't know what he's been doing behind your back, do you? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed himself and said in a low voice. Su Liang is actually a cunning and treacherous playboy. He not only has shady relationships with many women, but he also likes to deceive naive young girls. Recently, I've seen him getting very close to Liang Bingxue, the president of the Liang Group, and he's also been interacting intimately with a policewoman. And then... Chen Jianjia thought to herself, just as I expected, her eyes growing colder, her tone icy. Regardless of whether he was the victim whose woman was stolen by Brother Liang, since he wanted to oppose Brother Liang, he was her enemy. Yi Chen noticed her change in mood and immediately panicked. Thinking she didn't believe him, he quickly took out his phone and opened his photo album. Inside were photos of Su Liang and his sister Yi Liuli, as well as photos of Su Liang chatting happily with Liang Bingxue and Lu Rulan at a charity gala. Everything I said is true. The pictures don't lie. My sister was just fooled by his sweet talk. Chen Jianjia glanced at it, her expression turning serious. Yi Chen was delighted to see this. He hadn't been wrong. Given Chen Jianjia's status, she wouldn't allow Su Liang to have affairs. However, Chen Jianjia's next sentence left him speechless. You can get out. She knew Su Liang had many women, and her changed expression stemmed from concern for her own position. It was true that she was a skilled doctor, even revered as a goddess, but those women were all no less capable than her. An icy female CEO, a wealthy heiress. This stirred a sense of crisis within Chen Jianjia. The more women Su Liang had, the less attention he would give her. No, she had to do something to make Su Liang's attention focus on her more. The thought of Su Liang forgetting her sent chills down her spine. What should she do? Chen Jianjia couldn't help but think of her happy time with her junior sister Xiaqingqiu today. Su Liang seemed quite satisfied. She also had a junior sister. What if she invited her along? If she could get pregnant and give brother Liang a son or daughter, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Chen Jianjia's eyes flickered. It seemed she needed to strengthen her relationship with her two junior sisters. Yi Chen. He stared blankly at Chen Jianjia. Her attitude had changed too quickly. She told him to get lost without a word. What? Aren't you going to get lost? Should I call security to drag you out? Although he didn't understand why her attitude had suddenly turned so hostile, Yi Chen hadn't forgotten his other purpose for coming to get treatment. Fine, I won't say more about Su Liang. Whether what I said is true or false, you can check it out yourself. Now let's start the treatment. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Jianjia had already called security to have someone come and take him away. Wait, aren't you a doctor? Is this how you treat patients? Chen Jianjia seemed to be thinking about something and completely ignored him. Let's talk this out. If you heal my injuries, I'll give you 100 million each. Yi Chen's face was filled with strong confidence. You're a doctor, treating patients is your right. You can't turn down money, can you? Who spends 100 million on treatment? Ha! Chen Jianjia glanced at him disdainfully. There are plenty of people who spend exorbitant amounts on treatment, but they still have to obediently wait in line and make appointments. If it weren't for hearing that he'd spent several hours at the clinic, and her own good mood prompting her to do some good deeds, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to see her even if he spent 1 billion, let alone 1 billion. In the end, he was inexplicably kicked out. He wanted to find those old traditional Chinese medicine doctors, but they had all been instructed not to prescribe medicine for him. Yi Chen was incredibly frustrated. He'd waited here for ages, and so far, he hadn't separated Su Liang and Chen Jianjia, and his injuries hadn't even been treated. Ding Yi Chen's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 999. Meanwhile, at Lu Ruolan's house, Lu Ruolan prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Su Liang. Brother Liang, I have a message for Bingxue. I'd like to ask you for a favor. While eating, Lu Ruolan remembered her promise to her best friend and spoke to Su Liang. Help with what? Su Liang picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth, asking casually. Bingxue wants to break off her engagement with Jiang Hao, but she's wary of the Jiang family's power. She wants you to act as a mediator. Su Liang paused, his expression becoming interested. And I have more good news for you. Last night, Bingxue dreamed about you, and you even had a passionate, undying love story. Lu Ruolan said sourly. Congratulations in advance, you're about to get your hands on a stunning beauty. Su Liang gently pulled her close, stroking her lower abdomen. What stunning beauty? Haven't I already got you? Su Liang naturally denied it, and even gave her a small compliment. Lu Ruolan felt incredibly happy after hearing this. She helped Su Liang win over her best friend just to get Su Liang's attention and make him care about her more, right? Now, hearing his words, Lu Ruolan felt that everything she had done was worthwhile. Seeing her emotions clearly, Su Liang couldn't help but admire how his PUA techniques were becoming increasingly refined. Chapter 247. Something's fishy going on. The iceberg CEO's favor. The meat in the bowl. Your strength is somewhat lacking. This is the latest gene serum. Use it. Su Liang held a technologically advanced box and casually handed it to the woman in red before him. Thank you for the gift, master. The woman in red knelt on one knee, bowing slightly in submission, and respectfully accepted the box with both hands. Actually, her strength had improved quite quickly. Since submitting to Su Liang, receiving the gene serum, and undergoing the baptism of the marrow cleansing pill, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, almost changing every day. She was now at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Compared to the previous few years spent wandering the dark world, reaching the peak of the dark realm but hitting a bottleneck from which she could not break through, this was a vast improvement. But in Su Liang's eyes, it was still insufficient. The protagonists currently appearing are at least at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and the strength of future protagonists will only increase. The top assassin in red, merely a decorative figurehead by his side, seems a waste. He decided to give Hongi a significant boost in strength. His mental power has greatly increased, so he's not afraid that Hongi will break free of his control after breaking through to the next realm. Half an hour later, Hongi received the gene serum injection, but her strength remained at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, without a breakthrough. However, her aura radiated outwards, a sign of an impending breakthrough. Su Liang instructed her to suppress it, taking it one step at a time, building a solid foundation. The gene serum is a bug. It allows people to rapidly increase their strength, but the consequence is an unstable foundation. Don't be fooled by his elite assassins. Every one of the Skynet assassins is top tier, with some even having broken through to the core formation realm. But if he were to face him head-on, he could crush him with a flick of his wrist. Of course, the benefits of the gene serum are self-evident. It allows a force to expand rapidly. Even the most unstable Dan gene, a type of internal energy cultivation, is still Dan gene, incomparable to Hua gene, another type of internal energy cultivation. With the gene serum injected into Hongi, and with his help, she can ensure that while rapidly increasing her strength, she can also suppress her cultivation level. Watching Hongi gradually conceal her aura, Su Liang nodded in satisfaction. Go get the car, we're going to the Liang group. Soon, accompanied by a soft rumble, a car departed from the Su family compound. Last night, Liang Bingxue received a message from her best friend Lu Rulin, telling her to prepare. Su Liang had already agreed to act as the middleman in annulling the engagement. So, early this morning, Liang Bingxue arrived at the group's main gate to wait. For some reason, she usually maintained a calm demeanor towards everyone. Today, the thought of seeing Su Liang made her somewhat nervous. Today, when she went out, she, who never wore makeup, even put on light makeup. Before getting out of the car, Liang Bingxue picked up a mirror and smiled slightly. This was preparation for seeing Su Liang. The reason was that she had another dream last night, about Su Liang. In the dream, Su Liang said to her, "Has anyone ever told you that you look really beautiful when you smile? You should smile more often, okay?" While Liang Bingxue was waiting for Su Liang at the door, the employees arriving for work greeted their boss politely with good morning. Their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. Their CEO was known for his icy demeanor, always dressed in a monotonous black business suit, his face always bearing an unapproachable expression. Today, the CEO had actually changed into a white shirt, a gray pleated skirt, and knee-length black stockings, exuding a powerful, sophisticated aura. Her light makeup made her look like a goddess, dazzling their eyes. And the usually aloof CEO, when they greeted him today, actually nodded slightly in response. My God, am I dreaming? Is this still the icy CEO I remember? I almost didn't recognize the CEO. He's like a completely different person. Did the CEO have an epiphany? To be honest, the CEO seems more human. Before, I didn't dare breathe loudly in front of him. Something's definitely up to something. I heard that for a woman to change like this, she must be in love. No way. Who conquered our icy CEO? He's practically my idol. The employees whispered amongst themselves, filled with admiration for the person who could cause such a change in their CEO's attitude. Before Liang Bingxue had to wait long, Su Liang's car arrived. Liang Bingxue invited him into the company, and on the way, she casually mentioned the annulment of their engagement. That's how it is. The marriage was arranged by our families, without my consent. I've expressed my dissatisfaction with this engagement to my father several times, and it always ended badly. In the end, he told me to handle it myself, not to affect the relationship between our families. As she spoke, Long Bingxue looked at Su Liang, her eyes sparkling. She felt that walking with Su Liang now was like a dream, like they were dating. The dream was just too real. Whether it was to leave a good impression on Su Liang, or for some other reason, she wore this outfit today. Su Liang was indeed momentarily amazed by her appearance. Of course, that was all. He had taught Ling Bingxue how to dress in his dream. Now it was just a dream coming true. What pleased him was that his strategy was progressing much more smoothly than he had imagined. What seemed easy to him was actually quite different. He used his dream entry skill twice, had her best friend as a wingman, and employed a Skynet assassin planted by her side to gather intelligence. Not only that, he also sabotaged her career, taking advantage of her broken engagement and needing his help. This is what made this icy beauty develop a slight liking for him. If it were any other woman, why would he go through all this trouble? She would have been his long ago. Currently, getting Liang Bingxue to develop a liking is the limit. Wanting kisses, hugs, and sex still requires a long struggle. Su Liang didn't care. Because in his eyes, having developed a liking for him was practically like having meat in his bowl. It was just a matter of choosing how to enjoy it. After a moment's thought, Su Liang, who always went against women's wishes, said this. You're not wrong. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, it's about mutual consent. Chapter 248. The female lead annuls the engagement early. The plot is in chaos. The protagonist is in a fit of impotent rage. Really? You think so too? A glint flashed in Liang Bingxue's eyes, and her fondness for Su Liang increased slightly. Su Liang nodded slightly. He secretly added a condition in his mind: the other person wasn't him. If someone broke off their engagement with him, he'd make sure she was in deep trouble, even if it meant losing a baby. That's great. I was a little hesitant before, but Rulin recommended you to me. I'll have to trouble you with my help from now on. Perhaps pleased by Su Liang's words, a slight smile appeared on Liang Bingxue's usually expressionless face. Su Liang stared straight at her, seemingly captivated by her smile. Liang Bingxue noticed something was amiss, her smile faded, and she asked suspiciously. Young Master Su, what's wrong? Nothing. I think you look especially handsome when you smile. I wish I could see you smile more often. Buzzing. Liang Bingxue's mind was buzzing. She couldn't help but recall what Su Liang had said to her in her dream, something very similar to what she was saying now. She didn't know that Su Liang had deliberately brought this up to reinforce her impression. It could only be said that Liang Bingxue was following Su Liang's every move. Su Liang stopped short of revealing his intentions, subtly changing the subject. Actually, you don't need to worry. I believe that young Master Jiang is a reasonable person. The Jiang family won't bully the weak. He first spoke highly of the Jiang family, then, not forgetting to showcase his own power. But if they are unreasonable and insist on making things difficult for you, I will stand by your side. Then I thank you in advance. Liang Bingxue didn't take Su Liang to the reception room, but instead led him to the president's office, indicating a deepening relationship between them. Upon entering the office, she took out the prepared tea leaves and brewed tea for Su Liang. She had learned of Su Liang's love for tea from her best friend, Lu Rulin, so she was prepared in advance. After entertaining Su Liang, Liang Bingxue called Zhang Hao. Ring 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 ring. Zhang Hao was still asleep at home. Awakened by the phone ringing, he was a little impatient. Picking up his phone, he saw it was Liang Bingxue calling, and his sleepiness instantly vanished. Come to think of it, this was the first time Liang Bingxue had called him. Could it be that she agreed to a date with him today? Zhang Hao quickly answered. Hello, Bingxue, our date is tonight, there's still plenty of time, I'll let you know later. Liang Bingxue was somewhat confused. A date with Zhang Hao? She hadn't even considered it, she'd completely forgotten why he came to see her yesterday. Zhang Hao, where are you? Let's discuss breaking off the engagement. What? Hearing Liang Bingxue's cold, icy voice on the phone, Zhang Hao instantly lost all sleepiness, and the smile that had just appeared on his face vanished. You want to break off the engagement? He immediately lost his composure. He knew the plot of the novel. Liang Bingshui breaking off the engagement was inevitable. But not now. The breakup plot was at least halfway through. The story has only just begun. Why are you trying to annul the engagement? If you annul the engagement now, won't the entire plot go haywire? How can I rise through the ranks using the system then? No, I don't agree. I absolutely refuse to annul the engagement. Jiang Hao refused to annul the engagement without hesitation. Although the plot is already in disarray, with the power of the young master of the Jiang family, he can still find a way to put it back on track. But if he annuls the engagement now, there's really no way to recover. Therefore, he absolutely refuses to annul the engagement. Liang Bingshui frowned upon hearing this, and her tone turned cold. Originally, if Jiang Hao had agreed to dissolve the engagement, they could have maintained some dignity. However, since Jiang Hao wasn't cooperating, she wouldn't hold back, and said coldly, "I've said it so many times, it's impossible between us. This engagement must be dissolved today." "I disagree. It's your business if you don't like me, but this engagement was arranged by our elders. You can't go against your father's wishes, can you?" Jiang Hao knew Liang Bingshui's concerns and steered the conversation towards their elders. Liang Bingshui's face turned pale. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, freezing in place. Nearby, Su Liang was leisurely drinking tea. His hearing was exceptional, he clearly heard their conversation. He already understood Jiang Hao's ulterior motives. "I'll talk to him." Su Liang held out his hand, gesturing for Liang Bingshui to speak with Jiang Hao. Liang Bingshui hesitated for a moment, then handed the phone to Su Liang. "I understand your intention to annul the engagement, but please don't make a hasty decision. How about this, we give each other 6 months? If you're still not satisfied with me after 6 months, we can dissolve the engagement then." Jiang Hao continued his eloquent speech. To prevent the plot from shattering too drastically, he adopted a more conciliatory tone, even abandoning his usual villainous persona. "Dissolving the engagement is my decision. Don't use a conciliatory tone. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Get ready. I'll be visiting the Jiang family with Bingshui later." With that, Su Liang hung up and casually handed the phone back. A warm smile spread across his face. "Don't worry, I said that if the Jiang family doesn't cooperate, I'll show them what reasonable means." Liang Bingshui stared at him blankly. Su Liang had returned Jiang Hao's words verbatim yesterday. It was incredibly satisfying. She felt that Su Liang's domineering presence at this moment gradually overlapped with the Su Liang of her dreams. Beep beep beep. In a magnificent bedroom at the Jiang family home, Jiang Hao sat blankly on the edge of the bed, listening to the busy tone on his phone, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Su Liang was actually with Liang Bingshui. Considering it was still early, and Su Liang was using the affectionate term Bingshui, he naturally misunderstood. Jiang Hao understood everything. No wonder Liang Bingshui broke off the engagement with him at this time. It turned out she was sleeping with Su Liang. Jiang Hao felt utterly humiliated. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Su Liang did more than just cut off his livelihood, it was a system reward, far better than any amount of wealth. Ding, Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding, Jiang Hao's mentality has exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Put. Jiang Hao, overwhelmed with grief and indignation, couldn't catch his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Su Liang, I will never forgive you." However, facing Su Liang's powerful family, what could he do? Besides impotent rage, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 249 Shocking. The protagonist begs not to annul the engagement and even asks for help in covering it up? After agreeing, Su Liang and Liang Bingshui left the company and headed towards the Jiang family residence. Upon arriving at the Jiang family's gate, the security guards respectfully let them through. This was an order recently given by the eldest son of the Jiang family. Actually, Jiang Hao didn't want to see Su Liang. But since the other party had already made it clear that he was visiting, refusing him entry would be offensive. Currently, the Jiang family didn't have the power to oppose Su Liang. He hadn't given up on salvaging the plot, the key to getting it back on track lay with Su Liang. That's right, he wanted Su Liang to postpone the annulment of the engagement. I won't pursue the matter further, just asking you not to annul the engagement isn't unreasonable, is it? That way, Su Liang could be with Liang Bingxue. And he could pretend nothing had happened. Jiang Hao didn't care anymore, he was already blatantly cuckolded. He couldn't let the plot fall apart because of this, could he? Even Han Xian suffered the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs. What was this little humiliation compared to that? After completing the system's tasks through the storyline and gaining invincible power, he would make Su Liang repay him 1,000-fold. With this thought, Jiang Hao suddenly felt enlightened. However, when he saw Su Liang and Liang Bingxue walking side by side, his heart still ached. His heart was bleeding, but he remained calm on the surface, inviting the two to sit down. Seeing his expression, Liang Bingxue assumed he had agreed to dissolve the engagement and immediately produced a marriage certificate. The matter has been made very clear. This is my marriage certificate. Mr. Jiang, please take out your copy as well. Jiang Hao glanced at the marriage certificate, then his gaze fell on Liang Bingxue, and he took a deep breath as he spoke. President Liang, let's not rush the engagement. Could I speak with Mr. Su alone? His fiancée, to avoid any misunderstanding from Su Liang, had to be addressed with a distant form of address. A strange glint flashed in Liang Bingxue's eyes. The engagement was between her and him. What was he talking about with young Master Su? Could it be that he didn't want to annul the engagement and wanted to prevent Su Liang from siding with her? Liang Bingxue suddenly felt worried. The Liang family's assets and background were far inferior to the Jiang family's. What if the Jiang family and Su Liang made a deal? She unilaterally wanted to break off the engagement, clearly indicating her intention to annul it, which would make the Jiang family lose face and definitely retaliate. Without Su Liang's support, if the Jiang family retaliated, her Liang family would be finished. In a flash, Liang Bingxue understood the cause and effect of the matter and looked at Su Liang with some worry. Su Liang nodded, giving her a reassuring look. Liang Bingxue felt slightly relieved. She had overthought things. Su Liang wasn't that kind of person. Thinking back to the 3 billion he donated at the charity gala last time, how could he go back on his word? Liang Bingxue couldn't help but feel guilty for having doubted Su Liang earlier. After figuring everything out, she went out into the hall and waited at the door. Su Liang watched Jiang Hao with great interest. He wanted to see what Jiang Hao was up to. But he wasn't in a hurry, leaning back on the sofa, even more comfortable than Jiang Hao was at home. Looking at Su Liang's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Hao inwardly wished he could tear him to pieces. However, his face maintained a slightly respectful expression. He picked up the teapot, filled Su Liang's teacup, and then spoke. Young Master Su, could you please? Since it's troublesome, don't bother. I've never liked trouble. Jiang Hao's words were cut short by Su Liang. He leisurely picked up the tea Jiang Hao had poured, took a small sip, and left. Jiang Hao's lips twitched with anger. You are indeed the eldest son of the Su family, but my status is not inferior either, yet you dare to show me such disrespect. Jiang Hao was seething with rage. But remembering his plan, he had to suppress his anger, maintaining his smile. It's troublesome, but for young Master Su, it's merely a matter of a thought. Oh. Su Liang put down his teacup, seemingly intrigued. I know about your relationship with President Liang. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean any harm by it. I just have a small request. Could you please not make President Liang and I break off our engagement for now? The engagement was arranged by my father. If it's broken off now, it will disappoint him greatly. 6 months. Give me 6 months. I'll persuade my father. If President Liang wants to break off the engagement, then I won't hesitate. Seeing his sincere act, Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. He understood Jiang Hao's meaning the moment he spoke. He was afraid that if Liang Bingxue broke off the engagement, the plot would change drastically, making it difficult for him to follow the established narrative. But what did his first sentence mean? My affair with Liang Bingxue? Did he think he had won her over? Seeing Su Liang unmoved, Jiang Hao continued. Don't worry, although I'm still Liang Bingshue's fiancé, I won't interfere in your affairs. Just continue as before. Just pretend I don't exist. And if you encounter any trouble, I can step in and cover for you. Jiang Hao said the last sentence through gritted teeth. What cover for you? It was just in case Su Liang's playboy reputation was exposed. He would step in and declare that Liang Bingxue and Su Liang had no relationship, they were just good friends. Damn, this guy's been playing the coward to this extent, no one else does it. Jiang Hao kept telling himself that it was all for the system rewards. Su Liang, who hadn't cared much before, was shocked to hear this. In Jiang Hao's eyes, he and Liang Bingxue were already together. Under these circumstances, he still wanted him to be with his fiancée, and even offered to help cover for them. This move was truly impressive. I must say, your suggestion is very tempting, and I'm quite interested too. Seeing the mocking expression on Su Liang's face, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart ached even more, as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. The relief meant he could continue the storyline and gain rewards from the system to become stronger. But it also meant that Su Liang could be with Liang Bingxue without restraint, and he might receive those kinds of phone calls frequently in the future. His hat was on even tighter. His hands, hidden on the coffee table, clenched tightly together, his heart burning with rage. Su Liang, you just wait, I'll make you wish you were never born. But the next thing Su Liang said made him feel as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. But I refuse. Chapter 250 Su Liang's terrifying status. The engagement is dissolved. Liang Bingshue's heart flutters. What? Jiang Hao never expected Su Liang to refuse so decisively. Put yourself in his shoes. If it were him, with such a good opportunity presented to him, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Su Liang wasn't just acting like a big shot for the sake of being a big shot, he was also after villain points. Making a deal would take away a lot of the fun. Therefore Su Liang refused without hesitation. Young Master Su, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Just name your conditions. Jiang Hao was unwilling to give up and wanted to try again. Su Liang, however, didn't give him the chance, his expression playful. What do I want? What do you think your Jiang family can offer that would be worthy of my attention? Jiang Hao's face turned pale, then red. The Su family was far more powerful than his Jiang family. Whatever he could offer, wouldn't the Su family have it? Put away your quirks, you're the heir of the Jiang family, aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Su Liang's words almost broke Jiang Hao's composure. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What did Su Liang mean by that? He didn't mean anything by it, he was only doing this for the system, that's right. Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1,000. Ding Jiang Hao's mentality has exploded, villain value plus 1,000. Ding. Bingxue, you didn't even tell your uncle you were coming, I couldn't be sure I could find the time to properly entertain you. Uncle Jiang, you're too kind. A conversation came from outside the hall. It turned out that Zhang's father had returned from the company. He was in a meeting at the company when he suddenly received a call from home saying that young Master Su had arrived. He immediately forgot about the shareholders' meeting and drove home. Don't let his position as the head of the Zhang family, controlling a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions and practically ruling the turf of Shanghai, fool you. But compared to the Su family, he's utterly insignificant. Take Su Liang's Shanghai branch, for example, its market value is several hundred billion. And that doesn't even include assets in Beijing and overseas. The Su family's influence in the business world is terrifying, and their influence in the military and political spheres is equally astonishing. Therefore, he needs to be extremely cautious when dealing with Su Liang, the sole heir of the Su family. On the way home, he told the driver to drive faster, his mind racing, wondering why Su Liang had suddenly come to his house. Could it be that Jiang Hao had offended him before, and he was here to demand an explanation? Zhang's father was puzzled. Hadn't he sent Jiang Hao to apologize? Had that rebellious son not gone? Upon arriving home, he rushed to the reception room. Seeing Lung Bingxue standing at the door, Jiang's father was taken aback. Hey Bingxue, what are you doing standing at the door? Did that brat Jiang Hao kick you out? Seeing Jiang's father, Liang Bingxue felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, her engagement to Jiang Hao was arranged by him and her father. Her coming to annul the engagement today was arguably a slap in his face, and she didn't know how to face him. After some conversation, Jiang's father learned what his son and the eldest son of the Su family were discussing privately. He didn't want to go in, but remaining outside, he was filled with curiosity. Moreover, Lung Bingxue seemed hesitant in her speech, and when asked what it was about, she seemed unable to answer. This made Jiang's father even more puzzled. Click. The door opened from the inside. Jiang Hao saw his father and asked in surprise, "Dad, why are you back?" Jiang's father glared at him, said nothing, and approached Su Liang with a smile. "Young Master Su's presence is an honor to our Jiang family. It is I who have come uninvited and disturbed you." Su Liang's expression was as usual. He showed no restraint whatsoever despite being the head of the Jiang family. After some pleasantries, Jiang's father cautiously asked, "I wonder what brings you here, young Master Su? If the Jiang family has offended you in any way, I apologize on your behalf." "President Jiang, you misunderstand." Su Liang waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just acting as a peacemaker today, the real target is her." Su Liang raised his head and gestured to Liang Bingxue beside him. Liang Bingxue was stunned. Su Liang was actually talking so confidently with the head of the Jiang family. Only now did she begin to realize Su Liang's status and position. Seeing Su Liang's gesture, Liang Bingxue came to her senses and cleared her throat. "Uncle Jiang, it's like this, I've come here today to dissolve my engagement with young Master Jiang. I know that you and my father arranged this engagement for us, which is a sign of your approval, and I express my deepest gratitude." Jiang's father became increasingly agitated, then pointed at his son Jiang Hao angrily. "You unfilial son! Tell me, did you do something to upset Bingxue again?" Jiang Hao listened to his father's scolding, not daring to lift his head, forced to swallow his grievances. Seeing this, Liang Bingxue quickly intervened. "It's not Jiang Gongzi's fault, it's actually my problem. I'm focused on my career, and we're really not a good match. To avoid hindering Jiang Gongzi's future, Bingxue wants to dissolve the engagement, and hopes Uncle Jiang will grant my request." Liang Bingxue wasn't the unreasonable type. She wouldn't take advantage of Su Liang's backing to domineeringly demand annulment. On the contrary, she felt guilty, repeatedly stating that she wasn't good enough for Jiang Hao. Listening to Liang Bingxue's explanation, a look of realization dawned on Jiang's father's face. He roughly understood what had happened. Liang Bingxue wanted to break off the engagement but was afraid of retaliation if he disagreed, so she brought in Su Liang as a mediator. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. After the marriage alliance was finalized, the Liang family benefited greatly from the Jiang family's reputation. That's why the Liang group developed so rapidly. However, with Su Liang here now, he absolutely couldn't show any dissatisfaction. He was secretly disappointed in his son. He couldn't even handle a woman, it was a disgrace to him. Father Jiang pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "I understand Bingxue's meaning. We become senile, we didn't consider your feelings before the engagement. Uncle Jiang, you mean you agree?" Liang Bingxue's face lit up with surprise. "Of course, although we're old, we know that feelings can't be forced." Jiang's father nodded, his expression always kind. With Su Liang as their witness, the annulment of the engagement was thus settled. They each tore up the marriage certificate, and both parties stated they would issue a statement in a couple of days. The engagement that had been troubling her was resolved so easily. Things progressed too smoothly, leaving Liang Bingxue somewhat dazed, her eyes gleaming with a strange light as she looked at Su Liang. Chapter 251, The Hero Saves the Beauty. The heroine gets on the pirate ship. Everything's under control. After finishing the business, Su Liang declined Zhang's father's invitation to dinner and left with Liang Bingxue. Jiang Hao stood there, head bowed, utterly dejected. Looking at his son like this, Zhang's father assumed he couldn't handle the blow of the broken engagement and felt a pang of pity. A real man, with your status and position, what woman can't you find? Jiang Hao opened his mouth, but said nothing. It wasn't about women at all. It was about the system mission, all sorts of rewards. Alright, don't look so wronged. If you can't even handle this little setback, how can I entrust the family business to you? Seeing his dejected expression, Zhang's father grew impatient again, speaking earnestly. He mentally compared his son to Su Liang. Forget it, there's no comparison. If his son had even a tenth of Su Liang's abilities, he would entrust the entire group to his son's management. Comparison is the thief of joy. Recalling what had just happened, he worried that his son might harbor resentment and seek revenge later. He immediately gave him a stern warning. The engagement is off, so be it. Don't hold a grudge. Blame yourself for being so weak. Don't even think about retaliating against Liang Bingxue, and don't even think about causing trouble for Su Liang. That's suicide, you know. Su Liang was a witness in this engagement cancellation. If his son retaliated against Liang Bingxue, wouldn't it be seen as disrespecting the Zhang family? Retaliating against Su Liang was even more outrageous. It would absolutely bring annihilation to the Zhang family. Dad, I know, don't worry. Jiang Hao, of course, understood the pros and cons, and said bitterly. Zhang's father patted his shoulder, telling him to calm down. As he turned to leave, he didn't notice the mad glint in Jiang Hao's eyes. The story he was about to follow largely revolved around Liang Bingxue before the engagement was called off, and of course, there was also the story afterward. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of a kidnapping plot. The plot would take place after Liang Bingxue broke off her engagement. He, enraged, would hire someone to kidnap her. The protagonist would then appear to rescue her. This was a major plot point, with a high degree of involvement. Completing it would guarantee a huge reward. Jiang Hao clenched his fist. He decided to take a gamble. A gamble could turn his life around. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to turn things around. Having made up his mind, Jiang Hao began to make arrangements. He had to bring the plot to life, finding the female bodyguard who kidnapped Liang Bingxue. It has to be said, this author really knows how to keep readers in suspense. Besides making the protagonist a eunuch who never touches the female lead, he had to make her pure and chaste. The awareness regarding drug avoidance was quite strong. Finding the female bodyguard, arranging the kidnapping location, investigating the protagonist Yi Chen's contact information, and getting him to rescue Liang Bingxue after the kidnapping. And there was one more crucial point. The kidnapping plot must be executed quickly. Su Liang can't find out. Otherwise, she'd just dissolved the engagement with him today, and now she'd stage a kidnapping if he found out. She'd be finished. Anyway, it's just a female bodyguard, he won't touch her, and she'll leave unharmed in the end. Then, he can spend some money to appease Liang Bingxue's anger, and there shouldn't be any problems. Damn it! He's the main villain, kidnapping the female lead and still having to consider Su Liang's feelings. It's so frustrating. Ding Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Su Liang and his companion left the Zhang family and headed back. Young Master Su, thank you so much. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. In the car, Liang Bingxue sincerely thanked Su Liang. Aren't we friends? Helping a little is nothing, especially since I didn't do anything. Su Liang replied modestly, aptly emphasizing their friendship. Liang Bingxue didn't react after hearing this. Clearly, in her mind, she already considered Su Liang a friend. Su Liang said he hadn't helped much, but Liang Bingxue didn't take it seriously. From the slightly respectful attitude Jiang Hao's father showed towards Su Liang, it was clear that Su Liang had definitely done a great job. Young Master Su, your company is the greatest help you can give me. I wonder if young Master Su is free at noon. I've made a reservation at a seafood restaurant. Su Liang pretended to frown, pondering for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, I have things to do at the company later, I'm afraid I won't be able to spare the time at noon. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't have time, he just felt that having lunch together was pointless, and there would be more opportunities in the evening. A few drinks, a stroll on the road, and then going home together. Oh, is that all right? Then how about tonight? I'll invite Rulin along. My company has been very busy lately, and she's been a great help to me. Liang Bingshui hesitated before speaking. Suffering from severe androphobia, inviting a man to dinner took immense courage for her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable about dinner that evening, she invited her best friend instead. No problem. Su Liang pondered for a moment, as if considering his evening plans, before agreeing. A strange feeling lingered in his heart. Inviting Lu Rulin along? Wasn't that like getting on a sinking ship? The matter was settled. After taking Liang Bingshui to the Liang group, Su Liang had Hongi drive to the Su group. Ding! A message notification sounded on his phone. Zhang Hao plans to kidnap Liang Bingshui. Please give instructions, master. Upon seeing this message, Su Liang's first thought was absurdity. Not to mention that Zhang Hao had Skynet assassins around him, monitoring his every move, it was impossible for him to do anything to harm him or those around him. Liang Bingshui also had female bodyguards by her side, so she could handle any danger calmly. The information contained Zhang Hao's plan, demonstrating the terrifying power of Skynet, truly all-pervasive. After reviewing Zhang Hao's entire plan, Su Liang fell into deep thought and changed his mind about having his men sabotage it. Zhang Hao's plan had already shown that he intended to use Liang Bingshui to advance his own storyline. He wouldn't dare to harm her. Besides, his own people would be secretly protecting her, ensuring Liang Bingshui wouldn't be in any danger. As for Zhang Hao having Yi Chen play the hero, he could simply appear first. If he didn't know about this, he was even planning to direct and act out such a show himself. Now, a play that didn't require him to hire actors was laid out before him. Why didn't Su Liang play along and cooperate? This was an opportunity to completely win over Liang Bingshui. Having just witnessed Zhang Hao and Liang Bingshui's engagement being dissolved, he could then kidnap her, giving himself a legitimate reason to destroy the Zhang family. A win-win situation. With a flash of insight, a hero saves the damsel in distress scenario was woven, and a smile of complete control appeared on Su Liang's face. Chapter 252: Su Liang's Art of Managing Subordinates. A cozy dinner. A hidden danger. My dear CEO, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come soon, I would have been coming to you with all these documents. Su Liang had just entered the company when his magnanimous secretary, Shui Yurong, rushed to greet him. Su Liang thought for a moment. It had indeed been over a week since he'd been to the company. Fortunately, the women in the company were quite capable. Especially Shui Yurong. When he was in the company, she was his secretary. Following the principle of the secretary does the work. When he was away, Shui Yurong acted as acting CEO. She handled all the company's affairs with remarkable efficiency. However, some important documents still required Su Liang's signature. Shui Yurong's complaints about work were a pretense. She was actually venting her frustration at Su Liang's prolonged absence. Today, Shui Yurong was dressed as a cold and glamorous CEO, in high heels, black stockings past her knees, and a bodycon skirt. Her figure was so impressive that her dress billowed high, making one worry it might burst. Her hair was styled in a high bun, giving her an aura of absolute power. However, in front of Su Liang, she was like a submissive wife. Su Liang reached out and gently pinched her nose. I'm here now, aren't I? I know you've worked hard, I'll definitely reward you handsomely later. He smirked, emphasizing the word handsomely. Feeling Su Liang's affectionate gesture, Shui Yurong looked around nervously, only relaxing when no one noticed. When Su Liang wasn't around, as the acting CEO, she still had to maintain a cool and aloof image. Hearing Su Liang mention the reward, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Arriving at his CEO office, Su Liang signed off on all the piled-up documents in one go. Feeling a bit tired, he took a shower in the adjoining bedroom to relax. He left everything else to Shui Yurong. Su Liang's management style was always about making the best use of everyone's talents and resources. time flew by, and evening arrived. Following the address given by Liang Bingxue, Su Liang arrived at the seafood restaurant. He saw Liang Bingxue and Lu Ruolin at the entrance. Lu Ruolin even winked at him playfully. Su Liang was a regular at this restaurant and even had a top-tier membership card. However, since Liang Bingxue was treating, he didn't request a private room. Liang Bingxue had reserved a table on the third floor, a quieter floor with fewer customers. Young Master Su, Bingxue told me that the engagement that had been troubling her for so long has been dissolved, all thanks to your help. Seeing the atmosphere getting a bit tense, Lu Ruolin broke the silence as a mediator. It's nothing. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Su is too modest. Bingxue's actions can be considered a formal annulment. The Jiang family was able to dissolve the engagement so easily, definitely because of your influence. Lu Ruolin intentionally emphasized Su Liang's contribution to the annulment in front of Liang Bingxue. Her aim was to evoke gratitude in her best friend. She was practically saying to Liang Bingxue, Su Liang has done you such a great favor, how will you repay him? You should offer yourself to him. Soon after, the food was served. Waiter, a bottle of Romani Conti. Lu Ruolin called out to the waiter. Seeing this, Liang Bingxue tugged at her and asked softly. Didn't you say you can't drink lately? That's right, I'm getting the wine so you can drink it. Lu Ruolin said matter-of-factly. Liang Bingxue. Think about it, young Master Su has helped you so much, shouldn't you offer him a toast to thank him? Don't you understand social etiquette? Lu Ruolin analyzed for a while and even lectured her. Liang Bingxue nodded blankly, thinking that it probably, maybe, seemed to make sense. Su Liang watched from the side, amused. Having someone help him win over the female lead felt pretty good. He didn't need to do anything, he just had to wait for the female lead to come to him. First there was his sister Su Qingge, then Lu Ruolin. If only there were a few more women like this who understood him so well. When the waiter brought the drinks, Lu Ruolin poured a full glass for Su Liang and Liang Bingxue. Her attentive manner made it seem as if Su Liang had helped her. Liang Bingxue's lips twitched. If her best friend hadn't been there, she would never have drunk alcohol in this situation. Remembering what her best friend had said to offer a toast to express gratitude, and since the drinks were already prepared, Liang Bingxue immediately raised her glass to Su Liang. After drinking with Su Liang, the sensible Lu Ruolin refilled their glasses, even more diligently than a wine-pouring maid. Just as the three were enjoying their dinner in a harmonious atmosphere, an untimely figure appeared in the restaurant. Yi Chen, panting, looked around. He spent the day in the hospital, and the first thing he did after being discharged was to visit the Liang group. His keen senses as a top assassin immediately detected something amiss: the aura of a fellow assassin. Yi Chen instantly became alert. He hadn't forgotten why Liang's father had asked him to protect Liang Bingxue, to deal with potential assassination attempts by business rivals. That's why, even after being kicked out of the company, he still occasionally staked out the group's entrance. Unexpectedly, this time he'd actually run into them. The assassin was weak, only at the peak of the Ming Jin realm, and was caught red-handed as soon as he scaled the wall to enter the company. However, before he could ask anything, the assassin committed suicide by poisoning himself. In his despair, Yi Chen sensed a flash of light, a sniper rifle scope. Without hesitation, he quickly ran towards the distant building. When he arrived, the building was deserted. However, he found traces of a sniper rifle set up on the rooftop. Was this a reconnaissance mission? He planned to assassinate Liang Bingxue during the day. Yi Chen decided to nip this lurking threat in the bud. Activating his late-stage transformation realm perception, he followed the faint aura to the restaurant. The aura disappeared there. Searching up to the third floor, he saw Liang Bingxue having dinner with Su Liang, and he immediately lost his temper. Chapter 253: The protagonist wants to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? He's dreaming. Yi Chen happened to see Liang Bingxue and Su Liang clinking glasses and drinking. Her best friend, Lu Ruolin, didn't stop her. Instead, she kept urging her to drink more. At this moment, Liang Bingxue's pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes half closed due to intoxication, her gaze alluring and seemingly about to overflow with moisture. She gave off an air of vulnerability, as if she were being offered a free ride. If this continued, who knew which hotel Su Liang might take her to? "What are you doing?" Yi Chen, his face dark, approached, his gaze shifting, and spoke. "What do you mean? Why are you insisting Bing Xue drink? Do you have some ulterior motive?" Yi Chen was initially angry. Liang Bingxue was his chosen woman, and he was very unhappy about being forced to drink by a man. But as he got closer, he suddenly calmed down. He knew his image in Liang Bingxue's eyes wasn't good. Su Liang was incredibly powerful and had powerful bodyguards, he was no match for him. So he could only helplessly present the facts and reason with him. This is the tragedy of a king of assassins. Actually, Yi Chen was absolutely right. Making Liang Bingxue drink was indeed for a specific purpose. But whether others would believe him after he said it was another matter entirely. Su Liang put down his glass, continued eating, and completely ignored him. Lu Rulan was initially startled, then looked at him as if he were an idiot, her eyes darting around before she said to Liang Bingxue, "Bingxue, he was actually following you." Yi Chen. "Holy crap, what the hell? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." He was furious. He had indeed followed her, but it was to follow an assassin. Liang Bingxue was also confused as to why Yi Chen had suddenly appeared here. After hearing her best friend's words, a look of understanding appeared in her eyes. She believed it. She was in a good mood after successfully annulling her engagement, but seeing Yi Chen instantly ruined it. And what did this guy say? He said Su Liang and Rulan got her drunk? She was just thanking young Master Su, okay? He even said her best friend had ulterior motives. How could that be? He's really got no conscience. Just as she was about to retort angrily, Yi Chen hurriedly explained. "Bingxue, don't listen to her nonsense. I was tracking an assassin here. I spotted one scouting the company and immediately gave chase. TSK making up an assassin story. Can't you come up with a better excuse? Do you think this is a novel?" Lu Rulan, never one to shy away from drama, egged her on. "Enough." Before Yi Chen could finish, Liang Bingxue impatiently interrupted. "I don't care why you were following me, right now, disappear from my sight." Clearly, she didn't believe him either. Neither of them seemed to care, except for Su Liang, who raised an eyebrow after hearing this. As if sensing something, a thought flickered in his mind, and he gave a subtle signal to the woman in red not far away. Just then, a masked waiter appeared at the door, pushing a food cart. It was dessert, ordered by Lu Rulan. The waiter's eyes were icy, a faint but palpable killing intent fixed on Liang Bingxue. Yi Chen stopped speaking. He noticed the waiter's unusual behavior. This waiter only possessed the strength of dark force. He had been so angry that he hadn't noticed the waiter even at such close range. Sensing the familiar aura emanating from the waiter, he knew it was the assassin he had been tracking. "Finally caught you." Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he captured this assassin, he could explain why he was here and even gain favor with Liang Bingxue. Tracking an assassin for Liang Bingxue's safety for thousands of miles, how touching. Perhaps Liang Bingxue's heart would soften, and she would recall him to the company. All this thought was just a fleeting moment. Yi Chen was about to strike and execute the assassin on the spot. However, an unparalleled aura suddenly pressed down on him. Yi Chen was instantly immobilized. This is. The familiar feeling brought back memories of the night he went to kill Su Liang. Interfered by the aura of the mysterious expert, he couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed through the chest by Su Qingge. So much time has passed, and his injuries haven't healed yet. Unexpectedly, he's here again. Besides the oppressive aura, he sensed something was wrong. He was already at the late stage of the transformation realm, even the strongest pressure at that level couldn't suppress him. This was an invisible force, like a giant, ethereal hand, forcefully holding him down. Yi Chen was terrified. Could it be the core formation realm? The thought was chilling. But his eyes darted around, searching the entire hall, but he couldn't find any trace of the mysterious expert. Finally, Yi Chen's gaze fell on Su Liang, who continued to enjoy his meal as if nothing had happened. He was filled with doubt and unease. Could it be that the mysterious expert was Su Liang himself? Impossible, impossible. This thought was immediately extinguished. It all came down to it. Su Liang lived a life of luxury in the city, he couldn't possibly have such power. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Yi Chen stared intently at the waiter. The waiter had already pushed the cart to the table, clearly intending to kill Lung Bingxue. With success within reach, Yi Chen was frantic. He tried to break free from this invisible pressure, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Damn it! Desperate, Yi Chen could only try to signal Liang Bingxue by blinking frantically. But the others were ignoring him. What exactly is Su Liang up to? Regardless of who that mysterious expert was, they were definitely connected to Su Liang. The fact that they were restrained meant they had discovered the assassin. Were they just going to watch the assassin kill Lung Bingxue? Ding Yi Chen's rage soars, villain value plus 1000. That's right, suppressing Yi Chen was indeed done by Su Liang. Besides using the pressure of a peak-stage transformation realm expert, he also used his mental power. As his mental strength increased, so did his telekinetic power, allowing him to manipulate objects weighing thousands of pounds. Under this double suppression, it would be strange if Yi Chen could even move. Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress in front of him? What a load of rubbish! He'd rather keep this opportunity to win over the female lead himself. The reason he hadn't dealt with the assassin yet was that Su Liang was waiting for the right moment. Nipping the danger in the bud would at most earn him a few words of thanks from Lung Bingxue. But if he could intervene at the last second, it would definitely increase her favorability. Not to mention offering himself in return, a few meals together, a few concerts that would be no problem. Then, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? He wasn't the protagonist, but he was a master of the protagonist saves the damsel distress trope. Chapter 254 Su Liang manipulates people's hearts. Utilizing tools to the extreme. The assassin waiter parked the food cart in front of the table. Just as everyone relaxed, a dagger appeared in a swift motion. A fierce killing intent erupted at that moment. The dagger in his hand, with incredible speed, stabbed towards Liang Bingxue's neck. A sinister smile flashed in the assassin's eyes. In his mind, there was no such thing as chivalry. He even felt a thrill from destroying beautiful things. Killing this woman would earn him $1 million bounty. The strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless, neither Lu Ruolin nor Liang Bingxue could react. Under the illumination of the expensive crystal chandelier, the gleaming tip of the blade was already close to Liang Bingxue's neck. A sense of impending death instantly enveloped Liang Bingxue's heart. As the dagger approached, she felt a slight stinging pain in her neck. At this critical moment of life and death, Liang Bingxue's thoughts raced. She suddenly realized she had been targeted for assassination. It was because her aggressive expansion after becoming president of the Liang Group had infringed upon the interests of certain people. Unable to control her business, they hired assassins to kill her. In an instant, she understood everything, but it was useless. She desperately wanted to escape, but her body wouldn't allow it. She felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, unable to move. She could only helplessly await death. Am I going to die? At this moment, Liang Bingxue thought of many things. From elementary school to university, her precocious nature made it impossible for her to fit in with her peers. Long-term loneliness fostered her independent personality. Only with the equally outstanding Lu Ruolin could she truly connect. With the Liang Group's growth and its close friend Lu Ruolin, her life was fulfilling. But I'm so unwilling. She had been constantly worried about the engagement. That engagement was like a cage binding her. Now that the engagement was dissolved, the constraints were gone, but she was about to die. Liang Bingxue's heart was filled with bitterness. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Su Liang. She still had regrets. She hadn't yet asked Su Liang why he had helped her resolve the group's crisis and dissolve the engagement. Why was he so good to her? Unfortunately, she would never find the answer. Feeling the impending danger, a sense of despair rose in Liang Bingshue's heart. Careful. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ears. The next moment, Liang Bingshue felt a strong force on her wrist, and she was uncontrollably pulled towards him. Her head spun, and all she remembered was falling into a warm embrace. Swish! The dagger grazed Liang Bingshue's neck, but it was just a blur. She was no longer there. The assassin's sinister smile froze. Looking at Liang Bingshue lying in Su Liang's arms, his expression was one of shock and uncertainty. There was no time to think. Driven by assassin's instinct, he swiftly twisted his body, lunging at Liang Bingshue. But it was too late. A figure in red appeared before him, raising her foot to kick him in the chest. The assassin felt as if he'd been hit by a truck, the immense force numbed his senses. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Cracks appeared all over the wall. His first reaction wasn't to check his displaced internal organs, his face was filled with utter horror, his mind reeling. Master of Transformation Grandmaster. Damn it, he'd kicked a hornet's nest. If he'd known this woman was protected by a grandmaster, he wouldn't have accepted this mission for any amount of money. Escape. That was the only thought in the assassin's mind. Faced with a grandmaster, his only chance of survival was to escape. Even escaping depended on luck. The assassin's eyes hardened, and a pistol appeared in his hand. He turned the gun, aimed it at Liang Bingshue in Su Liang's arms, and fired several shots. After firing, he leaped out of the window and ran for his life. The Grandmaster of Internal Energy was impervious to bullets, but he was protecting Liang Bingshue, he should be able to buy her some time. Seeing the assassin fire at Liang Bingshue, Su Liang didn't hesitate, he turned and shielded her in his arms. He wanted to take the bullets with his own body. No! Liang Bingshue reacted, just in time to see this, and screamed in terror. Her voice was filled with fear, anxiety, and gratitude, a complex mix of emotions. She never expected Su Liang would actually be willing to take bullets for her, to die in her place. Liang Bingshue was deeply moved, her eyes brimming with tears. This was more painful than death itself. Taking in her expression, Su Liang was satisfied with his acting. Yes, it was all an act. This assassin was no different from an ant in his eyes. Even a gunshot couldn't penetrate his defenses, not even a scratch. A bullet wouldn't even leave a mark. Originally, he planned to use this meal, with Lu Rulan's cooperation, to get Liang Bingshue to drink some wine, and then have a little flirtation. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. The assassin's arrival changed Su Liang's mind, accelerating his pursuit of Liang Bingshue considerably. First, there was the life-saving grace, then taking a bullet for her. This assassin was being used to the fullest extent by him. The woman in red knew the bullet wouldn't hurt Su Liang, but she wouldn't just stand by and watch it hit him. That would be a mockery of her work. After blocking the bullet, at Su Liang's signal, she chased after the assassin in the direction he fled. Once the tool is used, it's no longer of value. To avoid causing any trouble, it's best to disappear from this world. No sooner said than done. The whole process took only 3 seconds. Only after the assassin and the figure in red left did Liang Bingshue snap out of her daze. She quickly got up from Su Liang's arms, went behind him, and began to check on him with concern. Only after finding no gunshot wounds on Su Liang did Liang Bingshue finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then, as if all her strength had drained away, she slumped into a chair. She was filled with lingering fear. If Su Liang had been injured because of her, she would have been filled with immense guilt. "Young Master Su, why did you save me? Did you know you could have died?" Liang Bingshue looked at Su Liang, her eyes still glistening with tears. Su Liang tilted his head, feigning hesitation, and said, "The situation was urgent. I didn't want to see you hurt, so I acted instinctively." TSK, I was moved by those words, let alone the female lead. Chapter 255. The heroine's eyes are full of affection. The protagonist is speechless. As expected, Liang Bingshue's eyes softened, a hint of affection flickering within them. It turned out to be Su Liang's instinctive reaction. Doesn't that mean, subconsciously, he'd rather he be hurt than see her in danger? Liang Bingshue was still wondering why Su Liang was so kind to her, but now everything became clear. Just as her best friend Lu Rulan had teased her, Su Liang was interested in her, and so deeply in love. Looking at Su Liang's handsome face, his noble and elegant demeanor, and his impeccable character, he fulfilled every woman's perfect fantasy of her other half. Her already rippled heart became even more turbulent at this moment. Two blushes crept onto her pretty face, a combination of cool elegance and alluring beauty, making her incredibly captivating. Lu Rulan was also stunned to see Su Liang shield Liang Bingshue from the bullet. She was about to step forward to check on her when Liang Bingshue beat her to it, only breathing a sigh of relief after finding her unharmed. Immediately, a surge of jealousy towards Liang Bingshue welled up within her. Thinking of Su Liang's pursuit of Liang Bingshue, his help in resolving the company's difficulties, his assistance in breaking off the engagement, and now even taking a bullet for her. Then thinking of herself. Using the company to threaten and coerce her into doing various things, causing her to be repeatedly rendered helpless. It was truly a story of bitter tears. However, Lu Rulan gently stroked her slightly protruding belly. If she gave birth to Liang Ji's child, wouldn't he treat her the same way? At this moment, Yi Chen was furious. Ding Yi Chen feels anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yi Chen feels hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yi Chen is consumed by rage, villain value plus 1001. Ding. The villain value kept increasing. Now, how could he not understand why Su Liang was suppressing him? He stopped him from saving Liang Bingshue, instead focusing on building goodwill. That treacherous Su Liang deserves to die. He didn't subdue the assassin beforehand, waiting until Liang Bingshue was in grave danger before making his move. Knowing that dealing with the assassin was easy, he deliberately made it look like a life-or-death situation. His scheming was too deep. No. In an instant, Yi Chen thought of his sister, Yi Liuli. He absolutely couldn't let Liang Bingshue and his sister be deceived by his appearance, otherwise, they'd be sold out and still have to count the money for him. Seeing the deep affection in Liang Bingshue's eyes when she looked at Su Liang, Yi Chen's heart bled. The object of her affection should have been him. If Su Liang hadn't let that expert suppress him, he would have been the one to save Liang Bingshue, and he would be the one thanking him. Su Liang was a robber, he stole everything that belonged to him. Liang Bingshue noticed the strange gazes from the two men. Regaining her senses, she realized she was staring directly at Su Liang. She quickly lowered her head shyly. Thinking of something, she mustered her courage and looked up, pursing her lips as she spoke. You can't do this again. If you get hurt because of me, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Sensing Liang Bingshue's growing affection, Su Liang smiled knowingly and said decisively, No, I can't just watch you be in danger. He paused, then grabbed Liang Bingshue's hands. If I could do what happened again, I would still make the same choice. As he spoke, he gazed at Liang Bingshue with deep affection. Liang Bingshue was completely moved. However, at that moment, an untimely voice rang out. Don't listen to his nonsense, he's lying to you. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? It turned out that the power suppressing him had disappeared at some point. Yi Chen couldn't help but speak his mind. Swish swish swish. 3 pairs of questioning eyes turned to him. Since he had already spoken, Yi Chen didn't hide anything. He even revealed that Su Liang deliberately didn't take down the assassin beforehand, only rescuing Liang Bingshue at the crucial moment. Su Liang is too cunning. You'd better stay away from him, or you won't even know when you've been betrayed. He glared at Su Liang with resentment. If it weren't for the presence of that mysterious expert, he would have already rushed forward and torn this scheming guy to pieces. Lu Rulan and Liang Bingshue were stunned into silence. Is this guy suffering from some serious illness? Is he addicted to conspiracy theories? Lu Rulan was the first to stand up for Su Liang. So, you're saying young Master Su deliberately saved Bing Xue at the crucial moment? Why don't you say that the assassin was also arranged by young Master Su? Is this some kind of hero saves the damsel in distress act? That joke isn't funny at all. Didn't you see young Master Su take a bullet for Bing Xue? A bullet can kill. Who dares to risk their life for a performance? You try it and see. Liang Bingshue's mind was filled with Yi Chen's words. Could Su Liang really be doing this on purpose? However, after hearing her best friend's words, she instantly dismissed the thought. She felt guilty for doubting Su Liang. Su Liang saved her and even took a bullet for her, and she doubted him. It was truly wrong of her. It's all Yi Chen's fault for talking nonsense. Liang Bingshue's face instantly turned cold, her gaze towards Yi Chen filled with anger. She initially thought he was just a person of bad character, but now he's even framing someone else. He's hopeless. Feeling the suspicious look in Liang Bingshue's eyes, Yi Chen was furious. Just as he was about to explain, Lu Rulin spoke up. All right, I just want to hear Bingxue say that you were sent by Uncle Ling to protect her. What were you doing when Bingxue was in danger? You didn't even react, okay? If it weren't for young Master Su's intervention, would you be protecting her? She'd be dead by now. Lu Rulin's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. I was about to intervene, but someone locked onto me with their aura, rendering me unable to move. Speaking of this, Yi Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Put! Lu Rulin burst into laughter. Are you a clown hired by a monkey? You even came up with the idea of aura and intimidation. Why don't you write a fantasy story? Lu Rulin and Liang Bingxue knew nothing about martial artists, so they didn't believe such combat power could exist in this peaceful world. Yi Chen knew this too, and didn't know how to explain it to the two women. Lu Rulin spoke again, her tone mocking. Then tell me, who locked you down with their aura? A mere aura can immobilize you, so what use are you? Every word Lu Rulin spoke was like a knife, piercing Yi Chen's heart, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Chapter 256 The Wingman's Assistance. The protagonist is stunned, the tricks are too deep. I didn't find that expert, but it's definitely related to Su Liang. He must have secretly instructed them. Since Yi Chen couldn't find those mysterious experts to testify, he figured he could just pin everything on Su Liang, at least he wouldn't get hurt. See? He couldn't save Bingxue himself, so he resorts to conspiracy theories and blames it all on young Master Su. I've never seen such a shameless person. Lu Rulin's sarcasm was at its peak. Then, her eyes darted around as she said to Liang Bingxue. Bingxue, it's a good thing you fired that kind of person. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble he'd cause. Liang Bingxue nodded in deep agreement. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang. It was Liang Bingshue's cell phone. She picked it up and saw it was her father calling. The call connected. Bingxue, so many days have passed, you've calmed down. Don't be stubborn and listen to me. We should still call Yi Chen back. Although he's unreliable sometimes, he's truly capable and can protect you in crucial moments. It turned out that Mr. Liang felt his daughter had calmed down enough and was calling specifically to speak well of Yi Chen. He still wanted Yi Chen to protect his daughter's safety. After all, it wasn't some king of assassins who had such patience with his own daughter. Lu Rulin, hearing the voice on the phone, glanced at Yi Chen disdainfully and curled her lip. Liang Bingxue couldn't bear to hear her father praising Yi Chen any longer and couldn't help but interrupt. I just encountered an assassin. What? Mr. Liang was shocked and asked anxiously. How is it? Are you injured? Tell me where you are, I'll come right away. I'm fine, it was young Master Su Liang who saved me. Mr. Liang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that you're all right. I can't let you act recklessly. I have to call Yi Chen back to the company to protect you before I can feel at ease. Yi Chen is right here. Ha! When the assassin tried to kill me, he didn't react at all. If it weren't for young Master Su's intervention, I would be dead. Liang's father's mind went blank. What happened to the king of assassins? Never failed a mission? This is too much of a lie. Hearing Liang's father's voice on the phone, Yichen felt a little ashamed. It was indeed his fault for not protecting Liang Bingxue. But damn it, who would have thought that Su Liang had a Dan gene expert by his side? How the hell is this supposed to work? Ding Yichen's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yichen's mind is unstable, villain value plus 1000. Su Liang listened quietly to the system notifications that kept ringing in his mind, watching the show unfold. Today was another fruitful day. His gaze fell on Yichen's head, his luck was dissipating at a rapid pace, and it wouldn't be long before it was all gone. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speed things up. Bingxue, this brother is right, it's all my fault. Ha! Lu Ruolin, Liang Bingxue, and even Yichen were all shocked by Su Liang's words. Yichen had a bad feeling, sensing that Su Liang was definitely up to no good. Meeting the two women's curious gazes, Su Liang said regretfully, "It's all my fault for not practicing properly when my family made me train in martial arts. If I had absolute strength, I could have taken down that assassin earlier, and Bingxue wouldn't have been in danger." Liang Bingxue was stunned at first, then quickly comforted Su Liang, a peak-level expert in internal energy cultivation and possessing the ancient kidney body. "Young Master Su, don't say that. You're already very capable." Others wouldn't have even had time to react. Lu Ruolin looked at Su Liang with admiration. No wonder Brother Liang could find so many women for him, his methods are truly ingenious. At first, she was also fooled by Su Liang, but thinking back on his past behavior, she realized something was wrong. This suddenly made her feel much more at ease. She had thought Su Liang was sincere towards Liang Bingxue. Now it seemed it was just another of his womanizing tactics. Lu Ruolin felt bitter. This man was too outstanding, and too ruthless. What kind of woman could possibly enter his heart? Yichen was completely dumbfounded. You can play games like this? Not only did he commit the heinous crime, but he also twisted the truth and now tries to gain sympathy. Are you a devil? Seeing Liang Bingxue completely fooled by Su Liang, Yichen was so angry his whole body throbbed. His recently bandaged wound began to bleed slightly from his agitation. What are you still standing here for? Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. It was Liang Bingxue's voice. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Yichen's heart. He wasn't afraid of how strong Su Liang was, he was afraid that the person he cared about would treat him like an enemy. The heartache was unimaginable. My God, that's terrifying. A killer in real life, using a handgun. This is unbelievable. I saw a woman in red kick the killer into the wall, he couldn't be pried out. A martial arts master. Who says otherwise? The killer and the woman in red fell from the third floor. Even the legendary wall climbing skills are nothing compared to that. That's incredible. Beating people like they're hanging from a painting, I want to become her apprentice. Call the police quickly. That killer must be caught. Killing someone in broad daylight, it's outrageous. The commotion was huge, especially the gunshot, attracting a large crowd. Those unaware of the situation listened with wide eyes as some embellished the story. Upon receiving the news, Manager Tang rushed over, sweating profusely and apologizing profusely. With security escorting them out, Su Liang and his two companions left the restaurant. Just then, the woman in red returned, nodded to Su Liang, indicating that the matter had been resolved. Then she drove up and parked her car in front of the three of them. You two need to rest after encountering assassins today. Let me take you home first. Su Liang looked at the two women and said with a smile. He had originally planned some activities after dinner. However, considering he had already exceeded his goals for the day, he decided against it. The current strategy had reached its limit, and Liang Bingxue needed some time to digest it. The two women didn't refuse, Liang Bingxue did indeed need to go back and relax. As for Lu Ruolin, she naturally wanted to go with Su Liang. But wanting to avoid frightening Liang Bingxue, she had to stay with her best friend. When they got out of the car, Su Liang gave Lang Bingxue a reward when she wasn't looking. It was a reward for her help tonight, and of course, she would have to say good things about him later. Chapter 257, Using the Emperor of Fengdu as a punching bag? Su Liang reveals his true strength. The night was as dark as ink, the bright moonlight spilling across the earth, adding a touch of color to the world. A discreet yet luxurious car drove along a quiet road. Inside the car, Su Liang was immersed in the system in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, his villain points were approaching 60,000 again. Time to test his luck again. Lottery, 5 consecutive draws. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, spirit +1. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, spirit +1. 2 consecutive rewards, both increasing his spiritual power. Compared to drawing the demonic sword before, it was a bit worse, but much better than drawing a luxury car. The strength of his mental power directly impacts the strength of his telekinesis, mind control, and the Thunder King's abilities. Initially, the Thunder King was only the size of a hair, only usable for shattering darkness with lightning. It couldn't even charge a phone. With his current mental power, defeating a minor expert in internal energy would be a piece of cake. Ding, congratulations, host, you've won a reward, a warehouse full of erotic clothing. More alluring, more comfortable, better feel, wearing more will increase your charm. What the hell? Damn, this reward is a billion times inappropriate. Erotic clothing is one thing, but a whole warehouse? What does he take me for? Although he has a billion more women and his needs are a billion times higher, does he need a reward? What was I thinking? What's the worst reward? This is it. Looking at the pile of strips of cloth and tank tops in his personal space, Su Liang wished he could use them all immediately. The longer they sat there, the more insulting it felt to his character. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, your personal space has doubled. The next moment, the pile of cloth strips, which had occupied half of his personal space, suddenly doubled in size. 2 consecutive rewards left Su Liang speechless. Was it as if they were afraid he would throw those clothes out, so they simply doubled the space? That's outrageous. I still have one more chance to draw a prize. I hope I get something good. It seemed like the heavens heard his thoughts. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, Guardian Jade Pendant, 10 pieces. Guardian Jade Pendant, when worn, it not only nourishes the body and relieves fatigue, but can also protect you from one life or death crisis. Swish. Su Liang took out a jade pendant from his personal space. Crystal clear, exquisitely crafted, it shimmered with a faint glow in the dimly lit carriage. It was clearly no ordinary object. Leaving aside the jade pendant's effects, its material and luster alone made it priceless on the market. What a fine piece! He didn't need this, but he could give it to those women. It's only 10 yuan, a bit too little. Su Liang stroked his chin. Then I'll give it to those pregnant women first. The younger women are a must, of course. The other women can wait. This lottery was worth it. TCH. Su Liang was looking at the system rewards when the car suddenly braked and stopped. Su Liang's eyes flashed, the jade pendant in his hand disappeared, and he looked ahead. Several figures were blocking his path. Master. The woman in red turned her head, looking at Su Liang nervously. She couldn't discern the strength of the 6 people blocking the road. She was already at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. These people gave her a strong sense of crisis. Their strength was definitely at the peak of the transformation realm, as for anything higher, she dared not imagine. Su Liang's strength was undeniable. However, the woman in red had been by his side for quite some time and hadn't seen him make a move. Therefore, she couldn't help but worry. Interesting. A smile appeared on Su Liang's lips. His perception was strong, he could see that there were more than 6 people blocking his way. There was one even stronger being. In a flash, Su Liang knew who had arrived. The Lord of the Underworld, the great Emperor of Fengdu. A day ago, Su Liang received news of a spy infiltrating the underworld. Several of the great emperor of Fengdu's trusted subordinates had vanished without a trace. Su Liang had suspected something at the time. The lord of the underworld had indeed come in person. That's right, since Su Liang obtained the Sunluo sword, many assassins had come to him daily. Without exception, he had dealt with them all. The lord of the underworld could no longer sit idly by and decided to come personally to retrieve the Sunluo sword. The Sunluo sword was a sacred object of the underworld, equivalent to a token of inheritance. Without it, one was not legitimate. One would not gain the recognition of all members of the underworld. Because of the loss of the Sunluo sword, the underworld had suffered several divisions over the centuries. Under pressure from other forces, it gradually declined. Even so, with hundreds of years of accumulation, the underworld remained a transcendent power. However, its good days were numbered. Internal power struggles and external suppression from other forces. Beset by internal and external troubles, if the underworld didn't unite, it would truly fall apart. Therefore, upon seeing the Sunluo sword appear, the emperor of Fengdu couldn't wait to send men to retrieve it. After learning that his subordinates who came to claim the sword had all disappeared, he disregarded his status and decided to come personally. He was determined to obtain the Sunluo sword. Upon arriving in the demon capital, the emperor of Fengdu immediately led his men to the Su family compound. The investigation revealed that Su Liang, who had taken the Sunluo sword, had a younger sister whom he doted on. They wanted to arrest her beforehand to force him to reveal that she was the eldest son of the Su family. As it turned out, before they even reached their destination, they sensed several incredibly powerful auras within. There were actually several Dan Jin level experts present, and more than one at that. He had come to Kyushu to retrieve the sword, and to avoid any unnecessary trouble, the great emperor of Fengdu chickened out. Therefore, he had no choice but to intercept them halfway. This, of course, was arranged by Su Liang. Suspecting that one of the Dan Jin level experts might be spying on them, Su Liang recalled the Heavenly King assassin who had been treated with a gene-enhancing drug. Prevention is better than cure. He wasn't the main character. By the time he rescued his own woman, it was too late. The woman in red tried to call for help, but found her phone had no signal. There were signal jammers all around. Her heart sank. This was premeditated. She wasn't afraid of death. With her maxed-out loyalty, she was only worried about Su Liang. A friend has come from afar. As hosts, it wouldn't be right not to welcome him. Let's go down and see. A flicker of eager anticipation danced in Su Liang's eyes. Speaking of which, despite taking so much benefit from the system, he hadn't even revealed his true strength once. Not to mention his various god-level skills, he possessed a demonic blade that could strike unexpectedly and with devastating force using his telekinesis. His ancient kidney body enhanced his physical strength after each workout. He was very strong now, but how strong exactly, Su Liang himself didn't know. He had long wanted to test it out. The great emperor of Fengdu arrived at just the right time. He could at least be used as a punching bag. He just didn't know how much of his power he could unleash. I just hope I won't disappoint him. Chapter 258: A dark and windy night for murder. Su Liang's terrifying strength. The woman in red got out of the driver's seat and went to the back seat, opening the door for Su Liang. Su Liang got out of the car and glanced at the night sky. Just then, a dark cloud drifted by, obscuring the moonlight. A dark and windy night, a night for murder. Su Liang sighed, then slowly surveyed the 6 people blocking his path. Each wore a mask, obscuring their faces, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Each of them emanated a dense, bloodthirsty aura. This was the result of years of countless killings. Now, they all unleashed their power, pressing down on Su Liang and his companion. The woman in red stood beside Su Liang, gripping a dagger tightly, her legs slightly bent, ready to attack at any moment. Once the fight started, she would do everything in her power to hold off the group, buying Su Liang time to escape. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the woman in red paled slightly but didn't retreat a step. "Young Master Su, is it? Hand over the Sunluo sword, and I'll spare your life." a masked man in the middle spoke. His voice was old and hoarse, yet it exuded a strong killing intent. As a high-ranking member of the underworld, when had he ever negotiated with anyone like this? Their principle was always to kill in silence, leaving no future trouble. But after witnessing the power of the Su family's members, they abandoned that plan. The Su family's power shocked them. This was also why they only stopped the car and didn't attack directly. If they killed Su Liang, the only legitimate son of the Su family, wouldn't the Su family go mad? Whether they could even leave Shanghai then would be a question. To avoid trouble, they chose this gentle approach, at least in their eyes. You're not qualified to speak to me? Call out the people behind you. Withdrawing his gaze from the group, Su Liang said calmly. With a flick of his wrist, 6 silver needles appeared in his hand, which he gently played with. He carried this set of needles with him, the ones he used to treat several pregnant women, always kept in his personal storage space. The pregnancy-stabilizing medicine, combined with his acupuncture techniques, could ensure the healthy birth of the babies. What did you say? The masked man at the head was initially startled. Had he discovered the great emperor? After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Impossible. The great emperor was a late-stage Dan gene cultivator. His concealment techniques were unparalleled. Even he, at the early stage of Dan gene, hadn't discovered the great emperor's hiding place. How could a mere brat have discovered him? Then he flew into a rage. How dare a brat speak to him like that? They feared the Su family, not some spoiled young master in his early 20s. This brat had to be taught a lesson. With this thought in mind, an aura of murderous intent, as deep and unfathomable as a hellish abyss, swept out from his body. His aura locked onto Su Liang. This was the oppressive aura of a Dan gene cultivator. The 5 Pequot gene cultivators behind him were no match for it. However, something unexpected happened. As expected, the scene of Su Liang and his companion collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand his aura, did not occur. Su Liang remained standing there unharmed, still fiddling with something in his hand, appearing completely nonchalant. As for the woman in red, Su Liang had pulled her behind him, the overwhelming aura pressing down on her, vanishing instantly. Hiding behind Su Liang was like having a mountain protecting her from the wind and rain. The woman in red felt an overwhelming sense of security, her eyes filled with even deeper reverence. How is this possible? The masked man was utterly shaken, looking at Su Liang as if he were a monster. To be able to withstand his early-stage Dan gene aura, there was only one answer: the other party was also a Dan gene. And not just the early stage. But wasn't this simply too astonishing? How old was this young master of the Su family? The investigation showed he was only 23 years old, having reached a level countless martial artists dreamed of at such a young age. This made him think of someone. A legend of the dark world, the lord of the dragon court, the dragon emperor. All young, all exceptionally talented. Shut up. Su Liang, too lazy to waste words with these lackeys, paused in his toying with the silver needles and flung them away. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 6 silver needles shot forward with lightning speed. The needle tips were aimed directly at the foreheads of the 6 masked men. The speed was simply too fast. 5 of the masked men only saw a flash of silver, and the next moment felt a slight stinging pain between their brows. Thinking they were all right, they picked up their weapons and tried to attack Su Liang. But after taking only a few steps, their consciousness blurred, and they collapsed one after another. 5 peak-level experts of the transformation realm died on the spot. The masked man at the early stage of the core formation realm reacted far better than the peak transformation realm expert, keenly noticing the silver needle piercing towards him. But what good was noticing it? The silver needle was too fast, even someone as powerful as him could only tilt his head slightly. He dodged the needle's fate of piercing his brow, but his ear was pierced. A trickle of blood dripped from his ear. The masked man was horrified, his eyes filled with terror. He could sense that the silver needle wasn't imbued with internal energy. In other words, Su Liang had only used the strength of his fingers to fling the needle at such speed. The power was terrifying. Just as he suspected, Su Liang hadn't used any of his peak-level internal energy. Even with internal energy, he couldn't achieve such speed. This was the physical strength boost brought by the ancient kidney body. What are you trying to prove in front of me? Why wait until I kill your underlings before showing yourself? Oh, there's one more. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, a thought forming in his mind. The next moment, the silver needle piercing the masked man's ear suddenly made a 180-degree turn in midair, heading straight for him again. Telekinesis. What a great ability for ambushing people. They're already trying to kill him, why would they fight him openly? No way. Noticing the smile on his lips, the masked man had a strong sense of foreboding. But he didn't know where the danger came from. Insolence. A cold voice rang out. The masked man was overjoyed, the great emperor had arrived. Suddenly, he felt a slight stinging pain in his lower abdomen. A silver needle had pierced through his back. He had to thank the great emperor of Fengdu for his shout. If his shout hadn't changed the needle's trajectory, it would have pierced his heart. The masked man's expression changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly, still shaken.